wanted to tell us what lessons or what significance that this particular celebration by the Islamic religion is actually all about. What lessons should Muslims draw from the life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad, of course? Just help us make sense of all of it.
The first teaching from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is three things. It was revealed by Sayyidina Ali, Karamallahu Ali, Wajah, one of the family of Prophet Muhammad. He said, Salasun, ma lam yakun inda salasun, lam yakun biyadi shay'un. If you don't have three things, there's nothing with you. First thing, Sunnat Allahi wa Sunnat Rasul wa Sunnat Awliya'i. If you don't have the teachings and the way of the Almighty Allah and the way of the Prophet, which is Sunnah, and the way of the Awliya, those are the Walis, those that are praying to Almighty Allah. If you don't have the three ways, you have nothing with you. He was asked, what is the way of Almighty Allah? He said, Kitmanu Sirri. That is, you learn how to keep secret. It's not everything you heard, it's what you say. At times, you keep something in your mind. He was asked further, the Sunnatu Rasul, what is the way and the line of the Prophet? He answered and said, Itimal Azar. You should learn how to manage people. You should learn how to relate with people. And you should expect unexpected from them. Just like the teachings of driving, when you're on emotion, you have to admit that you are the only normal person that is driving on the way. By so doing, any reckless driver cannot intimidate you. So it will not come as a shock when any driver drives recklessly. So when you are a Muslim, you must have the teachings and the line and the way of the Prophet, which is you should learn how to manage with people, whether they are Muslim or not. And the third one, Sunnatul Awliya, he was asked, and he replied and said, Al-Mudaratu Bayna nas. You must know how to manipulate, avoid trouble, don't cause trouble, and try and avoid trouble. As a Muslim, you shouldn't be the one to start trouble or problem or conflict. So when you are seen in a way where conflicts happen and you are the bone and the reason and the foundation of that problem, you are not a typical Muslim. So those are the three core teachings that Prophet Muhammad wants us to know. Kitman Sirri, Itiman al-Azza, and Mudaratu Bayn al-Nas. Keep secrets, try and avoid problem, and you should admit and try and manage people. Those are the things that Prophet Muhammad came to the world to teach the Muslim and the non-Muslim.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you very much. Well, it's quite interesting that a public holiday was declared for this purpose, and so I am convinced that this is of national interest. But let us spotlight the fact that we are currently in a time where security and economic challenges in Nigeria are very, very present. So what message does this occasion hold for Nigerians and as well as the situation of the country literally?
What we really need concerning the security issue we are having now is that everybody has to be very careful. You be mindful of what you want to say. You be very careful of where you go to. You will try and let everyone know yourself. And don't be, I can do it alone. This time we are into, you can't live alone. You can't go out alone. You can't be so certain about yourself. Try, Prophet Muhammad said, um, "Mahaba man istakhara, wa man nadama man istashara, wa man ala man iktasoda." Those are the three things we need to tackle or to tackle the situation of, in the country. Mahaba man istakhara. Whoever seek before you take any step, you will not regret. Wama nadama manistashara. Whoever seek others' opinion before you take any step, you will not regret. Wama ala malikitasoda. The present situation is telling us to know how to reduce the cost of living. The way we are living, we should stop flamboyant living. So those are the three things that you can use to tackle the situation and the insecurity in the country as a Muslim, even a non-Muslim.
All right, so then what role do you think our religious leaders can play in reducing the ethnic and religious tensions here in Nigeria?
The problem we are having is that many people go to Arabic school thinking that going to Arabic school is the end of the learning in Islam. If you go to Arabic school, you still need to go and do what they call khidma. You should have a very good leader that you want to emulate. Those that have the experience and the knowledge, they have been in the system for long. You will add your religious knowledge with what you are emulating from the person you are following. You combine the two together. Knowing Arabic language does not mean you are a complete scholar, because there's what they call moral instruction. There's what they call knowledge, which is education. Education is quite different from moral. If you have education without having moral, you are not complete. So if you don't have the two, you won't be able to lead in a righteous way. You will cause confusion. Even within yourself, you'll be confused. So a leader that is confused will not be able to teach others. Or if you want to teach others, it's going to be on the wrong side. So you need to have moral and complete education. I mean, Islamically. If you have the two, you will be able to know the right and the wrong. There's humanity and there's religion. You cannot take humanity out of from religion, and you cannot take religion from humanity. If you want to be a good person without having being a religious person, you will have a way that you be disturbing, distracting, and causing problem in the society. If you are only a religious person and you don't have humanity, it doesn't have a good end, because those that are supposed to assist you, there's a word of Prophet Muhammad. He said, "Wallah ila yumin, wallah ila yumin, wallah ila yumin." He said it three times. The Sahaba, those are the followers, now asked Prophet Muhammad, said, "Man, who?" And I say, "Alladhi la ya'manu jaru'u bawa'iqahu." Those that their neighbors are complaining about them, that this person is a bad person, is not a true believer. So prophet is indicating that even if you are complete in your religion, you must have what they call humanity. The humanity is going to guard your religion, and the religion is going to guard humanity. You will be judged accordingly. If you practice your religion, you have to be very careful and mindful, because if care is not taken, being a bad person is going to affect that religion, it's going to spoil the religion. And if you are a good person and you don't have religion, when you get to Almighty, some people don't believe that there is Almighty. I don't care. But I'm talking according to what we know, the experience from the leaders, that if you are a good, if you have good behavior and you are not worship your creator, it's going to have a bad end. So that means the two, Kurno Jemia, the two are working together. Humanity and being religious. If you can combine the two together, that is what Prophet Muhammad said, you are a good Muslim. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, you would agree with me that Nigerians are currently facing economic hardship. Now, what practical message of hope does Eid al-Malud offer to Nigerians in that regard?
Almighty Allah said, Isbiru wasobiru warabitu wattaqullaha. You have to exercise patience. Wasobiru warabitu. If you are exercising patience, tell your children, tell your families to do the same. Try and exercise patience. Be prayerful. You can't take away prayer from any situation we are into. Nigeria really needs intervention of Almighty. We can't do it alone. Let everybody continue praying, but not only praying. And you have to have good heart. And the good heart starts from the grassroots. It starts from us because we are going to be the leader. If you don't have the good heart, if you are not prayerful, if you get to the position, you will misbehave. The problem of the leader of today is the foundation. When the foundation is weak, the building will not be relied on. So we have to build the foundation from the grassroots. Let us tell our children how life is and how to govern wherever we are. And you have to start from yourself. Try, even if you are talking about subsidy, subsidize for your family and your congregation. If you are telling the government to subsidize, you too should start the subsidy. If you can do it, then when we get to the position, you will know how to do it. There's no way in this life that you will live without subsidizing for somebody. You will see someone in your working place that does not have enough. You need to subsidize. If someone is working under you and you notice that he doesn't have the capacity or the capability enough to do some things, and you are in the best position to assist, you have to subsidize. We need subsidy in every step of our life. Whether you are a father, you are a mother, wherever you are a father, you are a mother, you are this senior in the house. Subsidize for your younger ones. If you are a chairman of an area, you have to subsidize one way or the other. You must know how to assist or to help or to give a helping hand to people under you. That is the only way we can do it, by praying, by subsidizing, and by helping others. That's the way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We've been speaking with Abdul Fattah Fatiyu, a Muslim and Islamic cleric. Thank you very much for being a part of the midday news.
Thanks for having me today. God bless you.
All right, moving on. Away from that report, presidential candidate of the African Action Congress Omoyele Sowore and former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi clashed Monday during a political session of the 66th Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association in Port Harcourt. Amechi represented former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as the session, which focused on Nigeria's political future ahead of the 2027 general elections. The conference, themed Beyond Limits, brought together legal practitioners and political figures to discuss the records of former public office holders and the impact of government policies, including fuel subsidy and transportation. Amechi warned Nigerians against politicians who he said had previously governed but failed to deliver. He also urged that transportation should be part of the debate over fuel subsidy, citing railway projects developed during his tenure as Minister of Transportation. Amechi later turned his attention to Sowore, urging Rivers lawyers to take the presidential candidate around the state.
Very well. Play to the gallery will not make you win the election. You will not win. Now, why Sowore will not win is not you shouting. There are no more than 24,000 lawyers who are here, and there are 93 million voters. So 24,000 should vote for Sowore and see whether he will win. That's not the issue. Let's go to what he said. Who are those from Lagos? There is Lagos Abeokuta, Lagos Ibadan Railway is working or not? In my time, it was working. I don't know what's happening under Tinubu. There is Abuja Kaduna Rail working or not?
What happened?
Now, where are Rivers lawyers? Please take Sowore around. Where are the Rivers lawyers who are present? Take Sowore around.
Okay.
Sowore, I said I built that road. I built this road. I built this primary school. I built that primary school. Sowore, what is your experience?
All right, Governor.
When politicians are talking, close your mouth.
Yes, you have the right of reply. Yes. Questions and respond to them, but there are also questions that were directed at all of you.
Well, in the meantime, Chairman of the Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill, Femi Gbajabiamila, has warned against giving state governors unfettered operational control over police services under the proposed reforms. Gbajabiamila, who is also Chief of Staff to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said governors could set broad security priorities and seek legislative approval for resources, but should not have personal powers to order arrests of political opponents, stop investigations, or direct police conduct during the elections. He spoke as the second plenary session of the Nigerian Bar Association's 66th Annual General Conference in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, with the theme Policing in Transition. Gbajabiamila said the proposed dual policing system comprising a federal police service and state police services is intended to address the limitations of Nigeria's highly centralized policing structure. He said President Bola Tinubu has seen that there is no need to delay the implementation of the state policing, hence he has moved to address the situation.
On policing, the theme of this conference is Beyond Limits. On policing, we cannot move beyond our limits until we are honest about them. President Tinubu has chosen to confront a truth Nigeria has postponed for too long. A country of our size and diversity cannot continue to depend on a single centrally commanded police institution for all its policing needs. We ask one police structure to serve crowded cities, remote settlements, and long border corridors, often with too few officers and too little local knowledge. We have stretched it beyond what institution can reasonably carry. The easier political course would have been to continue the debate and leave the arrangement untouched because critical reforms are always difficult and impose political costs. President Tinubu has decided that further postponement is itself a choice. It is the wrong choice. And citizens have carried its consequences far too long. By proposing a dual policing system, the federal government is prepared to share an authority it has long held alone because the safety of Nigerians matters more than preserving a familiar arrangement.
Well, this report says Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu has ordered a nationwide crackdown on jungle justice and mob violence. In a video posted on the Nigerian Police Force's X handle, Disu directed commissioners of police in the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory to treat every case of mob violence as homicide. The IGP said no community, vigilante group, or association has the legal authority to arrest, try, convict, or execute anyone based on suspicion, allegations, rumors, or social media evidence. He stressed that every person is presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, or adding that allegations, photographs, or videos cannot replace proper investigation and judicial proceedings. Disu warned that anyone who kills a suspected criminal would face murder charges and severe punishment under Nigerian law. He cited the March 2025 killing of 16 travelers in Uromi, Edo State, as a reminder of the consequences of mob justice. Away from that, as Nigeria gradually approaches the 2027 general elections, the Rivers State Police Command is taking its message of peaceful participation to the youth, urging them not to allow politicians to use them as tools for electoral violence. The State Commissioner of Police Olugbenga Adekmoju, who gave the charge at a youth program in Port Harcourt, said the 2027 elections should be a platform for youths to exercise their democratic rights, not an opportunity to become victims or perpetrators of political violence.
Because of our society, especially our youth. Particularly important because of our society, especially our youth. Security is a shared responsibility. Government, parents, schools, religious leaders, the media, civil society, and most importantly, our youth must all play their parts. As we approach the election period, as campaign have already started, I urge our youth not to allow themselves to be used as instruments of political talking or violence. Do not be deceived or misled by politicians or anyone who seeks to use you for criminal activities.
Rather than becoming instruments of violence, Adekmoju encouraged youths to invest their energy in skills, acquisition, entrepreneurship, and talent development.
Cultism, drug abuse, cybercrime, electoral violence, vandalism, and other forms of criminality in all its forms. Let's promote responsible digital citizenship, embrace dialogue, respect one another, and make peace our collective priority.
Assistant Commissioner of Police ACP Rachel Okwedola, who spoke on the theme Election Thuggery, Roles of Youths in Promoting Peaceful Elections.
Don't be a political weapon. Be a democratic force. The future of our democracy is not only in the hands of politicians, it is also in the hands of the youth. Say no to election thuggery. Say yes to peaceful participation. Say yes to a better future.
Beyond the ballot box,
Don't
the
be
youths were also reminded of their responsibility in promoting community security and demanding accountability through peaceful means.
The important role the youth can play ahead of 2027 general election is getting their PVCs. We are the leaders of tomorrow, so it is very important that we vote during this election. And then the other thing I think they could, the other role I think they could also play is to educate people around them about the importance of having a candidate and voting for the right candidates. I think the youth should avoid selling their future. 2027 election is our opportunity to do the right thing. Let's do the right thing, avoid any form of violence, what sort, and then we should ensure that we protect our votes, but do not involve yourself in any sort of violence.
The youth must shun violence. Youth must not be used for thuggery. They won't. Youth must not make themselves available to be used for election violence, thuggery. And as a matter of fact, youth are supposed to be the determinant factor of deciding who becomes their leader through proper voting. As such, I urge all the youth to make sure that they have their voter's card, and when the time comes, they should vote according to performance and quality leadership. Because if you want a change, then you must be ready to vote for the change.
The program ended with a tree planting exercise and a road walk sensitization involving the Commissioner of Police, youth organizations, and other stakeholders, symbolizing a shared commitment to peace, responsible citizenship, and a safer River State. Elsewhere, Interpol has arrested 58 people and identified 263 suspects in an international operation targeting West African organized crime groups, including the Black Axe Network. Codenamed Operation Jackal IV, the 8-month crackdown uncovered large-scale fraud, money laundering networks, and sextortion schemes targeting children as young as 14. The operation ran from November 2025 to June 2026 and involved law enforcement agencies from 22 countries across 6 continents, including Nigeria. Interpol has said the operation focused on tracing illicit financial flows, identifying high-value suspects, seizing criminal assets, and supporting prosecutions. The International Police Organization said Black Axe and similar groups are linked to a significant share of cyber-enabled financial crimes worldwide, including romance scams, cryptocurrency, and investment fraud, business, email, compromise, and money laundering. Director of Interpol's Financial Crime and Anti-Corruption Center, Tomonondo Kaya, said the operation demonstrated the strength of international cooperation in tackling organized crime. Here in Nigeria, the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hardin Kai says more than 150 terrorists have surrendered to troops in the Northeast this week. The figure represents a 202% increase from the over 50 recorded in the previous week. The development was disclosed in a statement by the Acting Military Information Officer, Headquarters Joint Task Force Northeast, Captain Mohammed Goni. According to the statement, the increase followed sustained intelligence-led operations and intensified military pressure on terrorist networks in the region. The military said the development reflects growing pressure on the terrorist freedom of movement, logistics, supply lines, and ability to retain fighters in their enclaves. It added that weapons and ammunition were recovered from some of those who surrendered. The task force attributed the development to military operations, strategic communication, and civil military engagement aimed at weakening terrorist networks and encouraging their members to abandon terrorism. But you're still watching the midday news on Voice of the People television. Still ahead, U.S. begins fresh training for Nigerian forces. Please do stay with us. Welcome back, and right now we move to the analysis segment of the midday news. I'm being joined by Darlington Agomore, a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining the conversation, Mr. Darlington.
My pleasure.
You're welcome to the midday news. All right, let's quickly talk about the APC denying withdrawing 2027 campaign council list. Now, the APC says that the campaign council list was not withdrawn. Now, despite reports that it was being reviewed. What does this confusion per se tell us about the level of coordination within the ruling party?
Now, it is not confusion per se. It is the people that are included in that campaign council and those that were left out. Though, when you look at it from that angle, you can say, yes, they are confused. They were never intentional in any of their actions. When it comes to matter like this, in fact, Tinubu may not even be in the know of most of the people in that list. Maybe it is when there is a outcry in the polity, then the man may get to know and then start asking questions. Then maybe from that point, he will now say, okay, let us look at it again. That has been the modus operandi of APC. They take irrational action without thinking it through, without considering what the polity will say. It is when people now begin to pick holes in their action that now they will now say, okay, I want to look at it again. Then his henchmen will say, yes, Tinubu is the listening president. He's the listening president. Like, on what ground with the National Revenue Service man be involved in APC campaign council? On what ground? And they say he's the director of finance or something. This is a very awkward behavior, the awkward inclusion. Because under normal circumstances, these people are working for Nigeria, not for APC. So on no account should they be involved in any party matter. On no account. But with Tinubu and his APC, they believe they have conquered Nigeria, and so they can do anything. In fact, maybe they want to include the CBN governor. Yes, the CBN governor. I don't know why they have not included him in their campaign council or fundraising council.
Well, the APC has said that any change will be officially communicated. But in an election as important as 2027, how damaging can conflicting information like this be for the political party against the public confidence?
Nothing bothers APC. Nothing. No scandal touches APC because they are not even thinking of Nigeria.
So you're saying APC is insensitive to the concerns of the people?
It doesn't, seriously. APC is not bothered about what you think or what you feel about them and their actions. No. This campaign is simply how to rig. APC is not thinking on how to win your vote. No. They know that they will never win your vote. So they are thinking of how to rig. That is what all this is all about. Didn't you see what happened in Osun State as an example? Tinubu invited his 76 disgruntled APC leaders in Osun. He gave them a chartered plane and they came to Abuja. And he told them, look, forget your differences, so I want you to win Osun for me. Forget your difference. That's all that quarrel won and they quarrel for Osun. I don't want them. All I want is Osun. Is that not the marching order he gave them? Unfortunately, they did not reckon with Osun people. Those people they are good example of stubbornness. Osun people. They dealt with a Tinubu. All his so-called strategy and shenanigans, they mess it up in Osun. With all the army he invaded Osun with, they dealt with him to tell him that we too will know the hear. That's
Thank
it.
you. Thank you very much. All right, we've been speaking with Mr. Darlington Agomore, a legal practitioner as well as a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much for being a part of the media news.
My pleasure.
Right, moving on in business, data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority (NMDPRA) shows that average daily petrol supply from domestic refineries fell by 20.6% to 25.8 million liters in July 2026. This is down from 32.5 million liters per day recorded in June. The latest figures from the authority's monthly oil and gas data also shows that the decline in domestic supply was partly offset by higher petrol imports. Imported petrol rose to 19.7 million liters per day in July from 18.1 million liters in June. Combined domestic and imported petrol supply therefore stood at an average of 45.5 million liters per day in July, representing a 10.1% decline from the 50.6 million liters supplied daily in June. The July figure marks the second consecutive monthly decline in total petrol supply, following an increase from 47.4 million liters per day in May to 50.6 million liters in June. The NMDPRA data also shows that domestic petrol supply fluctuated significantly during the first 7 months of the year. Now in sports, the Ethiopian Football Federation has formally submitted its bid to the Confederation of African Football to host the 2028 Africa Cup of Nations. The decision follows a shift from the federation's earlier plan to target the 2029 edition in line with CAF's new 4-year tournament cycle. Federation Secretary General Bahiru Silahon confirmed that the bid includes a full sovereign guarantee from the Ethiopian government, signaling strong national support for hosting the tournament. The bid comes as Ethiopia faces challenges with CAF-approved venues, forcing its national team to play recent home fixtures in Morocco and Tanzania. To address the infrastructure gap, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has led a major stadium development program, including the cooperation and completion of the Addis Ababa Stadium in Addis Ababa. The government also plans to develop and renovate international standard facilities in Addis Ababa, Dahir Dar, Dawa, Hawassa, and Jima, and Mekele. And to wrap up the media news, we'll delve into the analysis and the entertainment segment. President Bola Tinubu has condoled and consoled with the family, friends, and colleagues of veteran Nollywood actor, filmmaker, and screenwriter Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, who has died at the age of 66. In a condolence message issued by his spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, the president described Ogogo as a distinguished artist whose decades-long career contributed significantly to the growth of Yoruba language theater and Nigerian cinema. Tinubu said the actor's body of work would remain an important part of Nigeria's cultural history, while his mentorship of younger artists strengthened his legacy in Nollywood. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu also described Ogogo's death as a painful loss to Nigeria's creative industry. The Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, paid tribute to the actor as a legend of Yoruba cinema and an advocate of Yoruba culture, saying his contributions went beyond entertainment. Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, described Ogogo as a towering figure in Nollywood whose artistry reflected discipline, moral strength, and cultural pride. The Are Ona Kankafo of Yoruba land, Gani Adams, said and described Ogogo as a cultural ambassador who used this craft to promote Yoruba traditions and values. Meanwhile, Minister of Art, Culture, Tourism and the Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, expressed grief over the actor's death, describing him as a towering figure in the Nigerian film industry. And with that, we've come to the end of the midday news on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0813-871-4129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures.
Hello people and welcome to the Spotlight Show. It's always happening here on the VOP TV, and this is your favorite hub where we talk about culture, style, music, creativity, music, and a lot of beautiful things and entertainment stories that are buzzing online. And it's a lot this period. guess what? I'm your special baby girl and host, Precious Akimanu, aka Call Me Prezi. As they waiting, as they be an E for the energy. But today is, as I always say on the Spotlight Show, is always an amazing time. I am not here alone. I am not alone. So I have two angels joining me today, and one is already smiling, but I don't know why she's keeping her face like that. All right. And we have Oyindamola on the show today.
Good afternoon, people of God, because you know, say I'm not a general commodity that she's adding me up to somebody else. I'm not like I have two angels.
See,
call me the way you will call me, or else I'm
not.
Okay, hello, no problem.
And we also have Jessica on the show with us today. Jessica,
hey guys.
See the smile. Hey guys, don't be you. Anytime you go use vex, won't spoil everything. Calm down. She be let alone. They say person, you are not a good person.
You are not a good person. Are you not owing me that you've not paid? Hey, I don't understand. You're owing me for many months.
You say this. She be
now here you promised me now.
Child.
I mean, now.
You see the time why they say sometimes your friend. Now I know say Oyinda is not with me.
Well,
a friend in deed
is a friend in need.
You are completer now. Oh no, I don't understand. You go completer now. You should let me leave you people's video. Come and hug yourself.
Why you now? Why you now?
We have matters to settle.
All right, fans. Yes, and this is the time to say to all my Muslim friends, Happy Eid Maulud. It's a beautiful time. See, I don't thought about something this morning. I be like say I will come to join. I won't join Muslim. It's not a bad thing. I mean, I want to, wear my hijab.
Talk other things they go do.
No, I just they give you example. Wait, I want.
You know, say if Igbo get on, they follow Alaji.
Hey, God of Jesus.
No, wait, Mona knows how they talk truth all the time. They don't follow Alaji. One they tell they say no worry, I'm gonna take care of you. And then they say they want to
start dropping small talks.
Understand? As they go, they drop tips.
They'll be hinting you. So when it comes out, it's not
exactly. If like say this thing don't go to see finish because
I lie. Don't they hide one allergy, Abi?
Which one more allergy? Where you see the
Abi, don't they say, don't call me allergy.
All right, guys.
What are you joining them for?
It's always an amazing time having my angels with me today.
No, I know they carry
calm
me
down. Let me finish.
Call me specially the way you normally call me. Even Savior cannot drag that with me.
Okay, it's always an amazing time to have my boss with me since you know green make I talk well. All right, guys, we have a lot of stories today, and guess what? We're going to talk about a lot of things. Things are happening, and that's why we are here to bring them to you. And first on our list today, we're talking about Angel, who's a spiritualist, actually speaks on her traumatic childhood experience, and she actually a Nigerian spiritualist and social media personality, Angela, has sparked conversations online after sharing a deeply personal account about her childhood. And in her account, Angela alleged that she lost her virginity following an incident involving her mother. So her revelation has, generated a lot of people talking about it, with many people expressing shock, while others has focused on the wider issues of childhood trauma and the long-term effects such experiences can have on a person. So yeah, we would also actually listen to what Angela has actually said on this video. So let's see this.
Like my mother, something that I've not shared before. Yeah, I've not made it public ever. I've not told anybody. The only two people that knows this, my mother and my husband. Yeah, how I lost my virginity. My mother took the virginity from me. And this is what happened. But before I explain what happened, before I tell this story, yeah, I don't care if you judge me or not. I know a lot of you will start saying, she's your mother, no matter what. She carried you for 9 months. If she hated you, she would have removed you. I wish she actually removed me then, because what I went through, I don't understand. And up to today, I don't still understand. So if you want to judge me, judge me. I have daughters, I have children that I don't even know. I need to train them right. I don't want to end up like my mother. I don't want to do to them what my mother did to me. Do you understand? And I can't even scold my daughter even when she's wrong. Every time I try to scold her, I have this fear, I have this anxiety. If I spank her, I have to go and beg her. I have to tell her I'm sorry, give me a hug, because I don't want to be like my mother. So if you want to judge me, please, by all means, go ahead and judge me. I don't care. Call me names, because everybody's thinking now that we are old, everybody's saying, don't share your story, don't talk, you hurt your mother, how will she feel, how will the community see her, this and that. What of the daughter, what of me, what of that inner child that wants to heal? You don't understand. Okay, let me tell you the story. So growing up, I've always liked boys. No doubt. I've always liked boys. I never liked the company of girls. I've always wanted to be around boys. I just don't know. But I've always wanted to be around boys. And you know, us millennials, growing up back then, you realize that, you remember that whenever you are always navigating toward boys, your mother will automatically think that they will impregnate you. You know, those kind of things. And then, even at that, a lot of people still got pregnant at that period. But so, they were getting reports about me that I was always doing boys, I was always visiting boys, I'm quite alright. I had one male friend then, my age mate. He had sisters too, they were the same age grade with me. So sometimes they'll send me on an errand, I'll branch to their house. I was 14, yeah? So one time, she heard a report, I think from one of my siblings, that I had gone there. And then when I came back, she asked me what the boy and I did. I explained to her, see what we did. We were just watching television and we were just, nothing else. We were talking, watching. She said, it's not true that the boy touched her. I said, no. The next thing, he wasn't, slapped me, you know. I said nothing, and then I was trying to wage when she tries to hit me, I will wage it. When she so she started holding her hand. She said, you are fighting me. So, oh my God, so you have grown to the age of your father. Let your father come back. I will tell, I started thinking, what did I do? Then when my father came back, I don't know what she told my father. She escalated the whole thing, told my father that I had slept with the boy, this and that. I had not. I did not do anything with the boy. The next thing, both of them, my father was, if you see the punch, the kind of, like, you cannot give a 14-year-old child that kind of, it was all my upper cord, everything. Then I fell backwards. I couldn't hold myself. And the next thing, I started trying to, I said, okay. She was pushing me to talk. I started thinking, because then I was reading a lot of Muse and Bones, right? I hadn't had sex before, but at least I knew what it was about. I knew how they do it. So I started explaining to her. I told her, okay, the boy just told me to lie down. I lied, the boy now stayed on top of me. She said, the boy remove your pants. I said, no. She said, it's 3 but okay, yes, he removed my pants. And she told me to remove it as the boy did. I had to pull, because I was wearing a gown. So I had to pull off my gown and I was wearing a dress and I removed my pants. I said like this. She said, I spread your leg.
So,
well, quite a number of crazy things happen around the world.
Actually.
But you know one thing I think, in as much as we know that we are in a civilized age and we are not supporting violence, we're trying to make parents understand that there are always better ways to parenting.
Yeah.
Yes. But hello, Sister Angela, your words are they are not correct, because they are not the incoherency in your words. Okay, so now what makes you as a child that your mother sent you out and you went to a boy's house? At that age, your mama beat you because your papa.
At 14,
are you for real?
See, then and now is not the same.
No. The age she's mentioning is the age I was. I'm a millennial, so I know what she's saying. And at 14, I was in SS3. So I had a very SS3. Yes, my education. Yes, I finished at 15. So that way she dey talk, her word no correct. Drop that because at that age,
in the village, it's different.
Let me actually say this. So there was a statement she made that those days when we were growing up, there are some parents that will normally tell their children, if a man touch you, that immediately you get pregnant. I mean, those kind of words are not supposed to be the words that you're supposed to tell a child.
You're supposed to educate the child.
You educate them well.
No, you don't have to say if a man touches you, get pregnant.
I don't even like the fact that you see a child.
You know that they don't even tell us the name of genital parts.
That's the problem. You have to educate them more about it.
You're saying it now because it sounded so. Let's not forget the generation that trained millennials. The generation that trained millennials didn't have the opportunities that millennials have. We were the last generation that saw the oldies and the new emergence. So I could tell you for a free that some of those, our mothers and fathers didn't even know what it means to train up a child. They are all coming from a place of what they have experienced. If my mom, I remember very well, vividly then that when elderly people shared their experience with me when they were younger, I said, how did these people survive? And to them, they were lenient with our own generation. Our own generation was the one who now had the opportunity to see different cultures because we became a global room where we could see. I never reached, okay, I don't reach airport. But do you know that then, do you understand what I mean?
I understand what you're trying to say.
14-year, no, I'm not supporting the mother. What I have to tell her is that as a 14-year-old girl, there They said the beginning of the mention of your mother's name is the beginning of fear. You cannot leave your house. Your mother cannot tell you. Do you know how my mom used to send us message then?
See,
was
you
spat on the floor.
You see children, especially in the village, they will just want to go and hang out with their friends and gist. And
there is
that's
time
the
to
time.
play.
So that's the time.
Not be when they send
Have you
you
not seen all these
message?
stuff that, oh, my mom said I should go and grind pepper and I dropped it to go and play ball and the ball hits the pepper. That's how it happened.
Did they not tell you what? Did they not tell you what?
There was no social media then.
No, did they tell you what the experience of dropping the pepper to go and play
but
the
that one
ball?
is different. But putting it in a child's head that, oh, you're not supposed to be with a boy. If he touches you, you're getting pregnant. You just have to explain to the child, even if you don't have to be that detailed, but you don't have to tell them that, oh, being with a guy is bad. It's not bad.
You can say that now.
A guy can be your friend.
You can say that now.
It's not now.
Then, do you know the experience we had?
You cannot justify that.
I can't know.
You cannot justify a 14-year-old.
Please, let me actually say this. You know that growing up, 14, how did you leave the house? Actually growing up, my mother spat on the floor and send you to the beggar bus stand. And you're going to allow that
she went to visit her age mate, not
no.
And he had sisters. Did you forget the fact that she mentioned that he had sisters that were her age
sister in the house when she went to
I want to say this. Growing up, we all know that they taught us sex education.
Yeah.
We experienced it, you experienced it, she experienced it. Who taught us say they don't teach them for school? Waiting they're supposed to know. But the fact that what our mothers have, oh, if man touch you like this, you don't carry belly. All those kind of mentality now makes us so no. It puts so much fear. It was not matter. My mom was when you go tell say, oh, when they touch you like this, you go get belly. Now even those ones say they go say we get to that place where you we won't reach that end.
Okay, they want to taste that thing. They want to taste that.
The curiosity always kills the cat now.
So why are you now putting the curiosity in the child's head now?
Now, let me tell you one of those things I learned while I was growing up. First of all, when a girl child gets pregnant at those tender age, especially for their age group, like 90 out of 100, most times, they don't call it as pregnancy. And the shame always fall back on the girl's family. I'm speaking from what I know. I can't start mentioning their names because some of them are even popular figures now. I know about 6 of my friends there that got pregnant. And, those boys' family will literally come out and tell you, it's your girl child that is a prostitute.
Okay, you see the problem I have with people now. So why are you blaming the girl's family and the girl? Why are you not blaming the boys? That's the thing that's happening now. You're blaming single mothers, but you're forgetting that you're supposed to also train the boy not to make someone a single mother. Now you're putting the blame on the girl and the family, but you're not putting the blame on the boy's family. Why did you not train the child not to get someone pregnant at a very young age? At the end of the day, it falls on the girl.
Did you agree that even the name itself, they never consider the feelings of the female?
Yes,
a lady who got a child out of wedlock has a name, but a guy who has a child out of wedlock,
he has a name.
Big boy.
He's a single father.
They have a single father.
He's a single father.
No, just like last year this year. Do you know this?
No, he's a single father.
Do you know where growing up, they would? I know there was a lady in my school who got pregnant for his guy. My university, not secondary now. Okay. University, recent years, 2014, 2015. They were both students, and the lady got pregnant for the guy. Before the pregnancy, we all knew them as boyfriend and girlfriend. So when the lady got pregnant, it was in news. But the guy looked her in the eyes and said, I'm not going to take that pregnancy. And the girl could not drop out because of that. She used to come to school. Then finally, she was an ND student, the guy was an HND student. Then I think during the break, she had a baby. She had a baby almost the week we had our exam. Then she resumed back for her HND. The guy still came back to do PGD. And then she has a child. She comes to the school with the child. You know those kind of children say they disgrace my DNA. That when they begin, they don't need to say, I've been a precious pikin. So the boy looks so much like the guy.
Father.
And the guy at the infantry in that same school had another girlfriend. Yes. And he smooths the school.
That's the problem we have now.
Even that girlfriend,
when that time and now, they still blame the woman.
Do you know?
That's the problem.
They still blame the woman. But me personally, I will blame the man because you lack home training to make a woman a single mother. if you don't want to marry her, at least take responsibility for the child.
This. You know, sometimes it's based on the mindset.
Yeah.
You see a single mother that will train their child well, and still give their child good training. But you see some single mothers have been so damaged to the extent that they want to also damage the child that they have.
It's not your fault
it's
because
not
they were victimized now.
It's not intentional.
It's not intentional.
It's just an extension of who you are.
Even some married women do that.
It's a trauma.
Too. It's a choice.
The way we heal different.
It's a choice.
You are not in
it's
that
not
a choice.
It's not a choice.
Do you know why I'm saying it's a choice? If they bring rubber where they thief, person where they thief, and person where no they thief, even the person where no they thief self get maybe get opportunity to do like get that kind of opportunity where the person where they thief self. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And you say, oh, because of this, I don't think I want to go and steal. I just want to be focused.
Now you're talking about character.
Wait, I'm not talking about character. This is based on...
No. Somebody
mindset.
is mentally stressed. You don't know when you're mentally stressed or mentally traumatized. You don't know that some things you do, you're hurting the other partner.
Exactly.
Until the person talks to you. So you're not even aware of your character towards the person. You don't even know that you're hurting this person.
Jessica, a lot of people have issues. If we count the people
because of yours, some people don't know that they are mentally traumatized.
Okay, so there is this popular page on Instagram where they show interviews that they have with criminals. Okay. So when I use the word criminals, people that have been convicted with enough to say. And I think I watched it from like 11-ish last night till like after 2, and I watched from all the episodes, and I realized one thing was in common. If you are normal, you can see somebody as a criminal. Do you know criminals don't even see themselves as a criminal? One was saying categorically, and his own left me to my dreamland and brought me back to life this morning. Because the way Amanda he said, the state just gave me 125 years for nothing because we wanted to go to ferry. Everybody wants to go to ferry. And we got to their house and said, let's mow your grass. And they said, no. I said, instead of moving to the next, I said to go in. Let's do 2 homicides. Not a big deal. And I was giving 125. In fact, I said, not a big deal. Not a big deal that you killed 2 persons.
See? I don't think any child deserves... I'm serious. I don't think any child deserves this kind of treatment.
Honestly, I agree.
Honestly, even US... Trump don't even talk, say, any child where you
go... No, they use Trump, the example for me now.
No, African training is different from the Westerners.
Let's put it together. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It's high time that we start knowing that children are valued.
Nobody's taking that away from children.
No. Mothers are now. Because some mothers don't even have that.
It's not the values they're taking away. So I think the problem with Africans is the way and manner we got our training.
And we want to extend that same training to our own. They are torturing children and they feel that they are training them.
You think it's torture?
It is torture.
That's really not torture. Sometimes you have to talk.
Okay, some of us survive because of this torture. I never had a similar experience like us, in all fairness. But I know my elder sister had a similar experience.
Do you know?
And why I didn't have? It's because I saw what my mom does
to my sister. The other person.
So me automatically I became the best behaved.
No, see, when I was in school, sometimes I'll see people, I'll be like, you like home training,
trust
because
me.
Like you actually, your mother did not beat you because there are some things I want to do. And I remember that if my mother, she should catch me.
I kid you not. There is a boy recently I was sharing with someone that knows the boy's family, that knows all of us together. I was sharing with that person, I think yesterday. I said, the boy is just going to be 6 or 7. No be couple. I tell the boy to his eyes, I say, look at me very well. By the time I get married and I have a child and he's a girl, and my girl wakes up to the future and say, I want to marry, he's a no. Because your mama no train you.
Like, you
so I cannot allow you to be in my own
she's in support
future.
of gentle parenting.
No, funny enough, the mother is not gentle parenting, no, but I think she just, my mother used to say that a proverb there, you say, person is supposed to breastfeed where they breastfeed. I don't even understand. Like somebody that is not old enough to have a child, that does not have the mental capacity to give birth to children. It's not by you seeing husband and you. It's about the fact that what is inside of you as a girl child that you want to impact on your children. And this person has 3 children. And the 2 presently are the same. And everybody keeps saying the same thing like, like they didn't train these children at all. And to the mother, she's flexing that she's a Gen Z mother, she's this, she's that. When I look at her, I say, fine. Me Gen Z don't marry, don't born 3. Me I never marry, never born. So if you say I know that, do you understand? But I will not support torture. I will not support inflicting traumas on your children.
I want to say this, Oyindamola. There's a way you could actually train your child and that child will still give you respect that you deserve.
Yeah.
A lot of parents feel that it's by beating, blowing,
They
kicking.
didn't even know.
No, calm down. It's by beating,
Even by
kicking, blowing,
support and
shouting.
May they do it, may they spread the word and may and spoil
So
the child.
you're just putting fear in that child.
No, so if your child, if you were called
See,
from school
there's
and
always
they
a
said
saying,
your child
we
took someone else's space, you cannot come and start telling, oh,
Jessica,
my baby,
we know the
don't
saying
take
that
this
says-
person's space.
Jessica.
You have to beat the child and know that this thing is bad. You're not supposed to
You didn't even
steal.
realize from the way she was explaining this thing, she didn't see her own fault.
She was actually crying.
No,
That's
she
to tell you the
wasn't.
trauma that
She's
she
wait
had.
Now she's crying from trauma.
No, some people don't
Say
take
they pain her.
accountability.
She didn't even take accountability
No,
that as
they
a child she was wrong to have left where her mother sent her to a boy's house. Okay, now in that same boy's house, we have had incidents where people went to another place when their parents sent them and they never returned. That era was even way darker than now. That era with no
I think her mother was trying.
So are you trying to say that as a young child, you're not even supposed to have a friend that is a guy?
Okay, so if you have a friend that is a guy,
It's the mindset.
Now, if you have a friend that is a
It's the
guy,
mindset.
that you have to sneak to the guy's house, then you say no.
She did not say she sneaked.
She sneaked. That did not. Did she tell anybody?
No. She didn't say it, but her actions showed
did
that
she tell
she
anybody?
sneaked.
With whose permission did she go to the
I
boy's
know
house?
maybe her mom had seen that, oh, this guy is looking
And
at
the
my
boy
daughter
might not
one
even
kind
look like
eye.
somebody that is from a responsible home.
I'm just saying that. See, a lot of even the I don't want to bring the America
Don't bring America into
no,
this.
but the truth is that
clear our table.
you can't just start saying, oh, the guys, the ladies. I'm trying to say this because basically I can actually make a friend that is a boy, and because it's your age grade, both of you are growing together. We always have people
But we have people 13 and 14 that impregnated
Wait
themselves
now,
so
that's because of the training they
and
actually
it's not
had.
even in Nigeria. So now you want to talk about that? Let's go to America.
So what
they
are you
have
not
the
trying to
highest
say?
rates. So the America where there is leniency.
40 years old is doing baby shower.
I'm being serious. It's not.
No, it's normal.
Just
It's
check
online.
it.
It's
It's
online. I
online.
see
They are
them.
even some of them are older now. Some of even funny enough, they not made it look like a norm.
It's a normal thing for.
I saw a 13-year-old girl saying on her TikTok the other day, saying, you know, our very first time of doing the do was so cute, and his mom gave me a gift. Who be the boy mama will give you gift? I'm gonna break somebody's head.
Yeah.
Like the boy's mom knew when my daughter came to your house and
She
you
has
do
been
the do.
westernized, so she doesn't believe in. She doesn't believe in.
It's the mindset.
Even in the Bible, they say she beat. They say she
Do you
spared the
know?
rod, and how did they put it again?
Oh, do you know children thought police to arrest both the mother, the son, and my child?
Children feed
Paraventure.
on what? Children feed on what they see and what they
Definitely.
hear.
That's why the mother beat her so that she no go try again.
But I feel like if they wanted to play, there were open spaces to play. You did not have to go to.
Exactly.
I mean, we were in the village. They were in the village. They would have stayed under the tree.
Remember what she said. Remember what she said, that while growing up, she never liked having girls as friends.
Which is not a normal thing.
No.
It's not a normal thing.
Wait,
it's not. I mean, she said she had
it's not even
to-
a problem. We had tomboys in our era so
Yeah.
much, and I think it came from the what's that the era before our own.
I don't know why you're still justifying this whole thing.
I'm not justifying.
We have to
put
stand with the fact that
clarity, my
that
love.
woman actually traumatized her daughter.
She
Yes,
did actually.
She traumatized that lady because
We
she's
agree.
even still living with the fear, the same fear and everything.
Yes, and
She did.
Angela has children.
But she should take accountability
And
of
she
her
had-
own
of her own
actions.
She. I
See,
don't
for
think
every
she's that
action,
mom.
there's a prize.
exactly.
She's living happily with
Okay,
her
now
husband.
let me.
No, I said for me, you're not saying inside the house, no, they're living
No,
happy.
I'm saying because a lot of people really troll her and say things about her, but she's actually living happily. But trust me, she's still living
that
with
she
that.
relates to you, right? Like that's
You're
the
just
life-
seeing
that's
what
the
they
life
want
she
you
lives
to see online. You're just seeing
Did
that.
you see this Chinese live streamer that came out to say she wants to stop live streaming, and I think she's one of the highest live streamers in China, and she talked about the fact that she wants to start living a real life, and people
I
have
don't
to
understand.
exactly.
What you
So
see
like
online
the
is-
life she has been living online
Has been a
is-
fake life.
Actually, it has been scripted. It has been scripted for
Do
you
you
to
get-
watch. Because
and-
if I show you my day-to-day activities, my dear, you will sleep. But I have to do something. Because why am I going to the shopping mall to go and buy a bag? I'm like, oh, come and unbox with me. I don't do that every
There was
day.
one lady that used to do. She would just wake up. I know I don't necessarily early morning, and I'm warning you. Now I sent you message. I'm DM. I'm warning you now. Like this thing. She would just wake up in the morning and say, "Now I'm going with my helicopter. I'm going to." She can mention one country just to drink water.
Oindamola, I'm just saying that.
I bet which kind of water.
There are better ways to
Train a
train
child.
children.
No, we are more
and that's why
enlightened
some
now.
no, I don't put it in some schools. Schools have actually stopped, teachers hitting a child. If you want to correct a child, there are so many ways you can actually teach that child or, correct the child than using wood sticks, hitting that particular. I know say they talk say spare the rod and spoil the child. But trust me, e be like say some parents come they
okay, wait, let me play scenario.
They use the rod as
I think
as a leverage.
You're against like disciplining a child, but I feel like you need to put both of them together.
I'm not against disciplining a child.
You need to put both of them. Sometimes you need gentle parenting. Sometimes you need to actually beat the child.
I mentioned that I talked about a case where a lady actually spoke about how she corrected her child. So the child was misbehaving and the child's grade were actually dropping. And she didn't know what to do. So she met somebody that actually talked to her on how to actually, because she don't beat tire. In fact, inflict wound on the pikin. But the pikin still no, you understand, still no change. Still they do anything they do. But she actually had two options. And that option was that she actually carried it during holiday period. She took that child to the prison and took that child to someone that was successful. So she now told the child, this is how the prison looks like. Oh, you are seeing the people that are here. They don't know if you come out. They know if you go inside. So if you are here forever. This is where you stay and you die. And things that happen here, things that are going on. So still carry the child, go where success. Someone that is actually successful. To see, there are two ways. It's not left for the child to decide. Oh, if I want to go and still chook head inside problem.
Do you know some children will still see that and
the funniest thing is that you cannot beat a child into being intelligent. So I feel like that kind of thing that's a normal thing to do. So the child will know, oh, I want success. But when a teacher calls you and say, oh, your child stole something from school, you need to beat the child and also practice that. So you tell the person, for every action you make, there's a consequence. So now, after the child finishes stealing, you beat the child, you take the person to the prison and say, if you do this in the future, this is where you see yourself. So you won't tell me your child stole his school. Come and follow me. Enter.
Did you say skit earlier this year or late last year where they were asking some children what they want to become in the future? Where a boy said, I want to become a Yahoo boy. That skit was very viral.
Now.
So all this thing is a mental play. A lot is happening. And a lot of children are exposed to quite a number of things. I tell it to you that as at my SS3, yes, boys were around me. I'll be like, I find gay, but they piss me off. For no reason. They just piss me off. Because in that time, when my mates are running for success, they're saying, hi, fine. And I will look at you. And so, the devil has a trick of always trying to use what you love the most. So the devil realized that, okay, this girl is more of intellect, the brilliance and the part. Then one very intelligent guy in my school now approached me in SS2. And I told the guy, I said, okay, wait. Obviously, I liked the guy. But I realized this is not what I want. And the fact that I'm seeing somebody that matched my energy in terms of, it not be even matched, you surpass my own.
Love made in heaven.
But even with that, I was not blinded to the fact of what I have seen, that I know, and I feel like I don't want to be in that category. So for that singular reason, I didn't say a yes to that guy till we finished our SS3. And every other girl felt they had names for me. They say, you think they did this song? You are feeling yourself. I'm like,
but I feel like it's more of what your mom told you. My mom will always tell me, mom will be like, don't get pregnant. Mom will always see.
Because my mama don't beat me one time when we say, my your wife follow me go bedroom. Go do mommy and daddy. My wife did not get to see. He didn't even touch me. As they enter the bedroom, we were doing games. So me and him, he's the daddy and the mommy. Then we enter the daddy and mommy.
Where you know the daddy and mommy come outside?
I never even enter. As we just open the bedroom door, those they enter. One mama pass say, what are you doing there? I say, hide. Our mommy and daddy. Then the mama hold our hand. Carry us because they say, mommy and daddy. The way and manner I was treated, I think I was 5.
Oh, if you remember what I said to you, that children are really, they are really moved by what they see and what they hear. Consistently, maybe you have seen your mom where she does mommy and daddy.
No, not at all.
No, the mommy and daddy at that time, you don't know what
somebody has.
You don't know what the mommy and daddy mean. But your parents now as an adult, you know what mommy and daddy.
When I now later asked my father, okay, why did we even go into that toilet? He now said, he now started explaining from what he has seen. And I looked at it and said, no, I thought we were just hiding there like hide and seek. He now said, no. Do you know that because of that singularity, I didn't speak to Mayowa till they moved out of our compound, I think about 5 years later. And anytime they call me, adults called me, they'll be like, oh, why are you not talking to Maiwa? I said, I don't want to be his friend. He's not a good person. I didn't have to explain that this is what he told me. So I realized he knew what he was doing. Maiwa was a year older than me. And me, I didn't know what Maiwa meant when he said, let's hide inside the bedroom. But I got the beating of my life from my other brother. My mama not touch me. She just carry me, tell my other brother, say, that one get anger issue before. He beat me.
Well, my mom was more of a talker, though.
So like, the truth is that I feel there are still better ways to.
She was more of a talker.
To actually train.
If you get pregnant, your father's family, they will laugh at me.
I am not going to consider
you. You wanted to disgrace
my mom will tell you that.
No, my mom was someone.
The taba will take carry belle go take back your pikin.
The truth will always be that mothers are really special people. No matter the fact that we always have our African mothers that are really intense, that really want that really want better for their children.
Definitely, they
but
do.
The truth, I will still stand by. Please train your child well. It's important, but don't inflict the part where you say you put pepper, and that's way off it. I will still not support traumatizing your child and saying you're training your child. That's two different things.
And I think we should emphasize on the fact that you don't give birth to a child from baby. You didn't train them, no discipline, and when they are in their teenage or when they've grown older, you want to start instilling trainings in them. I understood from where I'm coming from that even as a baby, there was one that I witnessed very well when they gave my niece a potty, and she decided not to pee in the potty, and they removed the potty. Then she pee on my aunt. My aunt just turned her bum bum, bah. Then she wanted to say, next time you wee in the potty. She know the following morning.
She read it.
From then on, she started using the potty.
So I understand from Angela's. I'm not supporting her mom.
I'm not supporting her
but
mom.
But I feel like her mom was so concerned about her, but she did not come from the right angle.
Exactly.
So she was too harsh. I know, like, she was trying to be protective of her child, but sometimes you need to understand that you need to talk to your child. Like while growing up, my mom, she would not set your phone, but she will always tell you, these people that are telling you this stuff, they will get that stuff and leave you. So you will not go around, because I knew people going to hide their phones from their mothers. You see, a child only wants you to see what you want to see. Because children of these days, they will hide. You will search the SIM card and you will not see anything.
There was one that the boy asked to calculator. And so it looks like normal calculator.
So you need to actually need to come into your child. You know, you can easily enter somebody by being close to them, trying to talk to them.
Yeah.
Then if they do something that is extremely bad, then you can beat them, but not putting pepper. So sometimes you have to be your child's friend.
There are measures.
You actually have to be their friend.
Do you know there are measures to hold a child to ransom by instead of beating themselves?
Actually,
a lot deal. Let me not share. Let me not be
we have some comments already. A lot of people are actually buzzing online, and they've said things concerning Angela's story. So we're going to take some comments from the comment section and see what people have actually said concerning the young lady that has actually explained what happened during her childhood, the kind of traumatic childhood she actually had. And a lot of parents have actually, said things concerning her too. And we'll take some comments from the comment section and see what they have for us. And yes, Eddie Collins said, I wanted to laugh, but I'm hiding in South Africa. I don't want to go back. What is going on?
To my country.
To my country. And DK Julie Clay said she's always talking from the two sides of her mouth. No mother would want to see her 14-year-old child misbehave and wouldn't take actions. So most mothers
take harsh
measures, which can traumatize them.
Exactly.
Let her forgive and forget for peace to reign in their hearts.
Peace not even reign for her heart. Now mama won't come back, undo it.
Let's not forget that this woman actually disvirgin her child with that thing.
Nah, she talk calm.
With the
it's
pepper.
Allegedly.
That is what she said.
It's allegedly.
Can Pepe disvirgin?
It's allegedly, my dear.
It's
Should
very
we bring
possible.
a medical person to come and analyze this, how it works?
Can Pepe
disvirgin I don't know. Moving on.
Let's take one more comment. We have more comments from the comment section.
Obi Saint.
He said, oh yeah, make una rush her slimming tea.
Now where all this go lead to?
Olive Snow said, make una pity her and buy her slimming powder tea.
She launched a slimming powder tea.
And Akuma now Nokwa said, after listening to her story, you must buy her. What's all this?
So I think No, they must say no. This is looking like a strategy. Because I remember
is it?
Nina, not for her.
She
Nina
said she's going to talk about it. It's her true life story.
Maybe it's just the wrong
alleged.
timing. Maybe she launched a business and she talked about her trauma. Doesn't mean that she's actually. No, I don't think so. You cannot come and cry online and I'll buy steaming tea. No, you cannot cry online and I'll buy it. It doesn't even make sense.
Nina Chiefs has always made us feel like, oh, I'm heartbroken. Men are this, men are that, and that same Nina, boom, got married.
But she did not say her man. She said men. No, she said men.
No. The way she always come about it, so she be like, I didn't support her. She said somebody's
story now. It might be something that happened to somebody that she knows.
No, it was after people now trolled and said, okay, it was fine if you had story. Okay, like what we are discussing, like, nobody can say, oh, it happens to Precious.
Yeah.
Or it happens to Oyin, or it happens to Jessica. I don't know if you understand. Mina will come, she will even, it's just like Awa. And they wait for Awa too. Because Awa will come and say, hey, Alhaji don't say no do again, no. Hey. Then, then she now had to, she's not playing again. She now said, she was doing relatable content.
Yes, now.
Which is fine. But at that point, it made it sound like, as I think months before our wedding, she was still sounding like someone who is single to stupor.
But our relationship status does not concern you. She's giving you gist.
We never asked her.
She's entertaining you. That's the entertainment you want. But trauma cannot be a strategy for business.
That's what Nina did all through. So when she now finished, she now introduced.
But she was not traumatized. Now she was talking about men, but we're talking about real life trauma.
It's not only men. She talked about parents.
The truth will always be that mothers, please.
They can do better.
You guys can do better. I mean, you shouldn't just.
Life is even evolving.
You want to train your child.
You can't do that now. If you do it now, police will carry you.
You mustn't inflict so much injury
on your child
to cause them trauma at the wrong run. So that's all I can say for that. All right, guys, this is actually where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And trust me, it was really an amazing time with you guys here with us. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please tell your story with her. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, to subscribe to our channel for more exciting episodes and updates. And as well, I'm still your host, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. I didn't do this alone. I was here with my darling.
Yes, our darling. Exactly.
And also
Jessica.
All right.
Our angel.
Thank you for staying with us. See you next time on the Spotlight Show. Bye for now.
Bye, guys.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run from motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Ibenide, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Just Equal to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl Etnosai Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light sef dey no fit give us o. No road for motor, even leg sef dey get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mechie.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 081-367-14129. And now the news in detail. We begin the news by telling you that the Alliance of Sahel States, AES, has launched its first confederal parliament in Niamey, giving 45 representatives from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger a new forum to deliberate on common issues as the three countries deepen political and institutional integration. President of Mali's National Transitional Council, General Malik Diao, said this is the beginning of a confederal parliamentary diplomacy designed to support and strengthen the ideals of the Sahel states. The president of Niger's Consultative Council for Refoundation, Mamadou Jingare, stated that the parliament should bring the confederation close to people across the three member states. The parliament now adds a representative layer to the AES institutional structure. Its 45 members, 15 from each country, can deliberate and issue opinions on confederal affairs, bring citizens' concerns into discussions, and contributes to closer alignments between the three states. The new institution also marks another step away from the regional order that the three states once shared with their West African neighbors. The first session of the parliament runs from August 24 to 29 in Niamey. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger left the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, in January 2025 and have built their own political security and economic structures through the AES. Still in West Africa, 6 people who were deported by the United States to Liberia last week resisted getting off the plane and were reportedly sent to Equatorial Guinea, another nation that signed a third country deportation agreement with the Trump administration. Advocates say under a series of often secret agreements, the Trump administration has deported thousands of people to about 24 countries that are not their own as it pushes ahead with its immigration crackdown. Immigration lawyers claim the practice is being used as a legal loophole to indirectly return some asylum seekers to countries that they fled. A person on the plane and lawyer is quoted as saying that the group who refused to get off the plane in Liberia on Thursday include 4 Cuban men, a Brazilian man, and a Cameroonian woman, while a Honduran deportee aboard the flight said the group refused to disembark, saying Liberia was not their country and that they would face danger there. He added that they were then separated from the others. And finally, from the region, Ghana's Gold Board has ordered that artisanal gold ore purchased by self-financing aggregators for exports must be refined locally from September 1st, effectively banning exports of unrefined ore under those agreements and arrangements, according to a statement. The directive is the latest step in Gold Board's lightening grip on the country's vast artisanal gold sector, a broader regional push to retain more value from mineral reports and exports. The West African nation created Gold Board in 2025 as the sole authorized buyer and exporter of artisanal gold to boost output and foreign currency inflows. The directive issued by Gold Board stated that no gold ore purchased under arrangements with approved off-takers may be exported in unrefined form from September 1st. It added that all such gold must be refined at refineries approved or designated by the board before export applications are considered. Elsewhere, residents of Beni in the Democratic Republic of Congo are donating blood to help replenish declining supplies as fears of Ebola keep some regular donors away. Head of the Beni Blood Transfusion Center, Dr. Vianney Kambere, said since the reappearance of Ebola in the city, they have noticed that the number of well-intentioned people who used to regularly donate blood has decreased. He appealed to residents to help keep hospitals supplied. A donor, Cedric Sikiminiwa, said he was aware that he can save people who require blood, whether they are victims of accidents or soldiers wounded on the front lines who may lose a lot of blood. As the DRC battles its largest Ebola outbreak on record, blood reserves are running critically low. As of late August, over 5,500 cases and around 2,640 deaths have been reported, with infections detected across 6 provinces. The outbreaks driven by the Bundibugyo virus, and there is currently no approved vaccine or specific treatment proved effective against it. In other news, Zambian authorities closed the country's top court on Monday, blocking access to the premises. The shutdown came on the final day of the opposition could file a challenge to this month's disputed election. In a memo, the chief administrator of the judiciary told staff not to report for work, citing security reasons. Opposition leader Brian Mundubile said last week he planned to file a petition as the Constitutional Court to challenge the August 13 election results. He finished second to President Hakainde Hichilema. The deadline to file such a challenge is 7 days after results are announced, which falls in the early hours of Tuesday. Meanwhile, 2 UN peacekeepers from Ethiopia were killed and several other people were injured in an ambush in South Sudan's Jonglei state. The United Nations said the deaths bring to 9 the number of peacekeepers killed in the line of duty worldwide this year. United Nations spokesperson Stephen Dujarric told a press briefing that among the injured were 3 peacekeepers, 2 police officers from South Sudan, and 2 civilian staff members. He said the attack was carried out by unidentified gunmen and the patrol appeared to have been deliberately targeted. The UN had called for authorities for a thorough and prompt investigation to ensure all those responsible are brought to justice. Dujarric said that the attacks against United Nations peacekeepers may constitute war crimes under international law. And now to East Africa, the Law Development Center Magistrates Court has dismissed charges against alternative digital journalist Arnold Mukose, who was accused of falsely announcing the death of First Lady Janet Museveni, who had not been seen in public for several months. Grade 1 Magistrate Ivan Maloba dismissed the charges for warrant of prosecution, citing the state's failure to present witnesses, produce the police file, or comply with an earlier order to amend the charge sheet. Mukose had faced 2 charges relating to allegedly sending false distress signals concerning the First Lady and broadcasting fake news. The prosecution said the offenses were contrary to the Uganda Communications Act and regulations governing electoral and electronic communications. The case returned to court on Monday for further hearing after the defense had previously challenged aspects of the charge sheet, including the court's jurisdiction and the prosecution that was subsequently directed to amend the charge sheet. However, State Prosecutor Rachel Namutebi told the court that she did not have either the amended charge sheet or the police file. Namutebi, who had recently returned from leave, asked the magistrates to exercise his discretion on how to proceed with the case. Magistrate Maloba subsequently dismissed the charges, effectively setting Makose free unless he is being held on other charges. Makose had spent more than a month on remand before being granted cash bail of 5 million shillings on May 5, 2026. His lawyers had argued that the offense were bailable. Elsewhere, President Yoweri Museveni has reportedly directed the release of former Speaker of Parliament Anita Among from house arrest and decided against prosecuting her over allegations of massive corruption and illicit wealth generation. President Museveni's son and Chief of Defense Forces CDF General Muhoozi Kainerugaba claimed that Museveni had instructed him to release Among and that the state would not prosecute her. In a separate post responding to a question on whether criminal prosecution against Among will continue, Muhoozi said the president has decided to forgive her. The decision marks a dramatic turn in the fortunes of Among, who only months ago was facing investigations into alleged corruption and illicit enrichment, abuse of office, and money laundering. Among was placed under house arrest in May after joint security agencies searched several properties linked to her, including 3 residences. The investigation also extended to entities associated with her, including a radio station and school in Bukedia. And with that, we'll move to the analysis segment. But before that, we'll go on a very short break. And when we return, we'll delve right into the analysis of the African news. Please do stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. Right now, we delve into the analysis segment of the news. And joining us in the studio for more insight on the African news stories is Darlington Agomor. He is a political and public affairs analyst. You're welcome. Good afternoon,
Afternoon, Chris. How are you?
All right, I'm fine. Thank you. Now, we're going to be talking about the AES states launching joint parliament. Now, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger left ECOWAS in January 2025 for emphasis sake. Now, they have their own 45-member parliament. Is this becoming a genuine alternative regional bloc, or is this mainly a political statement against ECOWAS?
Good. In fact, we need this type of development for a change. ECOWAS have lost its relevance, and so somebody need to give them direction. Since they lack direction, is that not what we have been clamoring for? ECOWAS parliament. Yes, we have ECOWAS parliament before, but how effective are they? So if these people have done it, then kudos. It shows that they are serious. That is it. It shows that they meant what they have been clamoring for. So I am not surprised. Seriously, I'm not surprised. Very soon they will have their own common currency and leave your ECOWAS currency since you don't know what to do.
But each country now has 15 representatives,
yes.
But the 3 AES countries are not equal in population. They are not also equal in economic size. So the question is equal representation actually a factor, or could this be creating another problem?
It is the same way you have three senators in each state of the federation. Are you equal in size? Are you equal in economic power? Are you equal in anything at all? So that means they have realized that yes, they are equal, not just in number or economic power, but in what they are pursuing, in a common goal. I mean, what is it that 15 people cannot do or talk in a parliament to represent their state? What is that thing? So I mean, I will give it to them. They are serious. In fact, they are not the only one that have done this. So they are not the only one. Go and check. I just gave you an example with Nigeria. Look at all these states. Are they equal in? Is Lagos State, is it not the most populated? But they have only 3 senators. That's just it.
All right, now we cannot take away the fact that ECOWAS was actually created to promote regional integration across West Africa, including economic integration. Now, if these 3 countries are creating a separate institution, wouldn't that weaken the West African integration as a whole?
It will not. Rather, it will strengthen it. Nothing is cast on stone.
What happened to unity?
Are they fighting you? They want to be on their own. They want to be a regional bloc. Maybe you didn't even know the experience of these people before they started to break away. With your so-called independence and freedom, these people were still under bondage of their French colonial masters. Are you not aware? They were still under bondage. And ECOWAS, as a bloc, could not even help them, could not come to their rescue. That was their major reason. When they broke away was when Tinubu was the chairman of ECOWAS. Instead of him to speak on their behalf, rather he was in bed with their oppressors. That was why they left. And in fact, they acted like me. I would have done the same thing, no. Seriously, I would have done the same thing because the suppression has been long over the years. Can you imagine that these people, their money, their own money, is domiciled in Paris? In Paris, that is where their money. Then when you want to borrow the money, you now pay interest on their own money. I mean, what kind of thing is that? That means these people are living off them. They are living off these their colonial vassal states. The principle of assimilation is no longer there. They use it to enslave them. These people, their eyes were covered over the years until somebody said no. Enough is enough. So let nobody blame them. They need to be free. If every other Anglophone countries want to be in bondage, let them remain in bondage. But these countries, give it to them. With time, you will see how far they will go.
All right. So from your perspective, what would this development do? What success rates do you think it will bring or establish in the next 5 years? Do you think there will be more political independence in the parts of ECOWAS, or do you think that there's going to be freer movement or whatever? What have you?
They are going to now develop. There will be even development in these states because now they are now taking their destiny in their own hands. Paris will no longer tell them what to do or what not to do. No. They are no longer under the bondage of anybody. And the first thing for you to develop in life is for you to be free. If you want to make progress in life, you must be, first of all, be free. And so now that they are free, you will see how far they are going to go. I mean, in fact, I say I give them kudos for doing what they did. I give them kudos. At least they are free now. With time, the other French West Africa or French African will join forces with them. With time, they are going to liberate other French colonies that are in bondage. When they see what these people are doing with their life, with their destiny, nobody will tell them that there is freedom or there is freedom in progress or there is progress in freedom. With time, you will see it.
All right, thank you very much. Now, let's move this analysis segment over to U.S., where the U.S. deportees sent from Liberia to Equatorial Guinea. Now, the people being deported are, being sent to countries that are not their own. And we've been seeing cases of these immigrations happening. Now, at what point does deportation become a human rights issue rather than just simply an immigration policy?
Look, if those people know their right, they should sue the U.S. I'm not joking. They should sue the U.S. and they are going to get victory at the end of the day.
Why do you say so?
Why? Why do you deport me to a country that I'm not from? Whenever you want to deport somebody, you deport him back to his own country of origin. That is what international law says. How can you carry somebody from Uganda? You now deport him to Guinea because you want to. I don't get it. Does it make sense? Except that person misrepresented you, misrepresent himself in his passport or something. But if this person says, look, I am from Guinea. If you are deporting me, take me back to Guinea. And you insisted and took him back to Ivory Coast or wherever. That person have every right to sue you. And you cannot escape it. That's the truth. This thing that I don't know who gave them this mentality. You wake up and you start scattering people all over the place. For what? It's because it can only happen in Africa because you don't have a say. Yes, you don't have, who will talk on their behalf? Which African country, African leader will rise up and say, US, this thing you are doing is wrong. I mean, challenge Donald Trump for once. Nobody can talk. Nobody. That's why the man is doing it anyhow.
All right, now the U.S. is reportedly using agreements with about 24 countries. And these 24 countries are like 24 third countries, right? So could African countries be turning into transit destinations for America's immigrant enforcement?
They shouldn't. It shouldn't be so. There is no place on earth today that airplane cannot get to. If you are deporting anybody, Africa should not be after all, when they were leaving, did they pass through Africa? When they were coming to America, did they pass through here? Why do you want to use this as a transit camp? Then when you now deport them to a country they did not come from, a strange place for them, who will not take responsibility? You landed in my country, I don't know you from nobody, no family member is coming to welcome you at the airport, nothing. And so you want me to take responsibility to send you where you are supposed to go? No, I will not do that. That is the more reason why these people should, in fact, lawyers should take up this matter on their behalf. Seriously, lawyers should take up this matter on their behalf and sue the U.S. government. They should take it up as a pro bono case because you just devastated this illegal immigrants according to you. You just devastated, you just mess up their life because they will be stranded at the airport. Where are they going to? Whose home are they going to be taking in? I mean, look at it. It doesn't make sense. Or those people, didn't they tell you where they came from? At least when they land at the nearest airport to their community or to their state or to their country, yes, it is easier for you to say, okay, you connect them to the nearest flight to their country. It will be easier. At least they have identified where they come from. Then why do you make things difficult? You did not even say, okay, when you get there, make an arrangement with the country where you are taking them to. You didn't. You just dump them there. You just dump them there. And the African states, because they don't have any more to say, because Donald Trump and America is involved. Left for me, I will tell them, remain in that place, don't come down. No. Don't come down here. I'm not joking. If I have information that I will tell you, don't come down. Don't even step foot on my soil. Go back to wherever you're coming from. Or you remain in that plane.
Well, regarding what you just said, the deportees reportedly refused to leave the plane because they feared danger in Liberia.
Good,
now, what do you expect of the government of Liberia then?
Sorry?
What do you expect of the government of Liberia? I don't expect
them. They are not liable. I don't expect them to anything. So that somebody will tell Donald Trump that you are misbehaving. I'm not joking. They are not liable. In fact, the deportees will not even hold them accountable for anything.
I mean, before fighting for what is right, isn't it expedient that they at least work according to the interests of the deportees that have just come to their country?
That means you have compromised. International law does not allow it. International law does not give room for such things. Seriously. Those deportees, they should insist that this is not where they're supposed to go to. I'm not joking. And the Liberian government should insist. After all, those Liberians, they were freed slaves from America. 1840, there was a bossing meeting where they asked them, do you want to go back to Africa or you want to remain here? They will give you freedom and all that. Some people said they want to go. Some people remained. It was those set of people that said they want to leave America as a free slave that landed in Liberia. That landed in Liberia. That's why their capital is Monrovia, because it was President Monroe that orchestrated it. That is how this thing started. And so, if you are freedom, did these people tell you that they are from Liberia? Or you believe that the same slave trade, whatever, is still going on? So, anybody that you want to deport, you now deport them back to Liberia as a free slave. When he came into, did they come as a slave? When he came into America as an immigrant, did he come as a slave? As you say, he's now a free slave. Let's take them back to Liberia, where you deported the first set of freed slaves in Africa. This thing doesn't make sense. It's just that nobody can challenge Donald Trump and tell you see this one, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. You may be fighting Iran to keep the world safe, but this one you are wrong. Every insult must come to you. You must give it to African leaders. Liberian president should not allow those people to come down from that place. Let them remain there.
All right, for African governments accepting deportees from the U.S., what should matter more? Don't you think that diplomatic relations should matter? I mean, possible economic benefits or the rights and safety of the people being transferred?
It is when there is the principle of reciprocity that this thing you are saying can happen. The American government, they don't even have respect for you as to engage you diplomatically. They just do what they want to do, whether you like it or not. You know? Did you hear Donald Trump talk with Liberian president that, look, I am sending some people here. When they come, take this money and then take them to where, you know, at least, yes, give the country, as the sovereign say, you give them some respect. But Donald Trump feel that those people in Africa, what did he call them that time? The S word, Abi. Remember, he called them what? That S word, you know the S word. So, no regard here, no respect here. No thanks to African leaders who have showed us. Slave trade ended in 1801, but up to today, Africans are still in slavery.
All right, thank you very much for your opinion on that particular story. Well, let's talk about the two United Nations peacekeepers that were killed in South Sudan. Now, this is quite an unfortunate development, but the United Nations says that 9 peacekeepers have now been killed in the line of duty worldwide this year. What does that tell us about how dangerous our modern peacekeeping has become?
very soon the UN will stop sending peacekeepers. Any state that want to incinerate themselves, let them go ahead. Praise, did you hear me? Any country that in this age and time, they don't want to do things in a very civilized manner, let them destroy themselves. At the end of the day, let's see who will regret it. Britain just woke up one day. Look, I said we are no longer part of Europe. Our own economic zone, we want to respect it. The Great Britain, they left the European Union. Is that not true? Did anybody fire one shot? I mean, one like this, one shot. Was it not wisdom and intelligence and understanding that prevailed? They debated it, and then the House of Commons, majority of their parliament said, no, we are going out of Europe. And that was it. Europe did not come together and say, you must not leave. If you leave, we are going to war. I didn't hear such a thing. It's only in Africa that decent things don't happen. Decent. In Africa, decent things don't happen here.
But Mr. Darlington, this is an effort from the United Nations to make sure that at least the conflicts are being resolved. So if you're saying that they shouldn't do that anymore, then that's promoting more conflicts, which would lead to more chaos.
Hold on, please, hold on. It is because of this type of nonsense that they go to war. If you realize that nobody is coming to separate you from that fight, nobody will tell two of you to separate yourself. Me, I will do it. I'm not joking. One of the reasons why these people, look at all those people that died innocently now, what is their own? What concerns them? They just came to separate you from killing your brother, and in the process, you now kill them. What have they gained? The best thing is to leave you people now.
To leave them or to make them dig more on who is even responsible for the killings of these two peacekeepers, so that they can even make sure that this particular situation is alleviated for further occurrences.
Instead of me to waste UN peacekeepers, let these people continue their fights. At a point, they will get tired. At a point, they will get tired of fighting. Maybe that is the time fighting will end. Or didn't you hear? Whenever a madman realizes that he's naked, that day the madness will stop. Or you don't get it, Abi? It is because whenever they are fighting, the UN will send relief material, send this thing, human rights will come to rehabilitate their refugees and all that. Let them continue to fight. In fact, the refugees will even join the fight. So that by the time this thing happens, nobody will tell them to behave themselves. What are you telling me?
Now, this is a little bit concerning
because
South Sudan has struggled with conflict and instability since gaining independence in 2011. Now, why has the presence of international peacekeepers not been enough to prevent repeated violence? Because we keep seeing those occurrences.
Because they refuse to listen. They refuse to listen. You know, I've always told you that God, yes, even though we call God and, he's a merciful God and all that, in reality, God is not a nice man. No. I hope you know. God was never a nice man. That's why he sent devil, Satan, inside here. He sent so that he would teach us a lesson.
Really?
Yes, now. Didn't God warn us when he brought his son, we killed him? We killed his son. Who came to show us the way? We killed him. The man said, okay, no problem. But Satan, go and meet these people. You sort it out with them. Is that not why we are where we are? We refuse to listen. And so God said, okay, no problem. You will listen by force. You think that nobody get born again when he's comfortable? No. It was in the heat of crisis when Satan had dealt with you. Nobody will tell you to become born again. Go and check. All the people that got born again, Satan must have dealt with them until they realize that, I need to repent. Then born again will come. It doesn't come like that. I'm not joking. African states, since you don't want to bring peace here, since you don't want development, let Satan be using you as an instrument of his warfare. We'll get sense one day.
All right, Mr. Darlington, when we look at situations like this, I believe that we have to look at the actual reason for this. Who should actually be held responsible? Because when we have those people to book, then it is easy to reach out to situations like this and then tackle them. And that brings me to the question that when peacekeepers are attacked like this, who should ultimately be held responsible? Should the individuals who carried out the attacks be held responsible, or the agencies controlling the area be held responsible, or the local authorities be held responsible?
That is why the ICC was set up, International Criminal Court. Didn't you get it? It is after the war, then the ICC will now move in and pick all the warlords, like they did in Rwanda. You will now pay for what you have done. The day of reckoning is coming, whether they like it or not. All the warlords in Sudan, all the people that killed this, you think they will go away? No. No, they died in the hands of a particular section of the warring parties. Is that not true? If there is a war now between two countries, of course you will know the other side where they belong. So if any peacekeeper die in your own territory, that means the leaders in that territory will be held accountable. I mean, to find out is not something you don't need to go far to find out who did what. So let them continue to fight and kill people. At the end of the day, they will pay for it. They will definitely pay. That is, in fact, you don't need to be told. Where is Charles Taylor today and other people that did what they did? And so I'm not bothered. They will pay for it.
Now, let's not forget that we have to be concerned for the civilians, the people. If UN peacekeepers cannot guarantee their own safety, then what would you make of the safety of the civilians?
I mean...
If you say we should not do anything, then it means that more civilians are going to die.
In a situation like this, there will be casualties. So, whether you like it or not, there will be casualties.
And you prefer that casualties continue to occur?
If you want peace, prepare for war. The world we are living in today, 64 million human beings died to save the world from the hands of Adolf Hitler. 64 million human beings died from 1939 to 1945. The 6 years that this war lasted, the people died. Men died in the battlefront. I wish you can watch at least some of the films like The Longest Day, A Bit Too Far, and so many. You saw men died at the battlefront just because they want to stop Hitler. And so, if you want peace, prepare for war. It's as simple as that.
All right, thank you very much. Well, before we wrap up the analysis segments, let's quickly look at the Ugandan court that dropped a fake news case against journalists. Now, the case was dismissed because the prosecution failed to produce witnesses and the police file as well as the amended charge sheet. Now, is this simply a prosecution failure, or is this raising deeper concerns about how journalists are being treated? Because the journalists reportedly spent more than a month on remand before getting bail. What would you say as a legal practitioner concerning this?
Have you seen what I told you about leaders in Africa and how they behave? That Uganda had an experience with a one man called Idi Amin Dada. What that man did in Uganda could have taught any other leader a lesson. But look at what is going on under a civilian. You can see why I told you that your African leaders, what they think of, what they dream of, what they plan of is what? Insecurity in their own states. They never wanted anything to be done in the right way. This same Uganda, with the experience they had, do they need anybody to tell them to be more civil? These other peaceful countries in the Western world, you mean they are stupid? And so these things will continue. Tomorrow now you come and ask me, they are fighting now, the UN should sacrifice their men to come and keep peace in Uganda. Meanwhile, you are the one who went to go and draw the war. You drew it you drew the first blood. This thing that Yoweri Museveni and the son are doing in Uganda, is that part of development? Trying to strangulate everybody, including journalists. No, is that peace?
So you're saying that journalists over there are being maltreated?
Is it not obvious? When the son said that when he closed the station, they will remain closed until he gives order for them to be open. So everybody must now be writing in favor of Yoweri Museveni and his government. Everybody just say nice things. Even when the man of fat in your face, you say, this is the latest perfume. Oh. President, this one is very nice. It's not very nice. You say, yes, you're a good boy.
But if this happens, what happens to the rights of citizens and the rights to air their opinion, the freedom of speech? How do we draw the line then between freedom of expression and public misinformation crisis?
They don't want you to have any freedom, not to talk of speech. The only freedom you have is the one inside your house. Maybe when you're eating your food or when you and your wife are joking inside the other room. That's the only freedom you have. When you come out of your room, comport yourself, behave like mumu. That's the only time you have peace.
If that happens, is this still democracy?
Oh, where you? Who told you that African leaders are cut out for democracy? That is one of the deceits. If the whole Nigeria that claims to be giant of Africa cannot bring democracy in Africa, then which other country are you expecting it from? No, tell me. With your so-called giant of Africa, the most educated, this and all the things you are talking about, what have Africa benefited from you as a country? Then why would you now set the same standard to other African nations? If you, Nigeria, that claim to be the giant of Africa, you could not show example of democracy, then please, every other country, I am not expecting a miracle from them. There is no democracy in Africa. Simple.
Well, according to Mr. Darlington Agumore, there is no democracy in Africa. But we have to wrap up the analysis, this segment of the African News. Now we've been speaking with Darlington Agumore. He is a political and public affairs analyst as well as a legal practitioner. Thank you very much for being a part of the African News.
Okay.
Right, you're still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. When we return, Kagame rejects FDLR disarmament. These and more stories coming your way after this break. Welcome back. Rwandan President Paul Kagame has dismissed recent efforts to disarm the Democratic Forces of the Liberation of Rwanda, FDLR, as insincere. Speaking in Kigali, Kagame said the initiative had failed to address the root causes of the threat posed by the group, which operates in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. He said Rwanda would remain concerned as long as the FDLR remains active. Rwanda's Foreign Minister Olivia Nduhungirehe said and also criticized the latest disarmament protocol, describing it as a political maneuver by Kinshasa. The comments come as diplomatic efforts continue to resolve the conflict in Eastern Congo and improve relations between Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo. Kagame also criticized international sanctions against Rwanda, saying they were making the situations more difficult. Elsewhere, police have arrested 4 suspects in a probe into the deaths of 18 elephants in Kenya's Amboseli ecosystem. A Kenya Wildlife Service KWS spokesperson told the media that the 4 have since been released on bail. The ministry said in a statement released on Saturday that preliminary laboratory results points to the probable involvement of a toxic substance, with earlier indications suggesting cyanide poisoning due to the ingestion of pesticide-contaminated tomatoes from farms bordering Amboseli National Park. The ministry revealed that the first 15 elephant deaths were recorded between June 24 and July 2nd. In July, KWS said the deaths occurred in Amboseli National Park, Kimana Sanctuary, and the Kuku Ranch area, and that the animals showed symptoms including partial paralysis before dying within 1 or 2 days. Some wildlife experts have expressed doubt that farm pesticide was responsible for the deaths, citing the absence of reported deaths among other animals in the area. The ministry said investigators were also pursuing a 5th individual believed to have information relevant to the case. Farmers in eastern Zimbabwe are using solar-powered irrigation to keep crops growing through dry periods, turning a community garden into a source of food and income. Footage filmed at Motekwe Kwata Community Garden in Chitiyo village shows farmers tending plots, planting and watering crops. Women are also collecting water from a solar-powered system, while panels installed beside the fields power a borehole are serving the garden. Farmer Beauty Mano Mano said that the produce from the plots is consumed by the families working in the garden, while extra produce is sold in the nearby city. She said income generated from the garden has helped them to pay school fees, improve their diets, and invest in livestock. The project has also provided an additional source of income for women. Farmer Lydia Mushanjira also said that some had bought livestock and were using a community savings club to manage their earnings. Farmers say they are also keeping production costs low by using organic manure from cattle and goats instead of chemical fertilizers. The garden was established in 2023 by the local community with support from USAID through the Takunda program, a 5-year food security and resilience initiative led by CARE in Zimbabwe's Manicaland and Masvingo provinces. Goldfields has warned that uncertainty over the renewal of its Takwa mining leases in Ghana is affecting investor confidence. The South African miner said the leases expire in April 2027, but authorities have yet to formally respond to its renewal application submitted in November 2025. CEO Mike Fraser said the company's shares are trading at a discount to its peers, with legal action being considered as a last resort. The warning came as Goldfields reported an 81% rise in half-year profit, driven by higher gold prices and increased production. We'll take another quick break, and the African News returns with business and other stories. Do stay with us. I'm back and thank you for staying tuned. Now in business, Libya's National Oil Corporation, NOC, says it has reached a production sharing agreement with U.S. energy giant Chevron as part of an international tender process. The state energy company said the deal will support the exploration and development of Libya's resources. It added that the deal will allow NOC to draw on Chevron's expertise and technological urge. Chevron confirmed the deal in Libya's Sirte Basin, saying it looks forward to working with NOC and other key stakeholders in the country. The block was awarded to Chevron in February as part of an international tender launched in 2025. Guinea Energy, through its subsidiary BICO, has moved a step closer to establishing a foothold in Egypt after Capricorn Energy shareholders approved the company's proposed takeover. Shareholders representing 99.8% of Capricorn's equity backed the acquisition in vote at both the court and the company's general meetings, enabling Guinea's planned takeover and Egyptian portfolio entry. The transaction is still subject to the remaining approvals, including approval by the relevant court and conditions related to Egypt. Capricorn says it expects the acquisition to be completed in the second half of 2026, subject to conditions being met. The approval strengthens Guinea's position as it seeks to enter Egypt through Capricorn's Western Desert operations, giving the company access to an established upstream business and existing production in the country. And to wrap up the African news, we move to the world of sports. Ethiopia has submitted its bid to host the Africa Cup of Nations AFCON in 2028. The Ethiopian Football Federation confirmed its bid in a post on X late Monday. This would be its first in over 50 years. The East African country and nation last hosted the continental tournament in 1976. The bid faces numerous obstacles, including ongoing insurgencies in Amhara Kwara and Oromia, as well as the threats of renewed civil war between the federal government and the Northern Tigray region. The biennial AFCON was last hosted by Morocco, while the 2027 edition will be co-hosted by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. The tournament will shift to a new schedule to be held every 4 years from 2028 to align with other FIFA competitions. Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, which are facing deadly violence from jihadist groups, have expressed their desire to co-host AFCON 2032. South Africa's Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie has questioned the absence of video assistant referee technology in country professional football leagues for the 2026-27 season. McKenzie said the government gave the South African Football Association, SAFA, 30 million rand for the VAR project and threatened to demand the money back over delays. Speaking at the South African Sports Awards in Sun City, the minister said he had contacted FIFA and done everything possible to ensure VAR was introduced in the country's league. SAFA's head of referees, Abdul Ibrahim, confirmed that funding was received but said approval from the association's leadership was still pending. He said VAR could be introduced later in the season if the process goes smoothly. McKenzie blamed unnamed individuals within SAFA for the delay while defending SAFA President Danny Jordan. And with that story, we've come to the end of the African news. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, A Voice of the People TV. On Facebook, we are VOP TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Just send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 081-387-14129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Do have a good afternoon.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV.
Akimogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Ejo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV, stay subscribed, do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is the key to success in life. These powerful words by Solomon Otis highlight the vital role education plays in shaping individuals and transforming societies. Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we examine critical issues in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, and spotlight initiatives shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, we'll be looking at how technology is transforming learning in Nigeria as the country continues to embrace digital solutions in education. Nigeria's education sector is taking a major step towards digital transformation with the launch of the digitalized Nigeria Education Management Information System by the Federal Ministry of Education. According to the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, the digitalized Nigeria Education Management Information Systems has captured data from 124,548 schools, representing 58.4% national coverage, alongside more than 40 million learners, 1.19 million teachers, 730,000 classrooms, and 607,000 sanitation facilities. The platform is designed to replace the traditional paper-based school census with a centralized digital system, providing real-time data to support better planning and decision-making in education. But beyond data management, how can digital technology transform the way Nigerians learn, teach, assess students, and access educational content? Now, joining me to discuss this is Oluchukwu Francis, a certified engineer and information systems management technologist. He's the founder of Scholar Vault, an AI-powered school management platform, and the host of a Tech Life radio show on VOP 90.3 FM, Lagos. Thank you so much for joining me on the program, Francis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. All right, from your perspective, what does the digitalization of education mean for Nigeria, and why is reliable digital data important for improving the education system?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Mr. Machi, for having me on your show. Yes, as you have rightly said, the federal government, they are doing a lot. For me personally, digitalization means more than just putting computers or maybe giving students laptop or tablets for them to use. So digitalization, it goes deeper than that. It goes into using the complete technology, you understand? The complete technology, digital infrastructure, talk about digital content, and because, you know, we have diverse, we are diverse. We are giant of Africa, we are that, and we have different
culture,
languages,
different religions,
social, everything diverse. So we need to look at the data that we collect as a people that can help education to move. So there are some certain data we need to collect, like just what you said, Ministry of Education, we have about 40.1 million learners, about 1.19 million teachers. These are information, but this thing was done 2024. So yeah, we know there are processes. So looking at what they need to do, what we as a people need to do. We need to know how many schools actually exist. We have some information about that, but we need to have consistency in that. And from that information we are talking about is just about 57 point something percent. That is what was used to gather those information. What about others? So this is the digitalization we are trying to talk about in education, so that it doesn't exclude other schools. You know, we have public schools, we have private schools, we have schools that don't have enough infrastructure, and we have some that have very good infrastructure. So these are the one we talk about digitalization, how to get this information so that the government can now know how to plan for the future.
But it's interesting that you mentioned the role of the government, and that takes me to the next question. With this new reform, how can the government and education stakeholders use this data to make better decisions and address gaps in the education sector?
Getting this information, you know, is not that easy like that, but because, you know, we have, like I just explained, we have private schools, we have public schools, and most of these private schools are, as the word stands, private, they are independent. So where the government comes in is that regulatory part of it, so that the records that they are getting, the data that they are getting remains consistent across board. There are some local governments you go to, you'll be shocked you have private schools there. And maybe it's just it might be crèche and primary school. It might just be crèche, primary school, secondary school. So there are a lot of schools that cuts across. So, but what we have currently now is working, but we need to move beyond that, so that it will not just be record for registration. We are talking about records beyond registration, so that we can move from paper into digitalization of schools. So that is the data we are looking at. How government can do it, to answer your question, is to have a regulatory body that will make sure that this data that they are collecting from the schools, whether it's private, whether it is public schools that we see along the road while we are going, it's indifferent. During registration, how they register, what is being taught, how they are being taught, all these records, they need to gather it and send, just like as we do on the, we have a central electoral system, we should also have a central education.
So you mentioned moving from paper to computer, and it brings me to the next question. What opportunities do you foresee for technology to improve access to quality education, particularly for students in underserved communities?
For students in underserved communities, you know, there are some challenges. Infrastructure. We have infrastructure challenges in those communities. One of the biggest infrastructure challenges that we are facing is power. Okay?
Inadequate power supply.
Inadequate power supply. So, because, like I said at the beginning, is beyond dropping laptop or tablets in front. You need to empower it. You need to know. They need to know what they are going to do with it and how to get this. Because the idea of all the idea we're talking about is how to get the students to learn better, help the teachers in teaching
better as well,
and getting record, because data is very, very important. If you have although data is not something you can get instantly, it grows, because each session, we're talking about education, and each academic session, it changes. So we need to get that. So that infrastructure, power needs to be there first and foremost. Now, there are luckily in this generation now, we have some PCs, some systems that are much more, they last longer, and alternative energy supply is there. So power needs to come in. Then we'll now talk about the provision of the hardware. After the hardware, we talk about the software that will run on the hardware to help the students learn, to help the teachers teach better, and to gather this data, this information for the government, so that they can now know, okay, yes, this is where we have little shortcomings, this is where we need to grow, and this is where we need to improve.
And then how can digital platforms make learning more interactive and accessible for Nigerian students?
Wow. We are in the digital world. So this time around, yesterday, I want to give an example. Yesterday, I was I was at an office yesterday, and the GM the schools are holidays now, so the about 10 years old boy of the GM came to the office with the mom, and I started talking to him about the things that he knows or what he loves doing, and he was telling me, because most of the time I saw him playing with the phone and all those things. So and I said, that you need to go beyond this. Have you heard of this? Have you heard of that? And he said, no, sir. So I gave him a little bit of tip on that. So what am I trying to say? It can go a long way. If these children get the access to digital content, they can improve. But they need to understand how they will get there. But before they need to understand how to get there, the teachers need to know. Someone needs to teach them. So if the teachers don't know, how will the teachers know? The curriculum of the schools need to be adjusted a bit. Some schools already are doing that. Some schools, so we will have to give kudos to those that are doing that. But we are looking at the digitalization in a whole. So we need to have that in place so that the teachers will understand what they need to teach, and the students will be able to get it far beyond the hardware that we're going to give them, far beyond the software that is going to be used for that. So content is very, very key. If the content is not within the educational curriculum, a lot of things will be missed.
I also want you to talk to us about the role of abuse, because sometimes when these children or these students are exposed to some of these applications, hardware, software, abuse is certain. So how do you think this can be curbed in this digital era?
Well, abuse is even the big tech companies are still fighting it. A lot of people still find a way to circumvent all these things. But now what we are looking at is abuse is much more diversified. If we look at, is it not providing privacy, that the children will now get access to certain sites that they shouldn't get to.
Platforms that they shouldn't
Thank
go
you very
to.
much. So
that might expose them wrongly.
That might expose them. Thank you very much. And is it abuse we are looking at, that the teachers themselves will now leave what they are supposed to be doing, the hardware, the software that was given, they now start doing something else different from what they are supposed to do. So, but the main thing that we should be looking at is for the children, because when at that young age, what they get, what is dropped into them matters a lot. So just like as we are talking about now, there are some sites that they shouldn't get to. So applications should be, if you have providing hardware, you should also provide a software that once they access it, they can only access to that, and put on security measures so that they cannot access other sites or whatever that will mislead them or get, you understand, increase that abuse that we are trying to prevent. So there are preventions. This is where, because if it is not properly done, and those that we call the hackers, they can hack and then start sending some things. But that's where the cybersecurity aspect of it comes
in, which is quite important. Cybersecurity. Yes. Before we talk about cybersecurity, tell us about the Scholar Vault app. What problem is it trying to address?
Okay. Thank you very much. Actually, just like as we are saying, the government is doing a lot. They are trying. Now we just we spoke about only about 50.7% of the schools that this digital information was gotten from. What about the rest? A lot of schools are not yet digitalized. They are still paper-based. And you find out that during payment, let's start from the beginning. During payment, you now find out that they still do manual payment. But some schools have moved beyond that. They still do manual payment. You have to go to the bursar and you have to line up. You have to go and pay. You come back with a teller and all those things, which is really not that for in this generation, because a lot of parents now are struggling. They are hustling, doing more jobs. So now the application helps to bridge that gap so that digital payment is seamlessly done from the comfort of your home. And that is it. All you just need to do is to provide information about what is going on. Then other thing it does is helping to bring this digitalization we are talking about. Now, records, admissions, and other things that has to be done to make the school function and move well. So it is there. And then for students, very important, the CBT, the computer-based testing. You know, is the digital age. So a lot of students, either in the junior WAEC or the senior WAEC, or sometimes international exams like GRE SAT. So the application helps them to prepare, drilling them from 5 drills to 100 drills. So they can learn from past questions from 2000 up to 2025 last year. So they can get drills and understand what they are going to face either in the local exam, whether it's WAEC or JAMB or international exam. So it is addressing that thing so that you can be at the comfort of your home and you are resolving these issues without going out. During your payment, your studies, and then your result, everything you see it. Even if for example, a parent now might pay the school fees and the parent is not in Nigeria, or maybe it's not available to go to the school, and you can pay wherever you are and also access the record wherever you are. You can access your word record. So you don't need to always go to the school. You do everything from the comfort of your home.
And the benefit for teachers and schools as well.
Yes, for teachers, it helps teachers to teach better, because I used to tell people, if a teacher doesn't know, what will he teach? You need to know before you will teach. And I've always told people that teachers are really blessed, because they need to study, they need to learn, they need to do 1 or 2 things before they come out to teach those children, because if not, they will embarrass themselves, they will mess themselves. So for teachers uses the application to build themselves up. They grow. Okay, they can use it to generate study, course study. They can use it to keep records of each student performance, and they can use it for assessment. Also, it works for, instead of maybe internal communication, instead of WhatsApp, it has its own inbuilt communication services with the management and the parents.
And then for the AfriShelf?
For the AfriShelf is also a digital platform for authors, basically for authors, you understand. So whether it's an imam or a pastor or an engineer, whoever, you know, Nigerians are, a lot of people over the years have heard people complain about access to digital publication online. You know, the biggest digital publication we have here, I don't know if I can mention it, global publication, Amazon, it's not that easy because of some challenges that Nigerians have to publish their work. And we have, Nigerians are gifted. Look at our musicians, look at our athletes. It's one of the most gifted country in the world. But you see, some challenges come up and they deprive Nigerians from showcasing their talents and their grit. So AfriShelf came up as an alternative that you, as an author, as a music beat producer, you can put your applications or your work out there, and you cost it. But the idea is not to make it that expensive. So even if you're costing it like as low as 2K or 3K, you know that yes, you have become an author. Your work can be accessed anywhere globally. So that is the idea. It's not for somebody to come and say, okay, they want to cost it in the hundreds of thousands. No, no, no. It's for the street authors, the low people that don't have.
So while we wrap up this specific conversation, what do you think should be the role of the government, the role of schools and technology companies to ensure that digitalization does not create only database, but actually helps in improving learning outcomes?
Okay. Well, a lot has to be done. Like I said, government is already doing a lot. The Minister of Education and the Federal Ministry, they are doing a lot. Now, the companies that we're talking about, because, you know, even in as much as you have power supply, you still need data. And our ISP, they need to step it up a little bit.
What's ISP?
Internet service provider. So they need to step it up a little bit. And they need to open up to partnership with small and medium digital content providers, digital content builders, so that these applications, this software, because you can have the hardwares you want to have, you still need the application, the software to run in it. So they need to make these things available. They need to partner with the local digital content and creators and then builders to make these applications available. It will help to create a broader digital frontier for the educational sector, as we are saying. Then the policies of the government. The government need to make policies a little bit more embracing.
And flexible.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Oluchukwu Francis is a certified engineer. He's an information systems management technologist. He's the founder of Scholar Votes, an AI-powered school management platform, and the host of the Tech Life radio show on VOP 90.3 FM Lagos. Thank you so much, Oluchukwu, for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
And we look forward to having you some other time.
It's my pleasure. I will be here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters.
I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Step into a world where stories unfolds, secrets unravel, and dreams come alive. Every story has a legacy. Every legacy holds the power to inspire. A unique interview series that celebrates the lives of Nigeria's elder statesmen and women through their remarkable journeys in the military, diplomacy, public service, academia, medicine, and beyond. Conversation that transcends generations, offering guidance to youth leaders, diplomats, technocrats, and future change makers. We unveil the wisdom, resilience, and achievements that shapes our nation and the world. Join us every Sunday on Voice of the People television. Reminiscence, legacies that leads the way, stories that lives on.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyos Harity is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The Lagos State University has graduated over 20,000 students across the 2025-2026 academic sessions, with 494 of them graduating with first-class honors. The Vice Chancellor of the university, Professor Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, announced the figures, noting that the graduating students included outstanding scholars across various disciplines. Among them is Adebanjo Samuel Oluolamide of the Department of Aerospace Engineering, who emerged as the overall best graduating student with a CGPA of 4.97 out of 5.0. Oluolamide received a 10 million naira cash prize from the Sunbirth Excellence Partnership Program in recognition of his outstanding academic performance. The award was presented during the university's 29th and 30th combined convocation held at the Olatunji Bello Auditorium, Ekpe campus. The best graduating student, who was also involved in research and academic publications, dedicated his achievement to God. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has urged Nigerian universities to produce graduates equipped to address the challenges of a rapidly changing global economy. Speaking at the 37th Annual Conference of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities in Ilorin, the President, represented by the Minister of State for Education, Professor Suweiba Saidu Ahmad, described universities as key partners in national development. The President further called on universities to focus more on innovation, practical skills, research, entrepreneurship, and digital competence to prepare graduates for real-world challenges. Moving on, the University of Ibadan has emerged as Nigeria's top-ranked universities in July 2026 Webometrics ranking of world universities. UI ranked 1,291st globally, followed by the University of Lagos at 1,355th. The University of Nigeria came third nationally, while Covenant University ranked fourth. The latest ranking assessed more than 32,000 universities and higher education institutions worldwide, based on indicators including online visibility, openness, and research excellence. Stakeholders in public relations, media, communication, and leadership have called for innovative communication strategies and responsible leadership to drive sustainable community transformation in Nigeria. This call was made at the 13th Lagos Public Relations Stakeholders Conference, held at the Muson Center in Onikon, Lagos, themed Communication, Leadership, and Innovation for Sustainable Community Transformation in Nigeria.
We are looking at leadership in the various sectors: leadership in government, leadership in corporate organizations, leadership in the civil societies, even among the youth and all that. So leadership in general, because the thing about leadership is that that is what defines where we are going as a people.
Leaders must be in tune with innovation and be able to use those innovations for the purpose and the benefit of the people that they lead.
We are in an environment or in an era where communication is actually a leadership function, right? So for you to be a communicator or for a communicator, you need to understand, the workings of leadership.
Speakers and participants further emphasized the need for communication professionals to embrace innovation, strengthen public engagement, and develop solutions that respond to the changing needs of Nigerian communities.
We need effective communication. The leaders must communicate with the citizens must communicate with the leaders must carry the citizens along, and the citizens must follow the leaders. All these are carried out through what we call effective communication.
The traditional ruler and the community radio presenter are not rivals. They are partners in a hybrid communication ecosystem that, when deployed with cultural intelligence, achieves what no single channel can achieve.
Government is there to satisfy the yearnings of the electorate because they are holding trust. So people in government are not bosses, they are servants.
The place of worship, whether mosque, whether church, the school you attend, the class, what can you own in that place that is small? You don't have to think global. Think from your very self. What is the problem on this my street that I can start with?
Our nation, Nigeria, needs pragmatic leadership that will carry out these innovations and very effective communication.
And that's a wrap on Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we explored how technology is transforming learning in Nigeria, from digital school management and computer-based testing to digital publishing and innovative learning transforms. As emerging education technology continues to evolve, it's clear that technology is creating new opportunities to make education more accessible, efficient, and responsive to the needs of Nigerian learners. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all social media platforms We are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events in your communities, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos and videos with us via WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Okunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, policies, and people shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember, education is the key to success in life. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you the same time next week. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics, through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
For many Nigerians, the commencement of the 2027 election campaign marks the beginning of a critical period in the country's political calendar. While political parties are preparing to sell their candidates and manifesto to the electorate, voters say they want more than campaign promises. From the economy and employment to insecurity, education, healthcare, and infrastructure, Nigerians are looking to the presidential aspirant for clear and realistic solutions to the challenges confronting the country.
Like this, as Nigeria dey like this, nobody dey happy. Even me, you know, say me at the drama, I know how much I dey buy for every day. I know they happy. This our president, he no try at all for me. I don't know another person. So for me to vote for her, I no go try am. I would like to vote for person where he fit Nigeria. Like Peter Obina, the man. For me, my spirit, the catcher that he dey okay for us to rule Nigeria.
Beyond political rallies and promises, some voters say they expect candidates to explain how their proposed policies will improve life of ordinary Nigerians. They want campaigns to be issue-based, peaceful and free from ethnic or religion sentiment, with candidates focusing on what they intend to do differently if elected.
The last 4 years, they have not done anything. There is a bad road everywhere. So education was bad. All these schools, there's nothing to show about it. So what are we voting for? I cannot vote. Now God will be the next president for Nigeria. Now God will control Nigeria. I know that God knows, but God will touch one person's mind. Let the people that are there, they should set aside. Then let another young people to be there.
Positions are like your father will never change their color. So we only ask that God will not touch their hearts. They can promise heaven and earth. What they want to do is in their minds. So nobody can change that except God intervene.
As the race officially gets underway, the question for the aspirants is not only who can win the election, but who can convince Nigerians that the leadership will deliver meaningful change. Oyindamola Olukuto, Voice of the People TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In Nigeria's most complex city, 22 million people wake up every day needing one thing: safety. And for that, they look to one institution and one kind of leader. This is the story of a man who believes policing begins not with force but with trust. Assistant Inspector General Olorundare Moshood Jimoh was born August 10, 1971 in Ilorin, Kwara State. Raised in a disciplined home, a military father, a trading mother, he learned early order, resilience, and hard work. He studied political science at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Then in 2000, he joined the Nigeria Police Force as a cadet assistant superintendent, trained at the Police Academy in Woodhill, Kano. From his first posting, one thing set him apart. He chose dialogue over intimidation. He believed trust was a tool of policing.
Contributions of the state government to ensure that we are up and doing in carrying out our duty and other responsibility. The component of the state government in everything we do was very, very huge. And that is why when it comes to the local government election, we had an election for 20 local government area, and that is 7 LCDA, without any scratch on anybody. No ballot box was snatched, no any official were attacked, no any electorate were molested. Everything went on peacefully. And at the end of the day, we ensured security before, during, and after the election.
By 2017, he became the fourth public relations officer of the Nigeria Police Force. As a certified member of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, Jimoh changed how the police spoke to Nigerians. Factual, measured, transparent, he introduced on-site press parades, giving verified details straight from crime scenes, not to sensationalize, but to inform and deter. For this, he was named Presidential Public Relations Personality of the Year because he proved a simple truth. Communication handled truthfully is as powerful as enforcement. His career spanned operations and diplomacy. Deputy Commissioner in Oyo, Commissioner at Eastern Port, Port Harcourt. He served in the African Union peacekeeping mission in Darfur, Sudan, earning commendations for courage and restraint. He trained in counterterrorism at the U.S. Embassy in Abuja, crime prevention in Seoul, South Korea, and smart governance in China. For Jimo, training is not routine, it is preparation.
To weather the storm, we have faced a challenge that is even far, far beyond this. It's only for those who may be in a haste to believe what they feel they want to believe. But if you draw your mind back and even Google my name, you see a lot of achievement that we have recorded to the glory of God for the Nigerian Police Force.
In March 2026, he was decorated and promoted to Assistant Inspector General of Police, taking command of Zone 2, Lagos and Ogun State. And recently, he was recognized as the most outstanding anti-crime police chief in West and Central Africa for 2025. Today, AIG Olorundare Jimo leads with a philosophy he repeats to every officer. Discipline is the beginning of public trust. He believes policing must be intelligence-led, proactive, and service-driven. From cadet to AIG, his journey shows what reform looks like, not in speeches, but in integrity, consistency, and accountability. In a time when many fear the police, AIG Olorundare Jimo reminds us of what the police can be: intelligent, ethical, human.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
In a world where power shakes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
For many Korokwe and Keke Marwa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, and if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before, we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily, we see passengers. Luckily, we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour, 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something, to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price, to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continues to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onidamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as it hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello there and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of the Television, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Fresh trouble for Obi and NDC as APC uses agencies' thugs to destroy banners. Join the conversation with expert insights and season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into what into stories with details. The federal government to rebuild Carter Bridge in 24 months. The federal government actually, has made this particular announcement that Carter Bridge reconstruction in Lagos will be completed in 24 months instead of 36 months. Work Minister Dave Umahi said the bridge is over 60 years old with severe structural damage. The new design by CCEC will include extra ramps and a cable stayed section. Work is 15% complete and piling starts this week. Umai ruled out shutting the bridge down and warning it would cause katakata in Lagos, just like in his own language. But I want to also call his attention to what has been going on in this same country. We've been talking about, infrastructure, and we've been talking about road construction. We've been seeing some things making rounds on social media and, of course, the Nigerian dailies as regards to Benin, bypass, inward Agbo. I would like my team to also, flash that particular, video again. It's quite disturbing for some people to be on the road for how many days? This was just meant to be 4 hours, 5 hours, maximum 6 hours journey. And now they are actually in a particular road for how many days? This is really, really sad. This is just after this is Benin bypass. Inward, Delta State, Agbo. And we are talking about Qatar Bridge here. And any little thing you ask the federal government, you ask the work minister, he will tell you, oh, Lagos Calabar, coastal highway happens to be the best, and we are working on it. We understand that you want to do, better. We understand that you want to create new roads. We understand that you want to construct new roads. But what about the existing ones? We need you to fix all of this. We need the government, and we just have to, because the safety of these people, matters a lot. These people also have families. Some people on this particular, trip, a whole family is part of them. God forbid anything happens. What are we going to say? Is that when the government will now say, we condemn this, we condemn that? We need roads to be fixed. If we're talking about infrastructure, let us start with all of these ones that are bad already. We have a lot of them that are bad. Instead of any little thing, we talk about the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, we talk about the Badagry Sokoto Highway. Let's also talk about this particular one. Let's talk about the Abuja Kogi Road. Let's talk about other roads. If you're also coming from Kogi to Auchi to Ekpoma, these roads are also bad. We have a lot of roads in the east that are so bad as well, connecting the east. Between River State to Abia State, which is Okwa local government, to Akwa Ibom State, the road is also bad. The federal government needs to know all of this. This is really, really sad. And we just want the government to do something about that. Away from that particular one, police raid baby factory in Ogun, rescue 2 pregnant women, 4 children. Of course, the police state command have busted an alleged baby factory in Mowe, rescuing 2 pregnant women and 4 children. A spokesperson, DSP Olusheyi Babasheyi, said the raid on Monday followed intelligence on human trafficking. 6 suspects, including a nurse, was arrested. Police added that a 26-year-old woman who gave birth on August 20 was found in a hospital, but her newborn is missing. The case has been moved to State CID for further investigation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 081-387-14129, 081-387-14129. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll dissecting the conversation here. Fresh trouble for Obi and NDC as APC uses agencies, thugs to destroy banners. Don't go to a place, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of Television. The NDC is raising alarm ahead of 2027, accusing the APC of using state agencies and suspected thugs to target opposition campaign materials in Lagos. NDC Surulere 1 candidate, Dr. Ade Folasheye Adebayo, said Lassa officials destroyed over 50 NDC banners while leaving APC materials untouched, calling it a political intimidation. In Kano, posters of NDC presidential candidates Peter Obi and, of course, running mate Rabi Kwankwaso were burnt. Alongside, a party chairman was attacked. The incident come as a Lagos governor, Sanwo-Olu, declared the APC ready to win across the board. And, of course, the ADC chieftain, Dino Milai, accused APC of desperation over appointment of NRS chairman, Zach Adedeji, as campaign fundraiser. NDC leaders are demanding an investigation into what they describe as unequal treatment of opposition parties in the country. You can actually look at the video there where they had to use the LASA, Lagos State Agency, and of course some officials to remove every banner that has to do with Mr. Peter Obi Kwankwaso and, of course, other candidates from the NDC. We're now being joined by Dr. Adefolasheye Adebayo, NDC candidates, House of Representatives, Surulere Federal Constituency 1. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome on board.
I'm good.
I love the fact that you are quite calm in the studio, but when we actually saw it on X and when it started making rounds, on different papers, at some point you literally, were shouting, and you literally were, you were shouting. Now I understand how painful this is, and the reason why I'm saying I understand how painful this is because first we understand that campaign materials are not cheap.
Yes.
But that being said, if we're talking about the federal might giving everybody a fair playground for every opposition party and every party to actually have a free hand to do whatsoever they want to, this is democracy for crying out loud. But with the use of LASA and other state agencies, we've actually seen in the past, it's also happened in those states, in 2023, if you remember that particular issue where Peter Obi, then it was Labour Party, where his, banners were, removed and all of that, somewhere around Imo State, it also happened, and we saw the recent one that happened in Kano. First, it happened, I think, the 1st of June, yes. One happened like that where we saw them burning both the cap color of the Kwankwasia people, trying to pull down anything that has to do with, Obi and Kwankwaso. That's the NBC situation, the NDC situation. Now it is becoming, a thing in the country where the incumbents, you get to use the federal might, and at some point this has to stop. With this particular, situation of, NDC, just like we just watched, on the screen. Removing a banner. Should we call this a new tactics, or is it a continuation of what has happened, in the 2015 and 2019 election? Because we also saw, some situations like that between when Buhari took over, and of course his re-election again in 2019. But I would like you to let Nigerians know, the real situation that your party, opposition party, are really facing.
Oh, thank you very much. The opposition party is going through a lot. We are going through a lot because the government of the day are using the government machinery against the people. And it's not just about the campaign. Even before the campaigns, the INEC, the security apparatus, the judiciary apparatus, at various levels to intimidate the people. So it's just like a continuation of what started. And I know that from what is going on, it's going to be more than this. Because what is going on is they are full of fear. And when someone is full of fear, they will begin to do a lot of terrible things. So if the government of the day, the APC government, believe that the people are with them, they should let the other parties be. However, we know that we are not expecting them to give us a level playing field.
But this is democracy.
No, this is not democracy. Democracy is government for the people and by the people, not government against the people. So this is not democracy.
So are you saying the APC are against the people?
Yes, they are against the people. The people, there is a contest, the Nigerian people are involved, APC and its own people too are involved. Now, if you want to run a race, you go and put a stumbling block, and at the same time you are the umpire, then it is not a level playing field anymore. So the government is afraid. That is the honest truth.
But they said they have everything to campaign with. They said
yes, they have everything to campaign with.
They said that they've really done a lot and their reforms is yielding results.
Yes, the reform is that road that you showed us, Benin Express Road. That is the reform. That's the renewed hope. Where people die on the road. Where people are stranded for 4 days, 2 days, having trauma to their mental health. The lifespan of an average Nigerian is 45 years old. How can you be in that kind of place for 2 days? You are stuck. If it's bad enough to be in traffic, you stay in traffic, people have blood pressure there, they have stress disorders, they have hypertension, blood pressure issues, they can even have a cardiac arrest. An average Nigerian is not a normal person. Things that happen in this country don't happen in other places.
Doctor, you said this particular situation, some time ago when you came on the show, you said Nigerians need to be checked.
Yes, we all need to be checked. All of us in Nigeria have psychiatric problems. I'm sorry. It's just God that is keeping our mental health. Because if you see these 2 days, 4 days on the road, there is a risk of infection. The car is going to be destroyed. There is going to be accident. People are going to steal each other's things. There's going to be a lot. There's risk that maybe terrorists will come out of that bush. A lot of things will go wrong in this place. So now, how do you explain people being on the road for 2 days? I don't know why the government is gaslighting us. They are gaslighting us because, one, you will say you are doing coastal road. That coastal road, is it one road what happens to the other roads in Nigeria? What happens? This road is bad. This is not just this one. So the government of the day is gaslighting us. Not only are they gaslighting us, they are making it difficult for themselves to campaign, not me. In fact, they are they are exposing themselves. They are exposing themselves. Look at what happened to me recently. I was just watching this video. Initially, I thought that maybe they were just straightforward people trying to sort out the special, in quotes, association banners. I now realized that I was the target. Unfortunately, the point at which I found them, on that place, under a certain tree. I don't know which advertisement board is under a tree. I don't know. Please help me ask them. Now, in that place, they took my banner. And unfortunately, they forgot Barakat's. They didn't know. So I showed it to them. See, the Barakat's banner is beside my own.
That's the Barakat you're talking about happens to be the House of Assembly member?
Yes, they took my own.
Of 22?
Yes.
Okay.
I now noticed the trend. I got to a particular place. I saw their banners. It was even broken. And I carefully placed my banner. It's not obstructing any place. It's not on the road. In fact, what shocked me was that there was a banner that I placed beside a tree. It was taken. One I placed on the rock. That is even the shocking part. It was a strategic banner. It was taken. Please tell me, what has that got to do with special
So are you saying for every other APC, banners, they still remain there?
Yes, now go. I will show it to you. In fact, let me shock you. There was one at the junction when you're about to enter Marshall Road. There is a Barakat's banner beside me. My own is just in front. And my own was not, in fact, our own was tattered and even bent. They picked my own and left it there. And that's when I knew something is wrong.
Okay.
So it's not just me.
Now,
they are trying to send a message that they are intolerant to others. You should be tolerant. Let the voice of others be heard. So they think they are intimidating us. They are not intimidating us. They are just showing who they are. They are showing the kind of the character of the present government, intolerant to the people. So that's just it. And I was told they took my banner to somewhere. God knows where they took my banner to. So, and I know their aim, because they don't work for they don't work hard for their money. Their money is stolen wealth. So they can afford to just say, okay, we are going to frustrate them.
Doctor, when you say stolen wealth, do you have anything to back this up?
I don't have anything to back it up, but all what I know is that if you work hard for your money, you will consider another person that works hard for his own money.
Okay. Now let me bring this in now. We've actually seen, several videos, make rounds, in the dailies and of course on X, where any banner that has to do, just like, yours happens to be among, the banners that has been marked. Any banner that has to do with Mr. Peter Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, and maybe a senator or House of Rep member like you, anywhere, it is being removed.
Yes.
And they come, in the guise of, just like your party said, and every other opposition, mentioned that they're using the state agencies. So that would be happening in different parts of Nigeria because they have almost all the governors.
Yes.
Who should the opposition report to? What should the opposition do? How do you solve the situation? Because without your campaign flyers, without, campaign posters, like, what do you do?
The opposition should report to the Nigerian people. You cannot report. How can I report to somebody that is causing the problem and knows what he's doing? The opposition should report to the Nigerian people, just like the citizens of Osun State. Adeleke reported to the people of Osun State.
But he has gone back to the same people to say that he will support them.
There's one proverb they said in Yoruba. Just take this small sweet so that I can pass. If there's a word like that.
Okay.
So what is happening? Adeleke is not Osun now. Adeleke is one man. Osun people, where Osun people say they are going, that's where they will go.
So are you indirectly saying that Osun people would not support the APC in 2027?
You know how many people died because of this Osun election?
They picked their governor, but now their governor happens to be the executive of that particular state. He will tell them, oh, since you love me and you follow me, I want you people to, vote this particular man.
That's why they call democracy is government by the people, not by the person. Democracy is government by the people, not by the person. And that is why despite the 30 governors that decamped to APC, this maybe about 16, more or less, came to Osun. So if you think 16 governors is 16 states, 16 governors are so 16 persons. So the people are the ones we are reporting to. I am reporting to the Nigerian people. See what they are doing to you. Because I'm representing Madam Chukwu that is selling pepper. I'm representing the artisan on the road. I'm representing the person that goes to work. I'm representing the doctor that wants Nigeria to be good. I'm representing the engineer. All of them they are contesting through me. They are contesting through me. So I am not just one person. I am Nigeria. I am Surulere. So whatever you do to me, you are doing it to the others. And the Nigerian people are seeing it. They are seeing oppression. And there's a stage that when people get to, they will rebel. Remember in South Africa, it got to a point. They were ready to lose their life. There's nothing that is free. Power is not served on a la carte. I didn't come out to cry to any person, please come and feel sorry for me. APC took my banner. No, I just came to inform Nigerians that this is what is happening. They are just getting me warmed up. I am just warming up. Okay. So are Nigerians warming up through me.
Doctor, I want to pick up a particular statement you mentioned just now. You said power is not served on a la carte.
Yes.
Now, I remember that your principal, Mr. Gregory Peter Obi, he has been accused over time that he loves the a la carte kind of tickets. Because if you look at it, when he moved from the PDP, to Labour Party, okay, they said he was just giving. And afterwards, he moved to the ADC, and they said, oh, he left ADC because he didn't want to contest in the primaries, so he was looking for a la carte ticket. Then he moved to NDC. NDC gave him automatically with the clause of just one tenure. When you talk about a la carte, and with all of the assertions from the northern political blocs and the APC, they're actually saying that Mr. Peter Obi does not have the political structure to actually, galvanize or get more votes. Now, we've also seen that several attacks or, some people actually, frowning at, either their poster or whatsoever that signifies that of your party, which has been allegedly said that it is being fueled by the APC. Now, the APC also mentioned that it doesn't pose a threat to them as regards to being an opposition. But my question to you, do you think that NDC has that enough structure to win the 2027 general elections? And the reason why I'm asking this is because you were also a member of the Labour Party in the past. And one thing was clear to Nigerians, and it was that you had a lot of youth behind you. But as at then, you complained of one issue. You said you didn't have enough, party agents at polling units. Hence, some results were not being counted, or you couldn't protect, your votes to an extent. Do you think the NDC has what it takes now to win the election? What are people doing differently? Because the only thing that we feel is different is that you left the Labour Party and you are now in NDC. So what are you going to do differently to show that you have structure?
Thank you very much for that question. I remember before the last election, the government of the day said via their agents, either on Twitter or social media, that we were 3 people tweeting
in one room.
In one room. That 3 people allegedly gave us 6 million votes, which we know is not 3 people. So now we have increased to 6 people. So add that another 6 million to it. That's on a lighter note. But I want to say something that there's nothing that is impossible for a person, people that are determined and are going somewhere. It just involves a lot of hard work. Now, yes, NDC is a few months old. Have you forgotten that the people are not few months old? What the NDC we need is the people to be with us. That's what we call feedback. We've gone, we've seen where we missed it, where we went wrong. We didn't have agents in some place or in some places. But any sensible person that wants to win an election, which we have seen now, will sit down and do a SWOT analysis. Where did we go wrong? What should we do better? Which is what the NDC is doing. And don't forget, when it comes to elections, the truth of the matter is that power belongs to God. And he will give it to whomsoever he wants to give it to.
If you say power belongs, if you say power belongs to God, what if APC gets to announce that that God gave it to them?
Wait now.
No, I'm just using your statement.
Wait now, I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. What I'm saying is this. There is no person that has the monopoly of the victory of an election.
Even when he's an incumbent?
Jonathan was an incumbent, but the man said it will not.
There's no blood of one Nigeria. Yes.
He could have been the president, yes. But what will be the benefit at the end of the day? There are some presidents in this country that if they can turn the hands of time, they will turn the hands of time.
Do you have their names?
I don't need to tell you. They know themselves.
Okay, I don't know them.
I know them.
I want the Nigerians to also know them.
They know themselves.
Okay.
There are some people, if they sit down now in the history of Nigeria, they will not be able to. You cannot say something good about them. You can say they built some bridges and some other things, but when it comes to history of democracy, they goofed. Some are living, some are dead. History will always judge people. Power is transient. It's transient. So if we have a situation, the situation where we are presently in, I'm a Christian, so I don't want, maybe I won't quote a scripture, but there's one place in the Bible, even the people that they were the Pharaoh or the Philistine, they were fighting the children of God, the Israelites. And they told themselves, we will quit ourselves. Don't see yourself as a man. Fight with all your power. And they prevailed. You can prevail despite the situation on ground. What we want Nigerians to see themselves that this battle we are going in for is battle of the people against them. This fight for our democracy is fight for our lives. There are some of us that if in fact we can be abroad, we can be everywhere, but yet we are here. We are not stupid now. We know that there is good in this land. And if Nigerians can come together, all parties, political parties, let us come together. Nigeria is a great country. If we come together, we can kick these people out. It's not going to be easy. There will be damages along the way. Have you seen somebody when they win a war that you don't have scars? There's scars. But after some time, the joy of the victory, people forget.
Okay, so I wouldn't want us to use the word war because
okay, sorry, let me not use war.
It would look like maybe you are insulting people, and you're telling the people that no, I understand that you're talking about the same election, and of course you're talking about democracy, and you're just trying to tell your supporters and the supporters of NDC, and of course Nigerians at large. But I want to bring you to a certain, corner.
Okay.
Have you noticed that whenever the APC, are having anything called rally or something, you're always in crowd with them?
We're always in crowd.
They also have their crowd?
Yes, now they have their crowd.
They have, right? Okay.
Yes, now.
Now, when you talk about Nigerians at large, these are also Nigerians.
Have you ever talked to their crowd?
And these same Nigerians also want their party, their president to continue.
Have you tried to talk to their crowd?
I've not. Maybe you have.
I have talked to their crowd. Their crowd is program crowd. 5K, 10K, come and stand here. Or if you don't stand, we will deal with you. It's not out of love.
Do you have evidence to back that up?
Of course, a lot now. A lot. In fact, there are sometimes when you interviewed some of them, they don't even know why they are there. Then when they are done, they will start fighting. Where did the 5K that you promised me, you didn't give me? So that's the difference between their crowd. Their crowd is rented crowd.
Okay, doctor, since you're talking about, the 5K, that's just how Nigerians call it, that's 5,000 and all of that. Let me bring you to that particular, eye now. Let's talk about it. We have what we call voter apathy in the country.
Yes.
Because so many people feel that their votes, are not being counted, and that's the reason why they don't want to come out to vote anymore. After the 2023, we saw what happened, and some people just feel, the rigging is, is too much. I don't think my vote would count. But we saw it live, in Osun, showing that truly vote does count.
Yes.
And that's the reason why a political party can decide to pay 30,000 naira, 20,000 naira, 50,000 naira to a voter to say, come and vote for us. Now, we've had, a different revelation and, of course, analysis as regards to what happened in Osun, where, of course, I also had, I covered the Osun from here. I also had a certain honorable from the APC as a chieftain, of course, Accord Party. But there was this statement that kept on, appearing in most of their conversation, which you just mentioned as regards to, the program supporters, where you get to give people money to, either vote for you or to, appear at your rallies. Now, it is said that vote buying has come to stay in this country because almost all political parties, or rather all political parties, gets to buy votes, but it is just about the game of the highest bidder. It was said that Accord allegedly spent roughly 40 billion, but the APC even came with 100 billion. That's, someone blew a whistle by saying that about $1 billion was still remaining in one of the APC leaders' house, even after post-election. But the main conversation was the people of Osun decided to just go with the Accord. Otherwise, the highest bidder could have won again. When we get to a point where we hear dollars, pounds flying here and there, Are we saying that we should be bracing ourselves and getting ready for the biggest vote buying, the most rigged election in Nigeria in 2027? Will your party also rig as well to get their way somewhere? Will you also rig? Will you also buy votes? It's just a question. Nigerians need to know.
Okay. The question, the way we answer this question.
You have to be plain.
I'm plain, as
All right,
plain as
doctor.
possible.
Okay.
There's poverty in the land.
Okay.
There's a lot of hunger in the land. People need money.
So is that the yardstick for you to give them?
No. Wait.
Okay.
I'm not saying you cannot stop a hungry man from collecting money. A very hungry man. Some people are hungry, but their integrity is still higher than that money.
Okay.
But a very hungry man, you may not be able to stop them. But when you explain to people the consequences of selling their vote, then they might still be able to collect the money and do what is right, which is what we saw in Osun. Now, in terms of my party, will my party buy votes? Now, what I will say is this. I'm not expecting my party to buy votes. But what I can say is that elections involve a lot of money. It involves setting up meetings, speaking to people. And so before I hear you, you have to give money. Should we give that money? You cannot say we will not give any shish.
But your principal
No.
has been saying that.
No.
No, Mr. Peter B has saying, I know they give shishi, and that's what was built around him.
Wait, see, there's what we call justified spending. Look at the man has spent several billions building. Let me use the health sector, at least I know that one. Building people. If you, as a man now, and you have children, you will not rather continue spoon feeding your child. You want your child to get to the point where he is developed that he can build his own business. Now, when he says he does not give shishi, does not mean he will not bribe you to vote for him. That means you were never really interested. Because if you bribe you to vote, then when you don't come back, then you will still be shouting, where's my money? So, and if we start on that note, we cannot outspend APC now. Somebody that has the key of the treasury, he will be giving it directly. But you don't have the key of the treasury. So you can't do that. We cannot compete with APC.
So what are people doing if you're not competing?
We cannot, in terms of finances.
Yes.
We can't compete with them.
But you just mentioned that some people would mention that before you speak with me, they want to take money.
Okay, let me use evangelism. Sometimes you want to evangelize. They say before I hear the gospel, buy Coke for me.
Sometimes you tell them you buy it after the preaching.
Yeah, sometimes some people will agree to.
And when they agree, when you finish preaching, they give their life to Christ and you go.
Yes, but one day the word will enter their spirit and soul. That's the same thing. We are talking to Nigerians.
So are you saying it is official? Are you saying it is official now that before you talk to Nigerians, you have to give them money?
No, there are many people we talk to. They don't demand money.
So, but what you're now saying is that the ones that demand, you need to give them.
I didn't say so. Please.
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that there are different scenarios, but buying of votes, we will not buy votes.
Okay.
We will not buy votes.
So what will you do in return? What will you do in return?
Well, we talk to Nigerians and we'll give them what they need to be.
But I like the fact that you pointed it out. You said that Nigerians are hungry and some people are extremely hungry. You use the word, some are hungry, they still have their integrity. Some are extremely, and the ones that don't have their integrity again, they come to you that, see, I don't care whatsoever it is, I need money, then I would know I'm doing something for NDC. What will you do? Will you give them the money?
That is the, what I can tell you is this, because I don't want to say what is not a, I want to say that every scenario requires different situation.
I just want to confirm. For that particular scenario, will you give?
We
for
don't
that
have
extreme
money now. We don't. See, for
so
the
will you tell
people
that particular person to go to the APC to collect? Is that what you're saying?
In Osun, let me tell you what Osun people did.
Okay.
50,000 in Osun is not small money. It's not in Lagos. 5,000 will prepare stew in Osun State.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know about it.
I can tell you, we go to market.
Please educate
I'm
me.
explaining to you. So now, for somebody to be given 50 and still said, this 50,000 is the money that will have been used to secure good road for my family. It's the money that this government will have used to do a good health scheme, insurance scheme. This is the money that this government will have used to do good roads for us. This money is part of the money that will have been used to curb insecurity. Now, they decide to take it. However, after taking it, they still say, the man that is here presently, what has he done for us? He has built good roads. We can go to our farms. He has built good schools. He has made accommodation affordable. Why don't we allow him continue? That is the difference. It's like collecting money with sense. Collecting money with sense. So I cannot tell Nigerians when they come with the money, don't collect. I'm just saying, when you collect these monies, please remember that you have another 5 years. It's either you have sold your birthright for good roads, for security. Look at what is happening now. There's security votes. Yeah, there's a lot of kidnapping. If they kidnap any person now, the person is in what we call Oyo, on your own. May the Lord have mercy upon that person. There are so many things that are just wrong because the government has misplaced priorities. Take, for example, when this government got into power, I don't know how many millions that was given for bulletproof cars and all that. Now, one cancer machine, if I tell you that radiotherapy machines in Nigeria, they are not up to 30 to treat cancer. They are not up. In fact, I think I'm going extreme. Let me try and be moderate, maybe 20. These monies, the money that they took to Osun, can buy radiotherapy machines. Treating cancer is very expensive in Nigeria. May the Lord bless the soul of this man. If you remember, his daughter was saying they need a lot. There is nothing for cancer, people that have cancer. Cancer treatment in Nigeria is very expensive. It runs into millions. There's no government help. There's no government subsidy. The place where they are supposed to put subsidy is in the area of people's health, treatment of cancer. There's no subsidy there. So what are you telling me? So the government, if a government cares about the people, it does not take much. People will vote for you. You don't need to intimidate people. But we know that grab it, snatch it, run away with it is their agenda. But before they grab it, snatch it, and run away with it, Nigerians are ready now.
Now, I love the fact that you delve into, the health sector a little.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
In 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari, commissioned about 6 cancer centers, you remember?
Yes.
And in 2026, they still lack the radiotherapy machine.
Yes.
Till date.
Yes.
Now, that being said, about 78,000, thank God you're also a practicing doctor, in as much as we should be looking at you with 2 arts now.
They call me honorable. I'm a doctor.
You understand? You're a practicing, doctor, which you still go into the theater every day.
Yes.
And of course, you are also a politician. Now,
okay.
I want you to actually clear the numbers. I am told through NCS that about 78,000 Nigerians die of cancer yearly. Now, while you were talking about the Osun election, the money that was taken to them, this money can also work with health scheme and all of that. We have what we call NHIS. Until date, Nigerians don't have any health scheme that covers them or that is made very accessible and easy, aside from the private HMOs that people use. Now, is it so difficult? Because we have gotten to a point now where Nigerians now depend on crowdfunding. Whenever there is an issue, of blessed memories to Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, whenever there is an issue, and it's not just the only one, we've seen several, the likes of, Sound Sultan also, died, I think Rachel Oniga, a lot of them, in the past. Whenever anybody has an issue, the next thing is they reach out to Nigerians, and the government don't do anything. How did we get to a point where our government cannot cater for our health system? Now I'm getting somewhere. In Parkland Hospital in Enugu, presently, about 500 plus actually has kidney disease, and they are literally begging people to help them as we speak in the same country where billions exchange hands in the just concluded Austrian election, which we don't even know how many trillions would exchange hands in 2027. That being said, African leaders in 2001 came together. They said their national budgets for every country should actually be about 15% should be, taken out for the health sector. Nigerians, the Nigerian government, inclusive. But guess what? We have not been able to ascertain up to 15% between the 1999 till date as I speak with you. The highest we have done is 4.5%. I'd like Nigerians to actually check whatsoever I'm saying right now. It's on record.
Yes.
Now, whenever a certain amount is being real out for the health sector in the national budget between the 1999 till date, the amount that is being mentioned is not the amount that is being released. And the amount that is being released is not the amount that is being utilized. How do we fix this system?
Thank you for this particular question. I thank you for asking me this question. So years back, I used to wonder why any person that is made a minister of health, before they get there, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. Then when they get there, they don't do it. I said, it's not like, is it that these people don't know what we are going through in the health sector? Then I now understood two things. First of all, go and write it down. The only person that can repair the health sector of Nigeria is the person that loves this country. Go and write it down. The only person, whosoever becomes the president of Nigeria, that want to improve the health care system, the only person that can do it is the person that loves this country more than himself. That is a statement. Now, two, WHO, World Health Organization, the area of budgeting for health, says the minimum budget for any country should be 15%. As you said, Nigeria is less than 5%. Why is it so? Remember, there was a day I listened to the minister, I think was complaining that something about 15 million being released. I said, did I hear well? This is minister.
Or maybe it's a
I said, maybe he's
mistake.
trying to say 150 million. No. Minister, 15 million. I now sat down. I now try to understand what is happening in the health sector. I will make it very simple that a market person will understand. Take, for example, you go for, let me use Owambe Party. And you come outside, you want to spray money. You now wrote on a paper and show it to everybody. I'm going to give him 150 million for his wedding. Let me use it. As he's dancing there, he wrote it on a paper. Everybody has the impression that I'm giving you 150 million. You even dance and thank me. That's 150 million. That is the budget. Now, I now come behind you. I now say that, sorry, we cannot give you 150 million. You know, everybody, they've gone. I now said, I will give you 2 million. But you must create the impression that 150 million is there. And I said, but you said. Then I now give you 2 million. Out of the 2 million, I now take 1 million. I now go outside and tell people, we have budgeted 250 million for this, health, this. Then the admin work, the administration that we do because the health minister obviously will bring his list. So maybe I want to, for the first 1 year, I want to work on probably neonatal health. I want to deal with cancer. He has brought his budget for us to have 5 radiotherapy centers. This is what is it. This is this. This is it. They now present it to the budgets. They now, when they keep doing the paperwork, number one, it will not get there. Then we say, okay, we are going to give you 200 billion on paper. Now I bring the first for the neonatal one, release this one, paperwork, we don't get it. This one, we don't get it. Then you now say the minister does not know what he's doing. Health is one place that the bureaucracy should be minimal. Once the budget has been released and there's evidence that this is what the minister wants to do, let it be released. But because it's running into billions, how can you take a chunk of the budget of the nation and put it into health? There'll be nothing for the road now.
So what you're saying is our government, are not prioritizing the health sector.
It's not prioritizing.
Okay.
You can when you prioritize, that means you want to get more than 5% or 10%.
Okay.
Which is still not enough. The government does not care.
All right. Doctor, I think I would like us to end the conversation there.
You.
This is the statement from a doctor. Thank you so thank you so much for being part of the program today.
Thank you.
Hopefully, we would actually get to hear from the opposition party as regards to the banners and everything being done to the opposition, and of course the APC needs to also clear the air the way they usually know how to respond to every situation like this. This is how far we can actually go as regards to the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like to stay able to enjoy that particular hour. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Odo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze teme ka muna so mekio.
What do we want? I made the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini. and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Dabiola, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Ejo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown and...
It's another very good day to be here to talk football on Locker Room on Voice of People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwagu. So much happening in the Nigerian football world as the latest around the NFF glass house. Fani Amun resigns just after submitting his report about what's happening with the Super Falcons. It's quite an interesting year, and of course, I must say an interesting season to be a football lover in Nigeria because so many drama is unfolding as, we break into another day. It's been a very long day as well, I must say, for people who are actually trying to, look if they can actually invest in the Nigerian football. It's quite so funny that we're having this sort of, drama at this time. And of course, we don't even know what we'll definitely be hearing tomorrow. Yesterday, it was, the glass house being summoned to the Aso Rock, for resignation and all of that. And today we're having Fani Amun. I don't know what this particular conversation is about, but then we'll definitely break every single thing down, just like we always do right here on Locker Room. Of course, we'll also be looking at, Eric Shell's demand of the very Nigerian, the German-born Nigerian, talking about Francis Onyeka, who is actually seen as the man who is going to inherit the number 10 role for the Super Eagles. I don't know how much of a quality the 19-year-old possessed to be at the heart of, Eric Shell's project. But then, I trust him for what he's done so far. But then is he the right man to actually, pick on the baton from, Alex Iwobi when he eventually resigns or retires from the Super Eagles? All of this conversation and more we'll be looking at on this episode of The Locker Room. Of course, I am not here alone. I'll be doing this alongside the man who joins me, virtually talking about Femi Faraway. We'll definitely be looking at all of these conversations today and, of course, breaking every single time. Femi, it's good to have you join me on this very auspicious day.
Hello, Shagun. It's good to be here. I've never been here before, so it's my debut. I'm excited about it. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And of course, I don't know what the mood is like for you about everything that's happening in Nigerian football, but then we'll definitely be looking at every single of this story as we look at every single one of them, bit by bit. Let's start from the big one that actually rocked the glass house this early afternoon, and of course, it's still very much gathering momentum. So maybe by tomorrow, we'll definitely get to understand what's in that report that made him decide to actually step aside. But then the man in question is Fani Amun, who has given reasons why he quits as the chairman of the NFF Fact-Finding Committee set up to probe the Super Falcons' dismissal performance at the recent WAFCON soon after he submitted his report. The NFF set up a face-saving panel to look into the root cause of the Super Falcons' failure to qualify for the Women's World Cup for the first time in history through the WAFCON in Morocco. Former NFF General Secretary Amun headed the committee and he quit the position soon after he submitted the committee's report. And of course, he said he resigned because he did not wish for anyone to influence the report of the Super Falcons. And that's exactly why I have a lot of issues. But help me understand this, Femi. Looking at what's happening in Nigerian football at this point, and of course why this man in question, talking about Fani Amun, decide to actually step aside and saying that I'm actually doing this because I don't want the reports to be influenced. Does it really change anything? If he resigns, does it mean the reports will not be influenced? What does it, help us understand what he really meant by saying, I don't want it to be influenced. That's why I actually left.
Well, Fani Amun is a very respected person in Nigerian football, and anyone who's followed Nigerian football will mention his exploits in the 80s and the 90s generally for Nigerian football. This assignment of trying to fact find in terms of what went wrong with Nigerian football generally was one that we thought would take about 2 weeks. But his response obviously comes forward by telling us that, look, we've gone through it, and on that list, there are seasoned experts in the field of football. We've got former Super Eagles player, Mutu Adepoju, former Super Falcons player, Desire Paranozi, former women's coach, Adam Bosso. He's also coached some of the men's teams. So I think that people who understand Nigeria football, and I like the fact that the report has come forward. So whatever that report says, whatever is in the report, he's concluded, he says he's submitted. Now it's left for the Nigerian Football Federation and the NSC to sit down and look at that report and say, is there a way for us to pack or pick one or two things or pick a way forward and cut a new way? I like it. We always complain about committees taking so long, Shegun, that it takes so long for us to even get an answer. It takes so long for us to get a response, something positive. But this one has been done. Now it's over to the NFF. And I believe, this is my belief now, that the Nigerian Football Federation would have to act on this because not only is the Football Federation under a lot of pressure, the elections are coming up next month, and they need to show they are working to ensure they repair some of the challenges Nigerian football is currently facing. So I'm optimistic about it. I like to see the reports, right? To at least get a sense of what they arrived at. But I think this is the positive thing for me.
I mean, it's actually a very, difficult time to be, a football over in Nigeria. And now we're actually looking at, like you said, we're looking forward to whatever the report says. But I'm beginning to ask myself, this question that, saying that, he's not really interested in sitting there while, the result of the report comes out. Does it mean that, he so much feel that, some persons might want to actually influence the result of that particular probe? And if that's the case, what does that say to, Nigerian football?
Well, I don't think, and I'm not thinking for Fani Amo, he's been in Nigeria football at the highest level. But what I believe is we're currently at a very critical period of our football journey. At a time when the Super Eagles failed to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. A time when the Super Falcons are not going for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. It shows there's a problem, there's a lacuna in our football. Now, we've heard a lot of people talk, and everyone can talk. Talking is very easy, right? Even those who play the game are talking. The point here now is we need to get results. We need to see action. And what Fani Amo has just done is saying, you know what, I brought out the report. Except that report is tampered with, which he's already clearly said, I've done it early enough before any influence comes. Because the Nigerian Football Federation are currently facing heat from the Nigerian public. They're yet to explain to Nigeria why we failed to qualify for the 2027 Women's World Cup. So, Fani Amo, I don't want to be in the middle, and I'm assuming this is what he's thinking. I don't want to be in the middle. I've gone through all things. We've picked out what is wrong. This is what is wrong. This is what you need to do to solve what is wrong. And this is what will help Nigerian football move forward. And that's the best way to go because the Football Federation have had a lot of pressure. Now, remember, there's stories around the NSC postponing the elections, which is supposed to hold next month. Now, the NSC have not confirmed or denied it. There's no report saying, yes, we've cancelled the elections, or yes, it will go on. Yesterday, there were stories emanating that some members were planning to resign, although all of that is false. But the point is, currently, there's a lot of rumors going around. And that's why I respect what Fani Amo has done, because he's obviously said, I've done my job. It is completed. I have submitted it to you. And it's over to you to complete what you've got to do. And I think that the best way the NFF can resolve this is publish that report. Now, if you remember, Shego, was it a couple of years ago, the last sports minister, I'm talking about Eno, right, had a similar sort of committee where he put respected people in. And what they tried to do was resolve some of the challenges we had at the Olympic Games, which led to the likes of Fivo Philly missing out on some of the events. And when they brought out their report, it was there for everyone to see. And that's what we need. We need to see what were the problems, what are the ways to solving it, and how are you going to implement these changes? Because not only is the Nigerian Football Federation going under a lot of scrutiny at this point, even world football at this point is going under scrutiny. Currently, if you're a neutral person, you want to be as far as possible so as not to be one of those persons who's going to get the heat. Because the Nigerian public are really angry about it.
Absolutely. It's really, really sad that we're actually having, this conversation. But, what you said about Fani Amo, and of course, how he actually said what he said, it reminds me of Apostle Paul saying that he's done his bit, and of course, he's hoping that the crown of glory is placed upon his head. But then let's move on to another very interesting story about Nigerian football. And this one concerns, the senior national team. And of course, reports that have it that the head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Eric Shaw, is yet to throw in the towel in his quest to get Francis Onyeka to commit his international future to Nigeria. Onyeka was born in Germany to parents of Nigerian descent and has already represented Germany at different youth level, but not a senior cap yet. On loan to newly promoted Bundesliga side SV Elzberg, the 19-year-old midfielder is seen by Eric Shaw as his top priority for the playmaker role of the team. Over the weekend, he came off the bench to score twice in the German Cup to hand his team a 3-1 win over MSV Duisburg and has been voted the man of the match. This is quite impressive for a 19-year-old, playing in Germany. But my question to you here is this: how long can we continue to rely on foreign-born Nigerians? I have no issues with them, but then how long will this trend continue? What does this say about our football development back home?
Shagun, the truth is they're Nigerians. That's the first thing. They're Nigerians. And no matter how difficult it is, or no matter how we paint it, Nigerians must be given opportunities anywhere they are. To be fair to Eric Shaw, he's looking for ways to make the team better. Nigerians have given him a task that the next Africa Cup of Nations should go there to win it, because Nigerians are disappointed, right? We failed to qualify for the FIFA World Cup despite having a second chance through the playoffs. Nigeria did not win the Africa Cup of Nations, right? That puts a lot of pressure on the manager. And because of how the fans want success, Nigeria is now, he's got his scout round. And we've had a serious problem with that creative department. It's been so much so that we all reference JJ Okocha as the last creative hub. Not John Obi Mikel, not Alex Iwobi. And they are creative in their own right. But we say the last person who can pick a pass, can create something magical for the Super Eagles, is JJ Okocha. And that's so long ago, because if I remember clearly, Okocha retired, 2006, right? That's about 20 years after. We're still searching for that sort of player. Michael Luli said, maybe is the one that comes to mind quickly in terms of someone who's so creative, but like we'll say, that's one that got away from us. So before this player gets to that level where he starts to peak, I think I love what he's doing. He's spotted the player, he's seen what he can do. And like you said, he's been doing this for a while. He's 19, shows a lot of potential. He's really good. We're excited about him. That's why it's good you catch them young. We nurture him, get him into the right space, get him into the right thinking, let him understand African football. Who knows? We may just get the next best thing, because I think about some of the players that Africa has been able to get from, let's look at Morocco. Morocco is filled with players, a lot of them born abroad. It's if we get the right system, if we get the right planning, and obviously the right formation to put these players in, we'll see the best. We see Morocco pick players from France, from the Netherlands, from Spain, because the likes of Ashraf Hakimi could have played for Spain. The likes of the midfielder from Real Madrid as well, Brahim Diaz, could have played for Spain, but we're seeing them play for Morocco, and they're doing very well. So I don't have a problem, Shego. I think it's good as long as we can justify his commitment 100. Commitment 100, and I'm good with it.
But I mean, if we look, you mentioned Morocco, right? I mean, the last time Morocco are currently the world under-20 champion, right? It says a lot about what they're actually doing back home in terms of football development. On the 17 level, they're doing amazing well. I mean, they're women football, so they're actually growing in strength. I mean, a couple of years ago, say about 10 years ago, Morocco were nowhere when it comes to the female football, hierarchy in Africa. But today, they're actually making a very strong statement. It means there's progression in terms of, homegrown talent and how they hope to actually take charge, or people who will replace, those ones that are actually born abroad. I can understand that, a system is in place that, okay, let's start from this set of players, like what we're actually saying happening in Saudi Pro League, where, the first set of players actually got to Saudi Pro League are players who actually have done everything in Europe. But now they're actually getting, young players. This is the next step of the project. But here in Nigeria, I mean, it actually doesn't even look like that. We're having all of our players, even our 8th grade system, seems like it's non-existent. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, you make a point there, and that's some of the challenges that, what, we're very hard set of people to please. I don't know if you remember the period when we're always winning the under-17s, and we said, we complained about it, that look, we don't want to win the under-17s anymore. We want to go higher. We want to win the Olympics. We want to win the Africa Cup of Nations. We want to win the World Cup. That's our targets. Now, it's that win at all cost syndrome that's affecting us. And I agree. I would love to see our school sports return. I'd love to see our MPFL improve, right? And I'm saying MPFL improve because a lot of the players currently in the Super Eagles did not even go through the MPFL. In time past, you'll find out that, the JJs, the Canos, right? A lot of them went through the Stephen Keshi, may so rest in peace, all went through the league system, right? So there's some form of maturity, development, right? They've gone to the African scene. We've seen what Rashidi Akini did as well on the African scene. We currently don't have that. Victor Osimhen never played for an MPFL team, right? A lot of the players who even went through the local system did not play for MPFL team. Maybe Stanley Wabali will be the most recent that comes to mind because he featured prominently for a few MPFL clubs before going abroad. But a lot of the other players do not understand And that's the sort of thing that you aspire to. Because if I play with some of these players and I see them grow, I see Osimhen grow into the national team, I'd always aspire that this could also be my path. But one. Number two, our infrastructures are not as great, right? Our coaching system is also another problem. Do we have the sort of coaching system they have abroad? We do not. Our coaches do not have those sort of badges, those sort of methods to be able to pass that information. And that's why we notice when players get to the Super Eagles or the Chan team, you realize that the coaching is a bit different and their style of play is a bit different. But when you go abroad, it's a bit easier. You are into a football culture. You mentioned Morocco, and we're using the Morocco example. Morocco example already, you're learning from the Spanish system. That Spanish system, by the time you bring it, they don't need to teach you how to trap a ball. They don't need to teach you how to dictate tempo. You understand these things because that is the background, it's the foundation you get. The Netherlands system, it's also football. You understand all of these things, and you sort of bring that experience and exposure into your team. And that's why we see Morocco fight really hard, because Morocco may not be getting the sort of results people think their investment should be. But what they're doing is building football dominance. Male football, they're really good. Female football, we saw the last WAFCON, they're really good. And that's the most important. I think for me, that would be a target I want to see Nigerian football. That from our local scene, CAF Champions League, CAF Confederation Cup, CHAN, we put out a team and we know that team is difficult to beat. That's what I love to see.
Well, it's quite very interesting that you actually told this particular line. But then, I mean, if you look at other countries that are actually succeeding, from France to Argentina to Spain, every single country, you understand, even England, right? Before 2012, England was almost nowhere, when it comes to reckoning in recent times in football, across Europe. But after 2012, that they started the English project, you've seen the progress that they've made, both the national team in the male and, of course, the women category. So I'm actually looking for something that is going to actually help us also gain, some sort of grassroots. Because the truth is, football that we play here in Africa, football across the world, everywhere you have identity. And then when we have players having scattered identity across the world, coming from different parts of the world, it's definitely going to hamper and having, its adverse effect in our team. I'm not against all of these players. I'm not saying they don't have the quality, but then it's really, really not going to be helpful to us in the long run. And of course, it's been obvious. I mean, looking at the last AFCON that we actually played right there in Morocco, at some point you see that, a good number of the players really don't really understand what it feels like to actually play at that particular pressure, in Africa football.
I feel that if we get a football system, we get an identity. Football is about 11 people thinking like one person.
Yeah.
And that's the coach. They're all thinking like what the coach wants. You mentioned playing all around the world. The truth is, we look at the Spanish national team. Yes, a lot of players featured for Barcelona. But there's also a large number that came from Atletico Madrid. There are a few players from Arsenal. There are a few players here and there. You can come from any part of the world. And that's why I always say, it doesn't matter where we get our players.
Femi, I'm even talking about their formative years, right? I mean, they can actually get...
I agree with you.
Yes.
Their formative years can play a big role, but we also need to remember that there's the Jackpot syndrome. We cannot remove the Jackpot syndrome from our football now.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going abroad, right? England currently have Bukayo Saka, Eberichi Eze. Those names are not English names.
Mm-hmm.
It meant their parents went abroad, right? And they stayed there. And now they have converted to British athletes. And that's a great thing. So we'll also have to fight that. If a player gets the choice of picking between Nigeria or England, which one will he pick? Why will he pick the options he picked? Because you think about Ademola Lookman, and remember the time, and that's why I say I agree with this Onyeka story. We got Lookman at a very good period.
Yeah.
If Lookman had hit the heights he hit afterwards, that hat-trick in the Europa League final, I'm sure England would probably have gone over to say, you know what, we want you to come over and play for us. A clear example is Gabi Agbonlahor many years ago. Had the opportunity to play for England a couple of times, never played for Nigeria, never got the option to play for England at a major tournament. So we also have to consider that. But I agree, we need to have a football system, a system where we teach our footballers the rudiment. We need to get more monies in our football ecosystem. Because the only reason why people in South Africa and people in North Africa do not trump out is because the system works. There's monies, you get paid for what you do. A few South Africans, yes, go abroad, but how many South Africans, when we saw the last World Cup, a lot of players came from Mamelodi Sundowns because they are well paid, right? So you give me that option of, do I want to go abroad or do I want to stay back? And that's why I say we need monies and infrastructure in our system.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and that's exactly where we'll be moving on to the next story. And this one concerns, the Premier League, because I mean, match day one is already done and dusted, and people have been talking. Some persons, particularly two persons, two former Manchester United players. I want to call them legend in person of Rio Ferdinand and Gary Neville. I've actually tipped Arsenal to go on to win the Premier League, in 2026-2027 season. But of course, let me stick to the one that concerns Rio Ferdinand. As former Manchester United defender, has actually backed Arsenal to retain the Premier League title, pointing to the club's stability under Mikel Arteta and their strong squad depth. Ferdinand noted this on his YouTube channel that Arsenal enjoy a settled environment while rivals like Manchester United, Chelsea, and Manchester City navigate major transitional periods. The addition of versatile defender Ezri Konsa from Aston Villa for £51 million provides crucial cover for injured defenders like William Saliba. The Gunners opened their title bid with a solid 3-0 win against Coventry City, displaying the hard-to-beat traits of a true champion. Femi, you saw the match day one and you saw teams that really, really struggled. We saw Brighton, how they actually, the lights right there, the Amex was too much for Aston Villa to behold. 4-0 it ended. And now we're having the major conversation. Can Mikel Arteta make it 2?
The funny thing, Arsenal have never defended the Premier League as we know it. They've never defended the title. But I agree with Ferdinand. They're arguably the best team. And on every time I've been asked the question, I've said, in this transfer window, what Arsenal has done is fortify in areas where we thought they were good, but they even made themselves better, right? So you brought in Konsa, you mentioned. Konsa is a great footballer. Last season, he had the highest amount of pass completion in the Premier League, ahead of Van Dijk, who is renowned for things like that. You brought in Bruno Guimaraes, a captain of Newcastle United. And then you brought in Zolis, who was very good for Olympiacos. If you followed the Greek league, you see his exploit there. I think that these players have come in to fortify certain departments. And that's very good. This is a side that got to the Champions League final, right? With the exception of Zolis, with the exception of Trossard, who's moved on, and Martinelli, who's probably moving on. Arsenal has kept majority of the players from last year. Instead, they've added new names that now, even World Cup winning players sit on the bench, like Merino and Zubimendi. That's a very good team, right? And I do think that they're good to win the title, but I think it's a bit too early. And I'm saying early because Liverpool is a clear example. What Liverpool built under the Klopp years and how Slot came in and the first year claimed it, despite everyone thinking, once again, Arsenal were primed to get in it, is a clear example. I think Arsenal will go as far as, being in the conversation, probably winning it, but I think they'll get challenges from the likes of Chelsea, Manchester City. I'm still tipping City to be second, but I think Chelsea, Manchester City, from what I have seen in the first match day, if these guys stay as consistent and as energetic as I think they will, they get to the end being close to Arsenal.
Last season, the major conversation around this Arsenal team was that they have a very strong squad depth. And a lot of persons actually tipped Arsenal to get to as far as the Champions League final, which they did. Now, looking at the players that have moved on and the ones that they've actually added to this team, can they go all the way to even pick the Holy Grail, which is the Champions League?
I think they can. They're very good side. Last year, they were unfortunate. I always say this about a team. No matter how difficult you are to break, whatever you post at the end of 90 minutes is what will determine. So Arsenal played well in that final. But the fact that you lost, right? You lost. No matter what your system is, you lost. Because if you had played open football, you lost. If you played close football, you lost. This year, Arsenal have added quality in key areas. And I think that it's not just quality as footballers, but quality as mentality. Because Bruno Guimaraes is that kind of player. Mentality monster. Konsa is also a very good player. Played in the World Cup semi-finals and the third place game. And we saw what he posted. So that tells you he's been exposed. Europa League winner from last year with Aston Villa. That is amazing. I think they've got the character. They have tested victory. And once you taste victory, it's so sweet. You want more of it. I think they can go once again for the Premier League. I think they've got the squad depth for the Champions League. Now, barring injuries, because why we mentioned this, there's still the concern that injuries may affect them. And when we say injuries, right, the backup to Raya is not the greatest. Both of them, we've seen both of them, Mele and Kepa. That's a key position. I also think the worry for Saka, minutes have to be managed because while he's got cover in Madueke, I don't think Madueke and Saka are on the same level in terms of quality. We've not seen Arsenal pick up an injury for the likes of Declan Rice. that keeps him out for a long period.
Mm.
What happens when that because the combinations look good, right? There's Guimaraes, there's Zubimendi, there's Odegaard, there's Merino, but what Rice brings to that team, is there anybody else who can offer that same sort of expertise? I think that injuries will play a key role, and how Arsenal manage them this season will determine how many fronts they challenge him.
So without injury, does it look like Arsenal's got any Achilles heel?
Yes, I think they do. The attacking line. The difference there is they're a very good side. Score goals as they need to, not a lot of goals, because we can talk about defensively. Arsenal is solid there. I think they're covered there. But the combinations that they've got, and there are games when it doesn't look like Havertz is having the best of time. Who's on the bench? Victor Gyökeres. Last year he hit double digits. But I think generally, any Arsenal fan who watched how Gyökeres played will know that he's still in a state of becoming. He's not where they want him to be. He's not the sort of striker who'll give you 20 goals this season, right? I thought last year was flattering in terms of how he scored a lot of goals. Now, there's just a disconnect. The system he knows how to play and the system Arsenal play are two different systems. I think he's a player who's hoping the team will play to his strengths, right? But instead, the Arsenal team, they're not waiting for you to run into those channels. They want to move the ball from one point to the other, and then it will just be so simple. But Mr. Gyökeres instead wants to play like that barging old striker who hits his way, gets into the box, and then hits his tapping or hits his shots. But I think that this year he would have to evolve, and that for me is the problem. I also don't think Havertz is a 20-goal a season striker. Arsenal have won the title without their player scoring 20 goals. The last Arsenal player to hit 20, if I'm correct, would be Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. But outside of that, I think if Arsenal want to win things, they need more goals. In the Champions League final against PSG, if Arsenal had 2 goals, maybe that game could have gone into extra time, or it could have gone into, they could have won the game in 90 minutes, right? But it finished off, went to extra time and penalties. That extra goal, that extra thing, that's what I thought the team was lacking.
So now let's even talk about their forward, right? Arsenal signing Victor Gyökeres, a man who got over 50 goals, before moving to the Emirates. I want to believe that Mikel Arteta would have looked at him, looked at the strength, and looked at how his team played, before bringing him in. And if you recall that before he brought in, Victor Gyökeres, Arsenal does not have a goal scoring problem. Arsenal is arguably one of the most scoring side in the Premier League. So bringing in Victor Gyökeres, like you said, is supposed to be an extra factor. Now, is it an Arteta thing?
Unfortunately,
is it an Arteta thing?
I think it's an Arteta thing. I think the profile of the player he got, what he wanted at the first time. Remember, Arsenal chased Alexander Isak for the longest part, right? There were times when Victor Osimhen was mentioned as one option. Even Dusan Vlahovic, then of Juventus, was also mentioned as an option. And I think that the profile of those players are a bit different from the profile of Victor Gyökeres. But I also believe that while we've seen teams, because you're going to quickly mention the likes of PSG to me, PSG won the Champions League without an out-and-out striker. You must always have a plan B. And how do you want better? I'll mention Manchester City. City tried for the Champions League. The minute Erling Haaland comes in, they get it, right? A quality striker takes your team to a new level. Bayern Munich, once they got Harry Kane in, you can see they went from beating Arsenal in the Champions League to losing in the semi-final to PSG in the Champions League. And the quality of Harry Kane just takes them to another level. He's quick, he's brilliant, he's intelligent, he can score 20 goals a season. And I feel that if you have that either starting or on the bench, it gives you an option, a different option from what you do not have already. Arsenal has Havertz, who does link-up play, and that is brilliant, scores a lot of goals, great. Saka can score. But in games when those guys are not performing, you need another different type of profile that can stretch the play. That's where Gyökeres comes in. I think all they need to do is coach him a bit to fine-tune him into the style of Arsenal.
Well, I mean, that's really going to be a lot of work for him because, I mean, for a player who is past, 27, I think it's quite difficult to actually adjust. I mean, Erling Haaland was able to actually adjust to Manchester City's project because he's quite very much young when he joined them. So I don't know if that's going to happen. And there's a lot of talk about Arsenal, getting Julian Alvarez. Let's create a hypothetical situation that in the end they get that Argentine forward. What becomes of Arsenal this season?
Oh my goodness, that becomes a brilliant team. Look, that's absolutely, I cannot imagine Arsenal adding that level of quality. There was a period Arsenal were chasing Manu Kone, and I'm like, what do you want more to fortify this midfield? You already have breakers You want to add more. If you go and add Julian Alvarez, Alvarez is a brilliant footballer. He's won everything. Everything. There's nothing he hasn't won. Maybe the La Liga, but he's won the Premier League, won the Champions League, he's won the FIFA World Cup, he's won the Copa America, he's practically won the South American Champions League. So as a footballer who is still in his early to mid-20s, he's conquered everything. His level of exposure, he's one of the best footballers in the world right now. Right? I probably won't put him on the level of Mbappe and Erling Haaland and Harry Kane, but I think when you go below that, his name appears right there as one of those strikers. He's quick, he's fleet-footed, he can play in different positions. So it means he could be an option on the right for them. It could be an option behind the striker in the Odegaard role. He can play the number 9 if they desire that. And it's his football IQ I love. He knows what to do. He can track back. He can help off the ball runs. He does so much that you do not need him standing one place.
He's also very dangerous with dead ball.
He's a set piece great guy. So imagine if us now have Martin Odegaard on set piece, Declan Rice on set piece, and then Julian Alvarez is also standing on the same set piece. You're asking yourself, what more do you want? These guys have got great guys. So I think it's absolutely brilliant if they can get him before the end of the transfer window.
True, and not to also forget that he actually was the South American Footballer of the Year before he joined Manchester City. So it says a lot about the quality of the young man. But still talking about Premier League, this time let's move on to another legend, this time for Liverpool. He's actually been talking. He's a man who loves to talk, talking about Jamie Carragher. And of course, he's urged Liverpool to sign a hard-running midfielder, questioning the squad's balance and tactical feat of £160 million signing Florian Wirtz under Andoni Iraola. While Wirtz is slated for a central role, Carragher has expressed concerns over his slow start and positions in the starting lineup. Following a draw with Newcastle, he criticized Iraola's tactics, stating that Wirtz, Szoboszlai and Ryan Gravenberch all charge forward together. Carragher also begged Liverpool to sign a high-energy defensive midfielder to help control games and protect the backline. I mean, this is where exactly get me worried, Femi. If you look at this Liverpool team last season, that was exactly the same team that won the league season before. Now, if he's actually talking about, high-powered defensive midfielder who can actually protect the backline, Szoboszlai, McAllister, and Ryan Gravenberch won Liverpool the league. So what's happening with this team now?
What's worked for that Liverpool team was the manager before Arne Slot, right? And everyone knows who that is, has built a very solid machine. And I thought that machine had one more goal. And that year, everything just worked out. Because the next year, the manager spends about £400 million, brings in the likes of Hugo Ekitike, Alexander Isak, Florian Wirtz, Kekes on one side, Frimpong as well. And they did not even hit half the height of the previous year, right? It shows us a lot of holes. And we saw the first game of the season. They were not great. Kekes was also culpable for one of the first goals they conceded against Elanga. We didn't see a lot of Wirtz, didn't see a lot of Isak, despite preseason showing us glimpses. The point here is that they've got that 21 question of where is the best position to play Florian Wirtz. I do agree with Carragher, right? And I saw a lot of times when that goal, the goals they consider both of them, because Gravenberch, who generally isn't a holding midfielder, is a central midfielder, right? Like an 8, someone who can break play, mop up, do things for you. But they need someone whose primary job is a Caicedo, for example, who the only thing I know how to do is just break play, right? And then hand the ball to other creative players to do it. I don't think McAllister has played well since last year, right? And I also think that sort of rubbed up on him at the FIFA World Cup. But Szoboszlai has been really good, right? I think Wirtz would do better playing somewhere else. You know what's interesting is Liverpool sort of realized that when he came into the league, he was a skinny lad who made too many touches, right? So they sort of made him tone a bit, put on a little weight, a bit more balance, so he's not easily shocked off the ball. But I still think that that's football knowledge he's got from the Bundesliga. He needs to unlearn it. And I think that the best manager to help him is Andoni Iraola. He's brilliant. We saw what he did with Bournemouth. For those who don't know, what he did with Rayo Vallecano was also very good back in the day. So I do believe that if there's anyone that can unlock his expertise, it will be this man. I don't use one match to judge anybody. Not even nobody. Because despite Aston Villa losing 4, I don't think that would define their season. I think what would define your season is when the chips are down, how the other players, they get up, pick it up and say, you know what, we're going to run with it. Liverpool has got quality. Isak is quality. right? And I think Isak will come good for Liverpool. I'm banking on him this year. Let me just leak a small secret. My fantasy football team, he's there. So I'm really
Okay.
relying on him. He's got to deliver this year. But I think Iraola is the man for the job. He needs to get a few signings in. Bakola has been linked with Liverpool. Yakuba Minte of Brighton has also been linked with Liverpool. But like you said, they need to get that holding midfielder and probably cover in defense.
So let's talk about the 400 million pounds that they spent, last season that you mentioned. These players, look at the quality of these players. Every team in Europe have a way they play. That's exactly why when they go shopping for a new manager, you look at the manager that fits the philosophy of the team. The players that Arne Slot got, do they look like players that are made for the Liverpool kind of play?
Yeah, at least a lot of them are made for the Iraola kind of play. Because Kekes, remember, broke out Bournemouth. He was there. He was the manager then at Bournemouth. I think that with the way we've seen the likes of Krupi Jr., Justin Kluivert, it reminds me of what Wirtz can become once the team starts playing with him. We also know that for Isak is quality, right? With the exception of last year, which was a terrible year for him. The previous years, back-to-back 20 goals in the league. That's no means feat, right? And I also think young players like Ngomoha can ride on this. Frimpong is also very explosive, goes forward a lot. I'm worried about that defense line, the central defense and the goalkeeper, because I think the first goal for Newcastle, it's a bit questionable, Alisson, but then they need experience. Van Dijk also had one or two worrying calls. But outside of all those things, I think Iraola is the sort of manager who, this may not be his year, but if you give Iraola a couple of transfer windows, this one, maybe the next transfer window, and then the summer window, by the time Liverpool are going in for the next year, I tip them to be one of the challengers for the Premier League title.
So who is that player? Looking at what the legend is actually asking for in the Liverpool's midfield. Who is that player who you think is the final piece of that Liverpool midfield, the defensive midfielder they need to actually acquire? If there are two, if they need to play two defensive midfielder, you can say it. If just one, and of course tell us why you feel that person is actually the right player for them.
I feel that for the system. Look, a player in that midfield will automatically mean Wirtz has to play somewhere else, because I think Dominic Szoboszlai will start. I think Ryan Gravenberch is sort of like a water carrier, can pick the ball from one point to another point. My pick this summer, I've always said, I've been impressed with Manu Kone. I think Manu Kone plays for AS Roma, was with France at the FIFA World Cup. He's brilliant, wants to move, had conversations with Arsenal. Manchester United were interested at some point. The latest stories have pointed to Manchester City as a possible destination for him. I think he's very solid. I think he's strong on the ball. And one thing I can tell you is, it doesn't necessarily have to be a player that is high profile, right? A lot of people, yes, Ellie Anderson, great footballer. Adam Watson looks very good. But Sangare, we saw at Brighton, what Sangare has done coming in from Lens last season, and he was very good. Lens, remember, were second in the French Ligue 1. They really pushed PSG. How everyone slept on that transfer. Saw him at Brighton the first game. People were like, where did this guy come from? There's a lot of quality in France. There's a lot of quality in Italy, right? We watch a lot of Premier League and forget that players in other leagues do very well. And then we see them in a few months and we're like, my goodness, where did this guy come from? If you watch that league, you should have seen him, right? Leeds United signed a defender, Mohramovic. He was absolutely brilliant for Sassuolo last year. Played for Bosnia and Herzegovina. They have not been at the FIFA World Cup for 12 years. This young footballer has helped them get there. They've played so well, and now he's gone to Leeds and automatically has just settled in. So I think there are loads of quality around. It's a matter of the scouting your club does to see the potential. But I think Manu Kone, his experience will be brilliant. He's played under Gianpiero Gasperini. So I think it's a good fit.
So now let's talk about realistically Liverpool's finish position. Should they not get Manu Kone?
I'd say I'm still giving Liverpool the top four, and I'm saying the top four because of the manager, right? Okay. I think in that top four, obviously Arsenal at the summit. I think City will be right there as well. I'm sort of going for Chelsea as one of the teams to make it there. I feel that Liverpool's manager is one who is very astute. He did not lose his first game, right? They drew that game, and that tells you that they've got late winners. They've got players who can come off the bench. Victor Munoz came off the bench. This is a guy who played for Osasuna last year, right? And the football knowledge you mentioned from Barcelona to Real Madrid, he's now exploded at Osasuna, taking him to Liverpool. If they are the likes of Yakuba Minte or Bacola, Liverpool have got a good manager who can bring out the best from this guy. So I'd say number four at the end of the season.
Number 4 at the end of the season. Of course, with big conversations about question mark around, Cody Gakpo, he might also be moving before the transfer window shuts. I mean, Tottenham Hotspur is looking at raiding every single talent in the Premier League around the Big Six. Of course, that's exactly where we'll be moving on to our next conversations about Tottenham Hotspur, who have actually signed the Brazilian winger Savinho. And of course, by now, you should know that he's actually changed his name from Savinho to Savio for Tottenham. I don't know if he's trying to wash everything Manchester City away from him, but yes, from Manchester City, and of course the initial fee is £75 million with £10 million add-on. That's quite huge. And the 22-year-old has joined Spurs on a long-term contract with Roberto De Zerbi's side potentially paying further. And of course, Savinho's move to London has been more than 12 months in the making, with Spurs failing in the bid to sign him last summer. Savinho opted to remain at Etihad, but his game time was limited under Pep Guardiola. He made just 7 Premier League starts last season. And now he's definitely under a manager who is very brilliant. I think Robert De Zerbi is one of the most brilliant minds, in England right now. And yes, the project is not clicked yet. I saw the last game; they were very much, off, top team quality. Yeah, and that also gives a lot of question about the quality of players on the pitch, because I mean, about 7 of the key players were not on the field. So again, he's moving, and there's also the potential of Cody Gakpo also joining that particular team, and as well as Omar Mamouche. So let's say at the end of the transfer window, these 3 players actually join, Tottenham Hotspur. Where would Roberto De Zerbi's side that managed to escape relegation last season finish in the Premier League?
I was going to say that Spurs will be in the top 6, but the first game of the season sort of just knocked me back to reality. I think the additions are better, because while Mickey Moore is a good footballer and I think he's got loads of promise for the future, he's not on the same level as Savio. Got to learn to start calling him Savio. I think Savio is obviously a level above him. Omar Mamouche, look, I don't need to tell you about Mamouche. We've seen him at AFCON. We've seen him at Man City. We've seen him at Eintracht Frankfurt. He's a very good footballer. Cody Gakpo also. A friend always says this to me, that when you watch Cody Gakpo, he may not do the most, or may not be the most flamboyant, but there's one thing he will guarantee you. Every game he'll get a shot of targets. Just make sure that you bank on that, and you're guaranteed. And to be fair, he always does that. Last game was also key as well to the goal Liverpool scored. So I feel that sort of addition, because they need a striker. Solanke isn't the best, and I think that's where Spurs are lagging. I think defensively they've got good cover, right? They brought in Senesi, who was brilliant last year. Van Hecker was very good. They brought in Robertson, that's some form of experience. Tonali, Mateus, those guys are good. And when they click, I think they will click well. You've got a World Cup winner in Pedro Porro. That's also very good. But how the manager demands of them, or what he demands of them, is the big question. He likes the high press. I like his squad depth, because it means they will not tire. That's my fear always with a De Zerbi team. And if you followed Marseille last year, you realize that De Zerbi's team always sort of tire out, because they were the closest chasers to PSG. And then somewhere along the line, they just withered away. And that's why we saw Lens get a bit closer. But I think if he gets the large squad and he can rotate as much as he wants, I think they'll be right there, top 6, end of season.
But is it possible for that particular team? Because I mean, I'm looking at the huge number of players coming into that particular team. Is it possible for them to actually click before mid-season? Because the Premier League is quite competitive, and De Zerbi's more like Pep Guardiola. Their style needs time to get familiar with the players, and some of these players, yes, I know he's actually moving. The transfer policy for Tottenham is deliberate, moving for players who actually play around teams that actually like to put the ball on the ground. But then, how soon can they actually get it, to match what De Zerbi actually wants? Because I saw him at Brighton, I saw how beautiful the team plays. But then, if these quality players can actually click and play the way we saw at Brighton, I think they can actually, for me, in my opinion, the quality they have, they can really break into the top 4. But then, it's a matter of how soon can they actually do it.
Well, we don't know, and to be fair to you, it's a matter of how well the players get the instructions. I think he's got some brilliant players. I think Tonali is sort of like the bedrock of what he's trying to build, because he's central to it. We've seen Senesi is a very brilliant player under Andoni Raiola, and I think that He's also one of those sort of players that they will build this team on, depending on what sort of system he plays. 4 at the back, 3 at the back. It all depends. I want to remind you of last season. Manchester United started with a different manager, and things were really rough for them. But guess what? Another manager comes in and then had a crazy run, loads of wins. United finished up in the top 4. I'm making that as an example because Spurs can start bad, but somewhere along the way, just click it. Another example I give you is Antonio Conte. Remember with Chelsea started and then sort of just lost their way. It changes system, and then from there, things just go up. I think once it gets the right balance of this team, this Spurs team, especially with a finisher, because primarily whoever plays up front, if it's Mamouche, if it's Gakpo, if it's Solanke, he needs someone who generally can always get the ball in the back of the net. I think once he picks those positions right, his team will be very good.
So what looking at this team now, which part of the field do you think Tottenham still needs, an addition?
A striker.
Just a striker.
I think a striker. They were linked with Osimhen at some point, and in my heart, I kept saying, Spurs, go for him. You know what? You're taking a wild gamble, but you're already taking a lot of gambles already. So why not go with a gamble of someone who will hassle defenders, who would ensure that he's right there? Champions League scored 6 goals, and we saw what he did against Juventus. That, for me, was the option I thought Spurs would just go out of their way and say, you know what? We're going to take a punt, and our punt is on this guy, and this guy will deliver it. I think if they get a striker, because Solanke cannot show me a CV of scoring 20 goals twice in the Premier League. Obviously, they can't get Harry Kane. I'm still going to say that, if you can go back and bring Harry Kane, then maybe that completes the pick. But how many world-class strikers are out there now? And I think Osimhen is one that if Spurs wanted to break the bank, that's the player. Maybe on a short-term contract. Then see how it goes from there. Maybe 3 years, 4 years. See how it goes. But a striker will be the pick for me.
So with the quality of transfer that we've seen so far in the Premier League, right? I mean, the last time we saw an All-English Championship final in the Champions League was in 2019, where Liverpool actually played against Spurs in that particular final. Give me your projection. How soon are we expected to see that with the quality of players we've seen in the Premier League, and of course, the level of transfer and quality of play we've seen in the last couple of seasons?
It's crazy. It's a crazy thought. It could be this year. But when I think about this year, I remember that Real Madrid now have a new manager with a lot of players, right? Bayern are 1 year older, a bit better than where they were from last year. I think about Barcelona. I think about teams all around Europe, PSG. But I can say as early as next year, I think next year, there's the possibility if everything goes according to plan. And I say this because there are loads of new managers in the Premier League in the top sides. Iraola, Xabi Alonso, right? Enzo Maresca. I do believe that many of these managers we have said had been at the future. And I think that this future can do wonders for their sides.
So
next year.
So finally on the Premier League, I was having this conversation, behind camera about Mikel Arteta. Because, he seems to be like the only team that's really, really ready in England as we speak. And so that's exactly why I feel like, the idea of Champions League final between 2 English sides this season, it's not possible. But let's look at Mikel Arteta. Should he win the Champions League, is he going to be the greatest Arsenal manager?
No. And my reason for saying no is, again, we're in a generation where data stats is what controls everyone. But I think that when you talk about football is a way of life. Football is culture. And you ask yourself, some of the greatest managers in the world, did they have 1,000 laurels? No. We're talking about Johan Cruyff. Cruyff did not win a lot of Champions League titles, right, as a manager, right? But Cruyff generally was the manager who sort of changed football, the way we saw Barcelona play total football. When we talk about Pep Guardiola, how many Champions League titles did Guardiola win? I know he won a couple with Barcelona, right? One with Manchester City. He has not even won more than Zinedine Zidane. But you will not put the two of them in the same conversation. And it's not about the volume. It's about what you did. And for me, and this is my own pick, I think Arsene Wenger doesn't get the credit because he practically changed English football, not just Arsenal, English football generally. It was when Wenger came into the Premier League, a lot of things changed. Nutrition, style of play. We're not going down the old direct route of just pump the ball forward. Instead, what we see is people playing football in a certain way that was very pleasing, right? And that's why I say it's a different system of football. I think for me, he's good. I think he's really good. But overall, I'm going to still put my target on saying Arsene Wenger. Sorry for that. Arsene Wenger for me stands as the most illustrious for me.
Thank you very much, Femi, for being a part of this edition of The Locker Room.
Thank you so much.
All right, so that's exactly where we'll be leaving it up. But before I go, I just need to actually give you the latest, information I've got about transfer. Cameroon international Carlos Baleba is set to sign a deal worth €75 million, and of course for Manchester United. And there seems to be an agreement between Newcastle and Nico Gonzalez. We'll definitely bring you up to speed tomorrow as regards this particular conversation. And of course, do well to actually stick around for the next show with Chukwuma Okoro, and of course, it is Political Lens. I am Ikechukwu Agwago.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze teme ka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Ibenini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Ejo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba, and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips, and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television. In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us. Tonight, Nigeria's political road to 2027 appears to be gathering momentum, with major parties and opposition camps already laying the groundwork for what promises to be a fiercely contested election. Peter Obi has launched Obedient Connect, a platform designed to organize supporters at home and in the diaspora, drive voter participation and strengthen efforts to protect votes. Well, Atiku Abubakar and Obi, however, have both resisted calls to step aside for a single opposition candidate, raising fresh questions about whether Nigeria's opposition can overcome its divisions before 2027. Well, on the other side, the APC is already building a formidable campaign structure for President Bola Tinubu with a 223-member presidential campaign council spanning the country's geopolitical zones. The appointment of Defense Minister General Christopher Mukhtar Sayers as Secretary One of the council has also generated debate about the intersection of military responsibility and partisan politics. So as the political machinery begins to shift into top gear, is Tinubu already ahead because of the APC structure and the opposition's fragmentation? Can Obi and Atiku and the wider opposition find common grounds? And what will ultimately determine the 2027 contest? Is it party structure, economic performance, voter mobilization, or the strength of the opposition? Well, these are the questions we examine tonight. Stay with us as we bring in our guest. We have been joined by Prince Francis Chilaka. He appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Prince, and thanks for joining us. Very well, good to have you. I appreciate your presence as always. Now, let's quickly run into it. Peter Obi has launched Obedient Connect to organize and mobilize his supporters in Nigeria and the diaspora ahead of the 2027 general election. The platform will focus on grassroots coordination, voter participation, and protecting votes, while also seeking donations starting from $10 to fund Obi's campaign. Meanwhile, Atiku Abubakar and Obi have rejected calls for the opposition to unite behind a single presidential candidate to challenge President Bola Tinubu. Although both camps remain open to cooperation, neither has agreed to step aside, while Obi's NDC insists that if a consensus candidate emerges, Obi should lead the opposition. Now, political analyst Akin Olaoye believes Tinubu currently has an advantage because of the opposition fragmentation and the AP's strong political structure. He also cites improving economic indicators as potential strengths for Tinubu, but critics dispute the economic assessment, pointing to hardship and insecurity, and arguing that a stronger opposition coalition could still strengthen or threaten the president's chances in 2027. Prince Francis, what do you want to achieve with Obedient Connect? I know you're a member of the NDC. You are a die-hard Obedient. What do you want to achieve with Obedient Connect?
Well, basically, you know that we're in the jet age, where we have the young generation of Nigerians more active on social media, and they believe that that is where informations are really disseminated. So for me, Obedient Connect is a platform for people to reach out to one another and to reach out to the younger generation of Nigerians. The youths own this country, no matter how you look at it. The number of the youths are high, and the youths own the country. So in connecting with the youths, like I keep telling people, Obedient movement is not about anybody. It's about people who are are disenfranchised, people who are upset, people who feel that the regular system has betrayed them. So these are people who came around, and in looking up, they found somebody like Obi as somebody who stands above board, every one of them. And they feel that this is a man we can actually give our future to, leave our future in his hands, and something good will come out of it. So Obedient Connect is actually for us to be able to connect with the youths and those who believe in a better country.
Now, when you talk about the youths, I know we have an active youthful population, which is supposed to be an asset. Unfortunately and interestingly, these youths are not politically savvy. I say that in the light of the fact that you and I will conduct this interview now, this program. At the end of the day, if we do much, we'll probably get 50,000 views at the maximum. Now, if you look at the analytics, you discover that people, that watched us, people who are interested in what is going on, are people between the ages of 45 to 65. 85% of our viewers. Now, you go to another program, probably BB Niger. And after the show, evening show, you have about 700,000 views. And if you go to the analytics, you see the population between 18 and 32. And so, if you have this analytics, if you have this data, what does that tell you about the youths trying to take their future into their hands? The youths are clearly not interested in politics.
No, it's Mr. Okoro, I totally disagree with you.
You want us to run the numbers?
Nigerian youths are interested in politics. Nigerian youths are just pissed and upset with the way politics is run in this country.
And so what do they do?
Because they are not giving, the youths themselves are not given opportunity.
So why don't they create opportunities themselves?
They've been trying. Nigerian politics is monetized. Extremely monetized. So it becomes difficult for the youths who are not able, who don't even have the money to start with, to get involved in politics. But it does not mean that they're not politically aware. They are politically aware. Take that to the bank. So Nigerian youths are looking at, when you say BB Niger, obviously you know that there is something to win.
But the viewers are not winning.
No, along the line, there is something they always win.
Okay.
Yes. So it
now
is,
what they win?
You can be rest assured that Obedient Connect is going to bring a new phase of activities within the media space. You just watch out and
The
see.
Prince, in 2023, we have about 89 million or 90 million voters, registered voters in Nigeria. And out of that, the people, we had 26% voter turnout. And in all of that, the total votes cast were not up to 30 million. And out of the 90 million registered voters, the youth constitute more than 45% of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so if the youth had voted, we wouldn't get 26% turnout. So what does that tell you?
I think, Mr. Okoro, if you want to be honest with yourself and with also to our viewers, you know that 2023 was like the start point of Nigerian youth saying to themselves, we need to get involved. That was the start point.
Okay.
And so since after then, you will notice that you hear a lot of people come up, they say, this obedience, they're very idiotic, they're very harsh, they just attack you anyhow. It simply shows you the frustration that the younger generation of Nigerians are facing. And it shows you that they are active. If they are not active, they will not be attacking people the way they do. They will not be responding to issues.
It's one thing to be active on social media. It's another to be active at the polling booths. Do you see that?
In 2027, you will know that they'll be active.
Okay, what has changed between 2023 and 2027?
Well, bad governance.
Hunger in the land.
Lack of employment. Lack of security.
Are you sure that the Nigerian youths are able to take up that challenge? Because we also hear that poverty, hardship, hunger has been used to weaponize, has been weaponized. And so how much of that is going to spur the active youths into action?
See, over time, the Nigerian youths have come to understand the behavioral pattern of the Nigerian politicians. And they're waiting for them. And what do? What do the politicians do? They use hunger, they use poverty, they use lack of employment. They use the factors they know that will help the youths to think straight, to hold them down. And so the youths are beginning to say, okay, is that your game plan? We too now, let us be up and doing. And that's why a lot of youths are saying that if you look at INEC is supposed to have continuous voters registration, isn't it? And youths are asking, on a daily basis, Mr. Okoro, do you know how many youths turn 18 that are ready and willing to register to vote? Why is INEC denying them from registering and voting?
Well,
Why should INEC bring a cumulative system that now begins to force people to run around? The voting exercise should be continuous. It should be done in such a way that in churches, in mosques, during the NYSC, in schools when you're about to pass out, everywhere you see young people, they should have where they can go and register for voting. That is the duty INEC has taken upon themselves. So when you say people don't participate, INEC is the problem. INEC is the problem why a lot of people are not registered today.
But we just closed the voter registration.
How many weeks was it? Was it closed?
Okay, you expect that it should be
It's a continuous. What is the meaning of continuous? Except we didn't go to school, except we don't understand what continuous means.
Well, probably they are saying that continuous means regular updates.
How often do they do the regular update? Since 2023, Mr. Okoro, have you seen INEC talk about voters registration?
They just did.
They had to wait few months to an election. Is it not shameful? Does it not show you that the people who are responsible for denying the Nigerian youth the opportunity to get involved in politics is the umpire itself?
Are you trying to suggest that INEC is by any way trying to disenfranchise?
No, not that. I'm not saying by any way. They are doing it. They are doing it, and they are doing it with impunity.
To what end? What would they achieve? What would they?
Well, you should ask them. You should ask INEC. Why must INEC stop registration just immediately after every election? And then they wait. They go and sleep. INEC has a budget for what we call voters education. Do you see them educating Nigerians about voting? Do you see them?
But they have a voter education department.
I am asking you, do you see them carrying out that function?
Well, they have clips on TV, on national TV and all of that.
So
you don't see those things.
You and I, you are coming back to what you said. How many people watch Nigerian television? And how many Nigerians watch it?
National television.
How many? What is NTA national television?
No, NTA is no. You are talking about government owned. I talk about other private. I think there's one that we've been run here in our own station.
You run it because you want to run it, not INEC paying for it.
No, INEC pays.
I'm not aware of that.
INEC pays.
But if INEC pays, why are they not on the street? Why are they not in the markets? Why do they not have a collaboration with National Orientation Agency to be able to educate Nigerians on the need to understand their rights as citizens and their rights as when they vote?
Okay, all right. Prince, let's return to the issue of the Obedient Connect. Now, Obi is asking one way or the other for donations from Nigerians and Nigerians in the diaspora. You can put in $10, you can put in $20, $25, and all of that. And Nigerians are reacting. They're asking, does it look like NDC is broke? That they cannot, excuse me, sir, does it look like NDC is broke and they cannot finance their elections? And they're saying, okay, or does it look like, well, they want Nigerians to buy into the NDC Nigeria project? Which one is it for you?
It's not a crime to start with.
Okay.
It's not new in our climate. This is not the first time.
Okay.
And so anybody who is thinking that way is not being sincere.
No, I mentioned three things.
The important thing is that for you as an individual to drop even if it is 5,000 naira, 1,000 naira into that fund, it means that you believe in the person of that candidate.
Okay, so you are buying into the project.
Yes, you need to buy into the project to be able to deliver a candidate. So NDC is saying to Nigerians, you see us as an alternative. Be part of us. Just don't be part of us by lip service, but be part of us in spirit and in action.
And so Nigerians are also saying, our politics has been structured in such a way that Nigerians are saying, these people that are asking us to donate money, what it means is that on election day, they are not going to share money.
Sharing of money to me is the height of mediocrity. Is the height of reducing the value of the Nigerian people. Honestly speaking. Because when people share money to you and you collect the money and you go home and sleep and they win the election, do you realize that the first thing they do when they get into power is to recoup the money? It's an investment. They'll go and get the money out.
But it's like it's become a pattern.
But we need to change it.
How do we change
it? That is what
Prince,
we said.
how do we change it?
That's why P2B has stood the ground and says, I know they give shishi. You want to vote somebody, you want somebody to come and work for you, and you want the person to bribe you, and you think the person will work for you after bribing you? It's bullshit.
How well has that served him?
It doesn't matter whether it serves him, but it's an issue that we need to correct the system. The system has to be corrected.
Let's go back to Oshun. You saw what happened. Vote buying.
Well, we
People
saw
were captured, with words of money.
We saw it.
Even in Ekiti State, we saw a young girl waving 15,000 naira. This is my 15 by APC forever. APC for life.
Mr. Okoro,
so how much of that do you think will repeat in 2027?
Mr. Okoro, the truth of it is that vote buying is reducing the integrity of the Nigerian people.
But do they know?
It is. I mean, that's why we are talking about it. And that's why those of us who know must educate those who don't know. We must, for you to hold a leader, somebody you claim to have elected accountable, is somebody that you did not collect 1 naira from him. But when you collect money from somebody before election and the person wins, how do you come and talk to the person? How do you hold that person accountable? You can't hold the person accountable because the person will tell you to your face, I paid you for your vote. And that is why there's no development in this country.
Okay, all right. Now, Prince, how much of this Obedient Connect financial or drive, mobilization, revenue mobilization, I'm looking for the appropriate word now, to campaign funding, how much of that is going to work? Because I go back to 2023, the 1,000 naira challenge that was managed the Labour Party, people are still asking questions. People are saying, well, Aisha Yusufu, we have not rendered account. Peter Obi have not rendered account. At the backdrop of that, even when we understand,
I need to correct this impression.
I've not finished.
Let
me finish.
There's something you said I need to correct.
Let me finish before you correct. Even when they don't understand that P2B was not part of the 1,000 naira challenge. And the fact that Aisha herself has also rendered account. But the againsters and the contrarians in the Labour Party are always projecting that. Even last week, it was brought to the fore. Now, NDC or the Obedient Movement has not done a lot of work to say, well, Peter Obi had nothing to do with that 1,000 naira and Aisha has rendered account. How much of that is going to affect this revenue drive?
What you should be asking me is that with all the brouhaha that happened, has it reduced the organic law of P2B shares?
You think it hasn't?
It has not.
Really?
People know that P2B did not touch the money. P2B has come out openly to say, I did not involve myself in this money. And those who handled the money, to the best of their ability, have rendered account. If you say people in Labour Party are bringing it up, you know that people in Labour Party themselves, they are not even part of the party. These are people who were planted to destroy the party. You will see them, the campaigns have started. You will see them campaigning for APC now. Already, I'm sure you're on social media. You've seen posts used and dumped. I'm sure you've seen it. And they keep bringing up pictures of, those who they believe have been used by APC and dumped. Those who had hoped that they will be part of the APC campaign structure. And they're not there. So you find out that people who are dragging P2B's name, you ask yourself, why is it that everybody in Nigeria, when they want to trend, they must trend, they just believe that by throwing P2B's name, they will trend.
How much effort has the Obedient Movement, put into clear that image, that doubt? Well, because I hear a lot of people, I also understand, and I think that a lot of people who claim to be obedient, are there serving as moles. And so they get information, they put it out there, and it looks like, well, the Obedient Movement is disintegrated, they are disintegrating. How much cohesion do you have in that Obedient Movement? Because it's a factor. It's a factor for the NDC and Peter Obi.
Obedient Movement is intact. If you recall, just after the 2023 election, and during the period of the courts going to court and all of that, I'm sure you heard a lot of people say, oh, Obedient has been broken into two. And even recently, you saw a group of people saying that they have sacked P2B. If you recall, that they have sacked P2B from the Obedient group. And where are they today? And I keep telling people something. People need to understand when you say Obedient. Obedient is not a political party. Obedient is not a group that that revolves around anybody other than P2B.
So how will you say? So how will you?
It revolves around Alhaji Kwakwanso. So this is you talk of structure. This is his own structure.
So if
it is a structure built by people who believe in the integrity and ability of P2B to give Nigeria a better country.
So if they sack P2B from the obedient and remove Obi, the dent belongs to who then?
I don't know. But they coined their name into something, Obi as well. But then, at the end of the day, they have fizzled out.
Okay, so Prince, you think that in all of this revenue mobilization, this drive is going to be successful?
It is going to be successful.
Okay.
The last time it was successful, it is not, nobody's being coerced. We're just saying, buy into the vision for a better Nigeria. Be part of this history. Be part of those who would put their names in the book to say yes. It's like when they were building Imo State Airport. It was the people that contributed money.
Did you contribute?
My father did.
But I did.
My father did.
But I did.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
But my father did. And the point is that everybody from Imo State wanted to make sure that their name entered into that record.
Okay.
And so that's the thing with obedience.
Okay, so now are you able to, with this, is going to be some kind of, it's going to complement whatever NDC and Kwakwansia, movements have. But you know that in all of that, it shouldn't exceed 10 billion naira at the presidential level. Are you able to generate up to that amount?
We should be able to.
We should be able to do that.
We should
all right. Now, I think the bigger problem for people in the NDC, the Obedient and the Kwakwansia, is the fact that over the weekend, we heard Atiku Abubakar say, well, this idea of single presidential candidate, forget it, is not going to work. And the Obedient movement has saying, well, if it is not Peter Obi on the ballot, then we are not in. So it looks like there is opposition fragmentation. The Badr declaration is practically dead. The G100 plan and all of that. The conference that they are going to hold on August 35, I don't know what they are going to talk about. Probably they will refer to the Port Harcourt Accord, where you have the SDP, the AAC, and the Accord Party. And so where would the Obedient future in all of that?
You see,
Peter Obi says no, Atiku Abubakar says no. So practically it's dead.
When you talk about opposition, Mr. Okoro, we have only 2 opposition parties in Nigeria today that are viable.
Oh. Which is
NDC and ADC.
Okay.
The rest
you don't reckon with PDP?
PDP, where are they?
Okay.
Where are they? I mean,
I just asked.
I don't know if PDP still exists. Even in the minds of Nigerians, there's nothing like PDP anymore.
Okay. You don't reckon with SDP?
Oh no, leave those words. When you say reckon, you ask yourself. The last time we did calculation here, we talked about their total, the three opposition groups. What was their total vote?
155,000. But they could also spring surprises.
There is nothing surprise that will spring. What kind of surprise will they spring?
Well, Nigerians could turn to them and say, well, since Atiku and Obi cannot, collapse their structures into one, these other people have collapsed. So let's run to them.
Let's one say, Okoro, let's leave. I'm not here to talk about lightweight federal.
Okay, so what do you see coming? What do you see coming?
What I see coming is 3 giants going for a war. And at the end of the day, one person will emerge.
So a replay of 2023.
Most likely.
And so what happened in 2023? Will it happen?
It will not repeat itself.
Why?
There will not be a glitch in 2027.
There will not be?
There will not be a glitch.
In 2027?
Yes.
Okay, was it the glitch that...
Mr. Okoro,
there was a slight glitch in Osun election.
Well,
and what
it didn't happen as it was expected.
Okay.
Because the people stood their grounds. In 2027, Nigerians will stand their grounds. And the rightful person will win. Whoever wins will be the choice of Nigerians, not the choice of the political class.
Now, Nasiru El-Rufai, he's in detention now. I mean, he's struggling for his bail and all of that. He said that in 2027 that it's going to be a 3-horse race. And that there will be a rerun. Unfortunately, that Bola Tinubu will not be part of that rerun. A crystal ball, if you had any, can you look
the thing is, first and foremost, Alhaji El-Rufai has his reasons for saying that.
Okay.
And I think he said that when he was free. But then it's too early to begin to talk of whether there will be a rerun or not. What we should be talking about is the campaign. We want to have a campaign based on issue-based campaign. where people will come and tell us what they have for Nigeria. Not giving us false hope, not giving us false promises. We want people to tell us, this is what I have for Nigeria. This is who I am. We want to know who you are. We want to trace you, your genealogy. We want to trace it to somewhere.
Do you see that happening? Because we see some presidential candidates avoid town hall meetings, debates. They rather send people, go and represent.
Well, this time around, we don't want representations. The Nigerian youths are saying, the Nigerian people are saying, we don't want representations. We want you because at the end of the day, we want to hold the person we elected accountable. If you're sending an errand boy, are we going to hold the errand boy accountable for your mistakes?
Unfortunately, Prince, there is no law to enforce that.
Well,
that each presidential candidate is legally obliged, to come and address Nigerians. There is no law.
If we have to say you need to be legally moved or obliged to come and do it, then you're not ready to contest the election. You're not ready to sell yourself to the Nigerian people.
And so we go back to status quo. Well, go and represent me. Go and speak on my behalf.
If I am to advise Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, if there's a debate and you send a representative, they should walk out of it.
Okay.
That's the ideal thing to do. After all, you remember when Amechi had an interview and they were talking about vice presidential candidate. He said, no, I'm not here. If you're going to interview, if you're talking about vice presidential candidate, I am not here for that interview. That's the way it should be, but today is a vice presidential candidate.
Okay, so don't you think that will also be an opportunity for the opposition to flip it and say, well, this is what is going on and these are the alternatives that we bring to the table?
Well, let us watch and see. Okay. But the truth of the matter is that if there's going to be a town hall for the presidential candidates, and any presidential candidate that decides to send maybe his vice, other parties should send their vice.
Okay.
If they decide to send their spokesman, other parties should send their spokesman. You don't expect a presidential candidate to come and start debating with the DG of a campaign organization. That is belittling.
That is belittling. Now, let's go back to the issue of obedience, because one ex-obedient, Ake Olaya, I don't know if you know him, has given 5 reasons why Tinubu will win 2027 election, including opposition fragmentation, which is what we just talked about now. Now, he also added improving economic indicators. Do you see that?
Well, this person you just called, everybody claims to be an ex-obedient.
Okay.
I know he's working for APC right now. So if you leave the obedient household and you're no longer an obedient, then it means you don't have a right to speak on behalf of the obedience.
No, he's not speaking on behalf of the
I know
obedience.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
But the truth about it, when you talk about economic indices, and I'm asking, is he living in space? Is he living in space? When people come and say, oh, the economy is getting better, I say, where is it? Is it in your house?
I'm happy that you say people say, because Ake is not the only one saying.
Is it in your... People who say it are all together, they're all from APC. They are the only ones who don't see the suffering of the ordinary Nigerians. They are the only ones who don't see that petrol today is going for 1,003, 1,002, 1,005, depending on where you're buying from. They are the only ones who do not see that there are no roads to move around in this country. They are the only ones that do not see that there is insecurity holding this country down. They are the only ones that do not see that our medical facilities are not working. They are the only ones. So the same people in Nigeria are not seeing what is going on. It is the same people in Nigeria that know that everything is working. Does it not surprise you?
Now, if you talk about economy improving, the president says, well, between 2023 and 2025, we shared 15.8 trillion naira savings from fuel subsidy removal. And out of that, the federal government got only 5.4, while the states and local governments took 10.4 trillion naira. Hold your governors responsible. And some of the governors seem to be doing well. And so how much of that is going to flip in favor of the APC?
Mr. Koro, I think the issue we have in this country is people being truthful, people being sincere, and people being honest.
Okay.
And our leadership over time, they have not embedded that.
You think they didn't share that money?
No. I'm not talking about sharing. I'm talking about the reason given for subsidy is gone.
Okay.
We need to start from there. On the 29th of May 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to power, he said, subsidy is gone. And if you recall what he said that the savings from the subsidy is going to be applied to critical areas. He never told Nigerians that he was going to share that savings with governors. Even when Nigerians kept asking Mr. President, where is the savings? It took Mr. President 3.5 years to now tell Nigerians that he shared the money with the state governors.
Is this political posturing?
It is what it is. So why would you say you're gathering something that you want to use to build a house? And when it is time for you to, people are now saying, why is this foundation not started? You now say, oh, I shared that money amongst people. And you think Nigerians are gullible. And you think that you're asking Nigerians to go and hold their governors accountable. Is it the same governors that most of them don't stay in their states? Is it the same governors that all of them abandoned the party that brought them to power and they come to a new party? Governors collect security vote that they don't account for. Insecurity is ravaging the land. Have they given account of the security vote? The governors that are not able to account for security vote, you are not asking the citizens to go and ask them to account for money or subsidy.
Okay, now, Prince, let's take a closer look at the monies that were shared. And I also like for us to consider what we call the stakeholder management during electioneering and all of that. Now, the governors have a lot of money. They contributed close to 800 billion naira sometime until they had problems. I hear that they are contributing again. Now, let us say on presidential election day, a governor deploys in a state 50 billion naira. And he says, well, party leaders, state chairman, state executive committee of the party, state working committee of the party, he begins to dole out each local government area. Take 2 billion naira, go and deliver, go and deliver, go and deliver. What do you think will happen?
We should be.
I want us to be realistic.
I'm going to be very honest with you. Those governors that are going to share such money, are they not ashamed of themselves?
No, but it does happen.
The money they are going to share, is it their personal money?
No, but it does happen.
It is the money of the state.
It does
is
happen.
the money that they are meant to use to develop the state, to put infrastructure, to caution the effect of poverty, to caution the effect of hunger. So why are they keeping it for election? It simply shows to Nigerians that at the end of the elections, they will abandon you.
No, Prince, what will happen if they share that kind of money on election day?
Let them share it.
You think
The
Nigerians
reputation
will...
of Osun will happen.
Okay, like, take the money and vote your choice.
Yes. Nigerians are getting wiser.
At the national level?
Nigerians are getting wiser, Mr. Okoro. Osun State was a litmus test. Do you know how many governors were in Osun State from APC? Do you know that your Senate president also was in Osun State? Do you know how many ministers were in Osun State?
Well, a certain minister...
It was a state capture.
A certain minister wasn't there, and he said, well, if the president wanted Osun at all costs, he would have sent me.
Well, it simply shows you that whoever the minister that said that is the chairman of rigging. He has exposed himself. He has told Nigerians that all he knows how to do is to rig elections. If a minister can say that, then that minister is the master rigger.
But up until this time, he's not been called to question.
Who calls anybody to question in this administration?
So, like, the president likes what he's doing or what he said.
Silence is what?
Acceptance.
Simple. It's not the first one.
And so, do you think that will repeat in 2020? I'm trying for us to understand what will happen in 2027.
Mr. Okoro, for me, 2023 is still, 2027 is still far.
It's still far.
But I can assure you that as the campaigns unfold,
just 4 months.
As the campaigns unfold,
okay,
in another 2 months from today, we will know where we stand in 2027.
Okay, now before we leave this conversation, do you think that the obedient movement, now they have another brother, the Kwakwansia, which they call the OK movement, do you think that they will be able to reenact the 2023 momentum?
They will do more than that.
They will do more than that.
Yes. 2 heads are better than 1.
6 plus 1 is just 7, and the president
did
almost 9.
When you say 6 plus 1, where did the 1 come from?
From Kwakwanso.
From which state?
From Kano.
Now, you know that Kwakwanso, as it is today, is spreading the entire north.
Okay.
You may not agree, but I can assure you that in the north today, between Kwakwanso and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Kwakwanso seems to have more grounds.
But I also hear that Atiku is sweeping.
Well, let's watch and see.
Let's watch.
I didn't know when Atiku started using broom.
No, I mean sweeping popularity and mobilization and all of that.
Well, let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes.
For me, I have always said something, and I say, and I say with all sense of responsibility, I say it as a Nigerian, as a passionate Nigerian, as a patriotic Nigerian, that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar should not contest 2027. It is not the turn of the North.
Okay.
He must learn to respect that gentleman agreement.
Now that you mentioned Kano, let's talk about Kano in a bit. I hear that Popanso is gradually losing grip of Kano politics. Why? Because, I mean, his godson, Yusuf, didn't join him to the NDC and to the ADC and to the NDC. And I hear that there's this kind of a split, you know, in the Kano state because the governor is waxing very strong, organized weddings for how many people, and a lot of people are following him. They're all sporting the Bola Ahmed Tinubu insignia in the cab. All those people, you know, the bride and the groom, and every other person that was there had that. Looks like there's some kind of mobilization.
When you talk of political settlement,
okay.
You know that people would always gravitate to where a settlement, temporary settlement.
Temporary, you say.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, and you know, you should ask yourself: is it the responsibility of a governor to begin to organize weddings?
I bet he did.
It shows you that he has nothing to do. He has nothing to offer the people.
Prince, you more like live an idealistic life. This is not what it's supposed to be. But that is what we see happen. And so how do we deal with that?
We must change it.
Okay, we must change
We must change. We cannot continue this way.
Okay, so how do
For
we
this nation to move
change
forward,
it?
there are certain things that when people do it, we must condemn it.
It's one thing to condemn.
It's
another
not
one
the
to
responsibility of governor to begin to wed people. When you wed them, are you going to help them run their families? Do you know what it means to run a family? Mr. Koro, you know yourself. Marriage is not what a family is. What comes after it? So when you get people wedded, you're going to be the one to provide them everyday meal. You're going to want to provide them when the woman gets pregnant. When the woman puts to bed, you keep. I mean, come on. These are just political gimmicks.
Well, Prince, when you talked about marriage, someone once defined marriage as one room where the people inside are trying to come outside. The people outside are struggling to enter. Well, let's see how the Kano people are able to manage their affairs and all of that. Now, let's move on to our second topic of conversation. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has released the 223-member Presidential Campaign Council for President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election campaign. Tinubu himself, that is the president, my president, your president, will chair the council, with Vice President Kashim Shettima and APC National Chairman Nentawe Idwata as Vice Chairman, while Senator Abdul Aziz Yari will serve as Director General. Well, former Kano Governor Abdullahi Ganduje, former National Chairman of the APC, will lead stakeholder mobilization, while former Lagos State Governor Rajiv Batunde Fashola will coordinate stakeholders in the Southwest. The structure also assigns campaign responsibilities across all 6 geopolitical zones and provides for state-level campaign councils involving APC officials, candidates, ministers, and local government leaders. Meanwhile, Defense Minister, retired General Christopher Musa, has accepted President Bola Tinubu's appointment of him as Secretary 1 of the APC Presidential Campaign Council for the 2027 elections. Defense Minister. Well, Musa described the role as a call to higher service and pledged to work diligently towards the party's victory, while urging APC members and Nigerians to remain united behind the Tinubu administration. Despite his new political assignment, Musa said his constitutional duty as Defense Minister remains unchanged. He assured Nigerians that military operations, defense reforms, and interagency security cooperation efforts will continue with full vigor, stressing that protecting the country and its people remains his highest priority. Now, Prince, Tinubu is chairman of his own campaign council. First time in history. Briefly, how do you see that?
Well, it simply shows that he doesn't trust people in the campaign.
Okay, an issue of trust.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a trust.
So is he going to run the day today or what?
Well, that is what it's pointing out to. If you as a politician, you set up a structure and you decide to head it, it means that those you have elected on board, you believe that they do not have the capacity to deliver. Because if they have the capacity to deliver, you will sit back and wait and give somebody else the responsibility to chair it. Then the person that is chairing it now reports to you.
But he also has a DG.
That's what it is, the DG that should report to him.
Okay.
But not him being the chairman of the group. But then, I mean, it is APC. It is, they call him master strategist. So I think that's part of his own strategy. I'm not I'm not
Okay, now 223. That looks unworldly. 223.
Yeah, out of 223, how many of them have? We know quite a lot of them that have questionable character. Some of them who were suspended because of.
I was coming to that anyway, but thank God I brought us to this point.
Because of their past activities.
Better Edu.
Well,
because you're Lemeje, people who are still undergoing investigation.
We keep asking ourselves, if you are gathering people with questionable character around you, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are.
Prince, Zach Adedeji, the chairman of our National Revenue Service, more like Nigeria's taxman, is a member of that campaign council and he heads the fundraising subcommittee of the APC campaign council. What does that tell you?
Well, it simply shows you that this government has not been able to draw a line between politics and governance. And that's the truth. You're bringing ministers and you're giving them positions of authority. You're bringing, at that age, everybody knows that he will do whatever Mr. President wants. But people are shocked at the Minister for Defense. People are shocked. I know how Nigerians stood up for him when he was when he was removed from the army. And the way he spoke, Nigerians felt, this man has a solution to the whole myriad of insecurity in the country. Don't forget, he talked about, securing our borders. How many borders has he secured? Since he became Minister for Defense, has he been able to stop the killings of Nigerians by terrorists, bandits, and headsmen? Has he been able to do that? Suddenly he has forgotten everything he said, the promises he made. He has turned into a politician.
But he also said that, accepting that position is not going to deflect him from his responsibility.
There are two different things. The military is all about discipline.
He's not in the military anymore.
It doesn't matter.
He's a defense minister. He just coordinates. He has the chief of family staff. He has the chief of naval staff.
We shouldn't be creating escape routes for people in government. We shouldn't. If he's a man of honor and proven integrity, he will reject that appointment.
To return a government where he's serving as a minister.
He will reject that appointment and say, Mr. President, let me face the issue of insecurity.
And how do you think the president will take lightly to that?
The president must understand that this man believes in him. And
so if the president does understand that he's going to more like obstruct his performance as Minister of Defense, why appoint him as a secretary one of that council?
He has been turned, that's something. He has become a full-fledged politician. That's the truth. He has suddenly forgotten. Suddenly forgotten his early beginnings.
I just mentioned two people now. Beta Edu, member of that council. Ngozi Elemeje, National Social Insurance Trust Fund, member of that council. People who have been fingered at one point or the other. People who are still undergoing investigation and prosecution.
Well,
and they are members of that
I said,
council.
show me your friends and I'll say who you are.
Does it look like the president didn't run a check on that list, or he was not properly briefed?
Is the president himself, is he in control? Is he in charge of what is happening around him?
Do you see him removing some members of that council, especially when Nigerians raise an uproar?
Well, Nigerians have raised an uproar. Nigerians talked about the fact that somebody died in a minister's house, and Nigerians said this minister should be arrested. And the minister came out and said, Mr. President says, go and build more roads. We talked about fake agencies, where the name of the chief of staff was called. The minister turned a deaf ear and blind eyes.
And gave him another responsibility.
So it's like, sometimes I ask myself, is Mr. President really in charge of affairs? Or is it that there are people, they always say there are people at the corridor of power.
Okay, now, Prince, before we leave this conversation, 223-member council, we have not seen the composition of other parties and their campaign councils. Now, because of this huge, massive mobilization, and tomorrow the APC wins, should people begrudge them? Because I see them
Mr. Okoro,
when they have
Mr.
elections.
Okoro,
When they have
Mr.
elections,
Okoro.
they assemble 10 governors in one place and they win, and people say,
Mr.
"Oh,
Okoro, let me say something. If there's a free and fair election,
okay."
and the president wins, Nigerians will clap for him. Nigerians will say, okay, we have not suffered enough, okay? Continue suffering us. It's as simple as ABCD. All we're asking for is for there to be a credible, free, and fair election.
With what happened in Osun, do you see that coming in 2027?
Well, like I said, Osun is a litmus test.
Okay.
I've heard some people say, don't take what happened in Osun, that it cannot happen again. It won't repeat itself.
It will repeat itself.
Yes.
All right, now, Prince, at the Democracy and Governance Forum on August 24, that is today, several Nigerian presidential candidates said they will reject the 2027 election results if the process was not free, fair, and credible. We just talked about free and fair, credible elections. Well, Adewale Adebayo, Donald Duke, representatives of Seyi Makinde and Atiku Abubakar and Omoyele Sowore all stressed the importance of electoral fairness. Peter Obi gave a confident response when he was asked if he was going to accept the results of 2027 election if it was free, fair, and credible. Peter Obi simply responded, "I will win." Now, this took place at the opening of Nigerian Bar Association 2026 Annual General Conference holding in Port Harcourt. They had to go back to Port Harcourt after what happened last year. After the 200 million naira incident, they had to converge again in Port Harcourt. Now, Peter Obi gave a confident response, "I win." The comments highlight growing tensions ahead of the January 16, 2027 presidential election, with opposition candidates already focusing on the credibility and legitimacy of the process. Sowore said they will fight to win and will not accept an outcome that was not free and fair, while Atiku's representative emphasized the coalition's claim to appeal across all ethnic and regional lines. Now, Prince, briefly, candidates have said, "We will not." Peter Obi says, outrightly, "I will win." Now, should Nigerians and will Nigerians accept the elections if they feel it is not free, fair, and credible?
If the elections are not free and credible, Nigerians will not accept.
So what will they do?
Well, time will tell.
Time will tell.
Well, in 2023, people were docile. And I think the docility you saw in 2023 was because Peter Obi was towing the lines of the former President Jonathan.
Okay.
He didn't want anybody to be on the street. He didn't want any problem. He just felt that he believed that the judiciary would be able to do the right thing. But I can tell you, in 2027, if we have the same bleach, we'll have the same situations we had in 2022 and 2027, it will be a different note.
Prince, your concluding thoughts, we're out of time.
My concluding thought is to Nigerians, look, go and get your PVC. Get ready. Forget the money they're going to throw around. Because whatever money they throw around, whatever they give you, it is just going to last for that moment. And hunger, poverty, as it is today, will continue to show in your faces.
All right, then, this will be a good place to end the conversation. I've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka, political affairs analyst, who joined me on the program Political Lens. On behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwu Maokoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Ndemduti. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
For many Korope and Keke Marwa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, you know. And if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000. If we buy about 5,000, 5 liter,
is almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before, we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily, we see passengers. Luckily, we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour, 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something, to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price, to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel prices continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onidamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP. The voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and content.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, we'll begin with former Governor of Rivers State and Vice Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, engaging in a spat with Omoyele Sowore, presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, during the Nigerian Bar Association conference in Port Harcourt. Also examine Nigeria's worsening security situation following the reported mass abduction of worshippers in Niger State, even as President Bola Tinubu orders security agencies to launch a coordinated rescue operation. We'll then move on to the controversy surrounding the president's university certificate as fresh arguments emerge over whether the focus should be on his certificate or the consistency of his educational history. Lastly, we will discuss the sentiments of the former Youth and Sports Minister, Solomon Dalong, who alleged that corruption could become a requirement for political appointments if President Bola Tinubu wins the 2027 presidential election. Join us to break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. You can join the conversation and share your thoughts by dialing the number displayed on your screen. The political temperature surrounding the 2027 election is spilled into the Nigerian Bar Association conference in Port Harcourt, where former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi and presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore engaged in a heated verbal exchange. Amechi was responding to Showore's criticism that members of Nigeria's elite, including the former Minister of Transportation, had contributed to the country's economic problems. Sowore launched a direct broadside against establishment politicians, calling on voters to reject repeated promises from figures who had previously held office. The incident comes against the backdrop of an increasingly competitive political environment as parties and political actors intensify preparations for the 2027 elections. Meanwhile, APC National Publicity Secretary Felix Moka has defended the removal of subsidy, arguing that Nigeria would have faced a much more severe financial crisis if the subsidy had remained. Moka maintained that the decision was necessary to prevent the government from continuing to spend scarce public resources on subsidizing petrol consumption. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. He is a philosopher, an economist, and an author of the best-selling book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Sam Kinane. He is the Southeast Senatorial candidate and former deputy governorship candidate of the Labour Party in Rivers State. Glad to have you join us, Sam Kinane.
Thank you, Nena. Thank you, Dr. Peters. Welcome on board again.
Yeah, it will actually be very safe for me to say welcome back. But let me start with you before I come to the Anosike. You know, I'm sure you followed this, the debates that happened yesterday actually. You know, when you have a political debate that turns into a clash of words, you know, you see someone say you have no business coming back, the other person says, close your mouth and all of that. What does that tell us? And what do you make of this, of this, or how the debate actually, what it descended into really?
For me, a debate is supposed to be free for people to express their opinion, and the expression of their opinion, whoever is being concerned should also listen carefully, because it is another time for us to be corrected of what we are doing wrong and also to learn from what we need to do right. Just for the fact that everybody have their own opinion and how they begin to view and see people. When we begin to shut down people at a debate, then it shows us that we are not matured in leadership, because leadership is all about criticism. Leadership is all about listening to the people and hearing from the people. And if a leader cannot hear from what people feels about him or her, then there is a problem. That brings us to almost where we are now, which is tyranny, that the people must always listen to what you have to say. And when people continue to listen to what you have to say, be rest assured that they will tell you what you want to hear. And that will not give you any sense of good leadership. So for me, I think it wasn't a very good one. It should have been better than that. That will also make people shy away from reality. It will make people not to be able to air their views for fear of maybe offending a leader who probably could have taken advice from a good criticism. So under situations like that, it wasn't good. And particularly at the events where we expected that the people are learned, the people are exposed, and the people are open for us to be able to talk to them and also learn from them. In my own opinion, there was not much for us to learn, and it wasn't a very good one. I want to stop at that for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come to you, Anosike. I want to know what you make of the showdown, if I could use that phrase that we had. You want some would applaud the NBA for putting up, something of that nature. But we saw how what he descended into. Yes, there were clashes of words really, and we saw how I looked like Amechi was, talking down on Showore and trying to shut him up. Though Showore stood his ground really and was able to even speak irrespective of what Amechi was saying. So, what do you make of that before we even go further into our discussion?
Well, I want to appreciate MBA for not singing on your mandate will stand, like the judiciary. Understand? So I want to start from there. At least we didn't hear that on your mandate will stand. But there's a very big difference between a debate and argument. So what they were doing was not a debate, rather argument. A debate is bring your own points. I will bring my own points. Understand me? So there's no so then let people now judge, understand, where our presentation and know which one has more merit. This is a debate, but argument is you must hear from me. I don't want to hear from you. So what that we are doing wasn't really a debate, rather an argument. And I know that is really what Showore had in mind before flying down to Port Harcourt. Let me go and mess these corrupt politicians up. Understand? So, because I know his mindset for over 30 years ago. Understand? So, but Amechi refused to be intimidated.
So okay, let me come in here. That was okay. So you're saying the person who actually went to the mindset of intimidating others was Showore, not the other way around.
No, that's Amechi was reacting.
So yes, to what
Showore said. And I said before Showore went to Port Harcourt, his mind, let me go and shut these corrupt politicians up.
Okay.
Understand me? Let me go and talk truth to power. Understand me? So Amechi was mainly reacting and was pointing to some of the things that he did as a governor. Understand? But Showore has never managed even a kitchen. Understand? So all he has is a talk. Understand me? But Bill Gates, no, I don't want to bring Bill Gates in here. Understand? Experience. There's a very big difference between knowledge and wisdom. Understand? Knowledge comes from studies, from research, but wisdom comes from experience. What you have practiced, what you have done over and over again. So I'm sure they may have all the knowledge in the world about governance, but he has no wisdom because he has not put it into practice. Understand? Amechi, on the other hand, has been 8 years speaker, 8 years governor, 8 years minister. Understand? So he has experience of governorship. Understand me? Even so, the issue now is, did he do well or not when he was in the office? Understand me? So we can assess Amechi from what he has done. He has a record. Understand? For Nigerians to look at and say, we want this guy, we don't want this guy. But Showore has nothing to show except all the statements that he has been, that's activism. Understand me? But the truth is that all over the world, charismatic leaders, charismatic speakers don't make good leaders.
Okay.
Charismatic speakers, charismatic leaders don't make good leaders, not just in Nigeria.
Why is that? You think because they just talk and then there's really no action to their words?
One, or they talk, but most of the time there's no environment for them, and those that are sad or the environment has failed.
Okay, but let me come in here, Tanosike. It looks like, wouldn't you want to give Showore, cut him some slack? He has not been given an opportunity to lead. And here you are saying you're actually supporting Amechi.
Yes, leadership is not a gift.
I know leadership is not a gift, but what I mean is, in Nigeria today, he has not been opportuned to really, be in that place of authority and be part of the government, have that experience, in quote. But you're actually supporting Amechi's statement that's saying that, governing experience gives you the authority to speak. But is that a legitimate argument, really?
Excuse me, there's what I don't always want to understand. Politics is local. Politics starts from the word.
Okay.
Understand me? Politics starts from the word. You cannot, instead of starting from the root, you go to the leaves and start, which is what Showore did. Chris Okotie is my very good friend. When he come out with his fresh party, understand? I told him, excuse me, sir, I'm just coming one time, running for the president. He cannot win the work. Understand? You have to go to the grassroots. Understand? You have to go to the grassroots. The elites know you, but where you, the Abraka, where you are coming from, understand? They just know you as a very wonderful musician. Understand? Which is different from leadership. Understand? So there must have been 1, 2, 3 areas that your leadership must have been tested. Maybe you have run a successful company. Understand me? You have been a community leader. Understand me? Even Obama started from the community. So you cannot just come one day from nowhere you are running for the president. Understand me? So that's why I talk about knowledge and experience.
Okay, let me come to you, Sam Kinane. Dr. Masike has, taken us into another, angle to this. And he's talking about Showore, and he's saying that Showore should have been better off, starting from, the grassroots, starting from the wards. And, I don't know if you actually buy this idea that, yes, he should have, started from that spot and not, or that point rather, and not just, zoom off into presidency. What do you think? Please unmute your device if you're speaking. We can't hear you.
It could start from anywhere. It could start from the world. It could start from the state assembly. It could as well start from the presidency, depending on available opportunities. There's nothing to say he must start at a level before he can be a good leader. But to be frank, activists are never good leaders. Let me say about 99% or 98% of activists are never good leaders. Why is it so? It is easier for activists to come to the street and say things the way they want, but when it comes to leadership, it is different, just like it happened in the debate yesterday. A good leader wouldn't act and speak the way that Showore was speaking. A good leader will have a better way of presenting his issues in a way that is not going to offend the other or the next person. But if you see, activists believe that they must put it in your face the way it is to embarrass you and to actually put you off point, which is not the way of a good leader. A good leader will look at how to manage a situation depending on the environment as at that time. Just like Dr. Anoske said, Yes, he may have had the mindset of coming to mess up leaders or bad leaders, and when he came into that place, he actually demonstrated that by putting up statements that is worthy of igniting people's mind. So that is not a very good quality of him as an individual and as an activist. Of course, that is what we expect of him, because he's used to being confrontational. And so what I'm trying to say is that to be confrontational does not show a very good sign of good leadership, which of course Shore is always demonstrating. But on the other part of Amechi, yes, I have to say that when Amechi was the governor of Rivers State, the people of Rivers State loved him. The people of Rivers State still count to him till tomorrow as one of the best performing governors that we've ever had in Rivers State. But at a situation like this, I never expected him to take up an argument with Shore. Rather, he should allow us or the people to judge from what he has done. He should present his own facts and leave it at that fact, because we have them available. That is what I've expected of him. So if you look at it, put them together, it was like a bait was set and somebody just fell to that bait to put it up in a way that it brought about the argument that was no longer a debate. So that's my view. It does not really matter where you start from as a leader, but it depends on the opportunity you have and your demonstration to show that yes, you are knowledgeable enough of what is around you and how to handle it to the benefit of the people. That is what leadership is all about. It does not matter that you must have. In fact, there are people who have started from the grassroots, even starting from councillor down to governorship level. History has shown that it does not a good lot of what you have in you and what you have acquired over the period that you've been able to internalize and work upon yourself. Of course, a leader should be able to work upon himself, and a leader should be able to tolerate people. A leader should be able to listen, and you can only do well when you listen. And when you are listening, you shouldn't be listening to hear what you want to hear, but you should be listening to hear what people feels about you and how best you can change if you can change, and how best you can explain to them some of those things that you cannot change to make them understand it is for their benefit that these things are happening. So I do not agree directly that a leader must start from the grassroots or the lowest level and grow in rank. No, it does not always work that way.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come back to Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, you know, when you look at our politicians and when you look at the Nigerian political system, it looks like we've been recycling our politicians. But can we actually afford to keep recycling these politicians with, you know, governing experience and quotes, if the citizens, if Nigerians are not satisfied, are still not satisfied with the outcomes of their experience?
One, why the recycling is happening is for two reasons. These people are those with money. They have stolen money. They have stolen so much that you cannot do without them for the next election. Understand me? They have stolen so much, and the young ones cannot compete with them monetarily. Look at the current Yari of Zamfara State. 2023, when Yari contested for the Senate presidency with Akpabio, he was promising any senator that votes for him $1 million and the house in Abuja. Understand? What industry does he have? Understand? What is his business? For him to be able, and he said he needed 40 senators. That is $40 million and houses. Understand? So with that, he has shown that he is a money bag. So any wonder why Tinubu said that man should be a real asset. He has money. Understand me? That is number one. that these guys have stolen money and made themselves indispensable. Number two, most of them belong to the same secret court, secret society. Understand?
Allegedly,
Most of them belong to the same secret society that you must see somebody there as your brother. And you cannot do any other thing, understand, outside somebody who is in that court with you. So these are the two reasons why these people are being recycled in the country. There's no allegedly.
Okay, so said there's no allegedly, but we don't have facts, to back this particular statement. The time is saying there's no allegedly in the statement of.
Most of them belong to the same secret court.
Oh, okay.
Understand? So, and once you are there, even your biological brother who is not a member of the court is an outsider.
Okay, and let me come to you, Sam Kinane. When, like I asked Dr. Nosike, do you think that we should get to a point, like, give opportunities to younger people? Nosike is saying that these politicians have the money. That's why it looks like they're being recycled over and over again, even when Nigerians are really dissatisfied with the outcomes of their experience. But do you think that there's a need for us to get to the point where younger people are being given opportunities, and that's where someone like Showore comes in, really? What do you think?
Opportunities do not come on the platter of gold. The younger people should make themselves available. And that is why people like us are always available at every election cycle for the people to make their choices. But then the question we should be asking ourselves is, are Nigerians, the masses, the populace, the voters, are they ready for this change, or they are dancing towards money? For the fact that, yes, you are dissatisfied with the action of an individual, should be able to let you know that, yes, the next election I'm not going to vote that individual. But it surprises us most of the time when you get to the polling units and the polling booths, where people are voting and they are readily collecting that money that has been stolen from us over the years, and then selling their conscience. And then you are giving them the impetus, the strength, the morale that they should continue to circulate themselves among themselves. But if they have been refused, if they have rejected their money, then it will give them that feeling that, oh, my money no longer speaks for me. I've experienced this severally. In fact, there was one election I ran, and in that election, the young people actually came out, collected their money. Some of them collected the money and put it in their pocket and told them, I am not voting for you. The elderly people who were more mature said, go away with your money, to hell with you with your money, I'm not taking your money. But it will surprise you what was the outcome of that election. Even in my own community, the leaders of the community called me and invited those people and alleged that I gave them oath to swear that I should come and cleanse them of that oath which I gave to them to swear. You can see the level we have degraded in Nigeria, where people's conscience, when they want to even demonstrate that, yes, we don't like this, they are branded names and giving wrong tags. So that has even put fear into some people. However, I'm happy with what is happening now. People's understanding are beginning to change. The reality of hardship on ground is beginning to touch the mind of people. People are already beginning to show that, yes, we do not want these people again, and we are going to do whatever we can to stop this system. But the question again we should be asking, does it lie just among the young people? Does it lie just among the electorate, the masses? No, it goes beyond that. The institutions that conduct this election also help in circulating them around. Take, for instance, even during primaries, before you're able to scale through a primary, if you don't have much money, it will be very difficult for you. Even the INEC themselves are playing a very key role in helping to circulate them around, where they will be replacing names of people who have contested and won primaries with people whom they want. Some, they will come out outrightly, they did not witness that primary, so they are not going to accept it. And before you know, names are submitted and published at the INEC level. So there are so many factors to this recirculation. Some of it, outrightly, they will tell you, go to hell, come to court. And so when voting has been done, the young people have said, we don't want them around again. We want a new set of people. They will do what they can do and after they publish these names and they announce your result, let's meet at court. And when you meet them in the court, again, another issue comes up. Do you have enough money to see your way through? So some of these put together will tell you that, yes, they are recirculating themselves among themselves for the purpose that they have all what it takes, and the young people are not ready to push beyond what it takes for them to recirculate themselves.
Young people are not ready to push beyond what it takes to bring themselves out. That's what I actually hear you say. But let's look at another aspect. Let me come to that before I come to you on this particular issue. Still on the debate issue, Atiku has come out to say that when you look at, before I even talk about what Atiku has said, when you look at this debate, we did not see the president in this debate. When we saw the peace pact that was signed some weeks ago, the president was not there, but he sent a representative. And now Atiku is saying that if President Bola Tinubu is not in any debate, he will not be a part of that debate. What do you make of that? Should that we get to that point where we need to mandate, if I could use that word, our president to come out for debate?
You cannot use that word mandate because it is not democratic.
Okay.
It is not democratic. And Tinubu said that he's a very stubborn person.
Politician, okay.
Understand? And I remember in 2022 or 2022 ending, he said it is an insult to mention P2B in his presence. Understand me? That's Google it to see it. Tinubu said it is an insult to mention P2B, that nobody should mention P2B in his presence. So that is the mindset. What am I going to do with these no-graded people? What am I going to do with these shoe shiners? Understand? So that is why during the peace accord, he sent a secretary to the government of the federation. Understand? Those people are not in his class. Therefore, he shouldn't go there. So it is that mindset. But Hadley Chase had a series which he called Soccer Punch. And in the story, he said when a guy gets overconfidence, he is hit with a soccer punch. And that is friendly what happened to him in 2023 with P2B. Because he never expected to see what he saw. Understand me? So, but this, in America, a presidential candidate or debates with his fellow presidential candidates. Understand me? And from there, you listen to their mindset, you listen to their worldview, you make a decision. Understand? What finished Biden, that was the debate that he had with Donald Trump, where his wife even said that she thought that Biden was having a cardiac arrest. Understand? And again, the debate that J.D. Vance had with Kamala Harris, vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, where Tim Walz was agreeing to everything that J.D. Vance is saying. So if you are agreeing to everything that your opponent is saying, why are you contesting against him? You leave him now, understand? You leave him to go, since whatever he said, you nod your head. Whatever he said, you know. So, which means you have accepted what he's saying, why are you still contesting against him? So, debate exposes a lot of things, understand me? Now, we have seen Showore's temperament, understand? It is from this, it is from what happened in Port Harcourt that those who did not know, understand, who will have seen this. Because there's a saying that a wise man is the person who speaks only when he knows that his words will be more important than his silence. Understand? So we don't know a wise man with talking. Understand? So the issue is this: debate is part of every election. Understand? But they will tell you that it is against their fundamental human rights. Understand? As Americans, we always use their Fifth Amendment to dodge questions.
But should it really be the case? Because when you look at this debate, let me come to you, Sam Kinande. When you look at this debate and you've seen what Atiku Abubakar is saying, do you really think, for you, do you think that Atiku Abubakar is saying the right thing when he says that if the president is not part of the debate, he would actually boycott the debate? Because according to him, he's saying that the debate should not be just centered on opposition, but rather should be, you know, the ruling and then the opposition parties as well, and not just what we see most times, just the opposition parties that are debating. So what do you think about that? Unmute your device, please, if you're speaking.
Yeah, Nena, I want to ask you, how many of our elections have been contested based on debates? Debate in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, is irrelevant because it has happened in almost every election cycles. And yet, people are chosen or elected. What I would prefer any candidate like I am now, if you call me for debate, yes, I'll be ready to come and tell the people what I can do. And the people should make their choice from what I'm able to tell them. The person that is not able to come and tell them, they should also know that that person does not have anything to tell them. And so you boycotting because the other person boycotted, then who is to lose? You are an opposition that wants to sell your intentions to the people. And when you are given such an opportunity, you cannot come out to sell your potential to the people. You are the one to lose. He's there as the president of this country. And whatever he's doing, people are seeing, no matter the criticism, he's still there as the president. So we should not base on the appearance of the president before we will agree for a debate. And in almost every election cycles, we have known that incumbents hardly attend debates. And when they even attend the debates, do they have anything to offer more than what they have been doing in office? Are you going to tell them something new, something different? Even when you tell them something different, they already understand this is what you do. You are saying something different. So I think it is an opportunity for the opposition to come, talk to the people, convince them to vote for you. So if you don't have anything to show, you better don't bother discouraging other people who are ready to come and do a debate and tell the people, feeling that because you do not go, they too will not go. It doesn't make for me, and it is not a choice for him. I think if he has something, come and talk to us. We will listen to you and let us see if we can buy into your ideas. Leave the president. He's there, yeah? He has a lot to do. And if he chooses to send somebody, who are you to say no? What about if he was ill? Will you say because he's ill and he could not come, you are not going to present your own debate to the people? No. So, in fact, he has even honored by saying he wants to send somebody. I'm okay with that. Let him come and tell us something or whatever he wants to do differently. And Atiku should also come and tell us what he wants to do differently from what we know him to have done before. So all the presidential candidates and other contestants on every other different platforms should be able to come and stand and debate and tell the people what we want to do different from what is happening at the moment. I think that is my stand on it.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, before I come to you, so you're saying that it doesn't matter if the ruling party, if the president is actually there. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, because he has nothing to lose. He's already the president. You are the one who wants to sell your ideas to the people.
Okay.
He can decide to say it's not coming. All what they do is what they know how to do best. So what is it that you are doing differently? Coming to tell the people, this is the way I want to make it. So it does not make any difference whether he comes or not. We already know how he is ruling or leading the country. So he is coming to tell us, just like it happened in America. What else are you going to say differently from what we understand? It does not make any difference. Rather, we who wants to take power should take it upon ourselves that it is our duty to talk with the people and convince the people and let them understand that these people, in fact, it's an opportunity for you to even expose some of those things that people do not know about the ruling government. So it does not matter for them, but it matters for us as opposition to come and then see how best we can convince the voters to vote for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, you're going to say something
One, in a democracy, debate matters. And in a democracy, debate is very, 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 very important. And sending somebody is a deception. Understand? Because that guy is not the president. One day I was watching an interview where a legal advisor to APC, excuse me, was asked which secondary school the Tinubu attended. Understand? And the guy is saying, I'm not Tinubu. If you see Tinubu, ask him. Understand me? So he cannot answer that question because it's not Tinubu. Understand? So if Tinubu send somebody and they ask him, why is the state of the economy so poor? He is not Tinubu. Understand me? He's not. So the person that has the right to defend his government is the president. Understand? Because it is him that Nigerians voted for. And again, people may tell you, I don't want to do debate. Rather, I want to do town hall meeting. You can control town hall meeting. You can come with a prepared speech in a town hall meeting. You can arrange your own people to be asking questions in a town hall meeting. But in a debate, you don't know what your opponent is going to ask. Understand? So that's how we know the sharpness of mind of somebody who is contesting for a political office. Understand? How he reacts to issues, how he responds to question. That is the degree of his intelligent quotient. You can only know this through a debate. So somebody saying that debate is not important, debate is very, very important in a democracy. Even though in Nigeria, as we speak, we don't vote based on debate. 2023, one man who I was respecting then, understand, told me that even though he did not like Tinubu, but Tinubu is his brother, and he cannot leave his brother and vote for another person. That's a mindset. Understand me? And that is how most Nigerians vote. Understand? Until at a point when we will evolve, understand, to a stage where the character of the person becomes important. But for now, it's not important in Nigeria.
For now, the character of the person is not important.
No.
Okay, but let's your last line takes us to our next conversation. You talked about the controversy, talked about the certificate, and someone was questioned. Person said, ask him, ask the president. Let's look at the president, the controversy. surrounding his educational credentials, which has continued really to generate political debate, with supporters and critics offering competing arguments over what should matter most. Speaking on the issue, the publicity secretary of the Arewa Consultative Forum, Professor Tuku Baba, argues that the focus should not be placed solely on the certificate itself, but on the consistency of the president's educational history. This comment comes amid renewed scrutiny of the president's academic credentials and also on the backdrop of former Senate leader Ndume's challenge to opposition politicians, asking them to stop dwelling on the president's certificate. Okay, you just made, before I come to you, Sam Kinane, you just said something about the character is not important. When you look at this kind of thing, this issue of certificate.
That's this mindset.
Yes, but this when you look at the issue of certificate, beyond the certificate, I think the deeper question is about integrity. Don't you think so? If we can't really come out to say this is where our president, where our president schooled, the primary school, secondary school, doesn't that beg the question, how much of integrity does our president have?
That is integrity is personal, understand? Then the maintenance, the message he is sending out to the youth out there, understand? School is not important. After all, the president did not go to primary school, he did not go to secondary school. Today, he's the president of the country, understand? So the message there, when we read that Buhari had the F9 in mathematics, I know that Nigeria is gone. Because you cannot do anything without basic knowledge in mathematics. Even to cook food for 4 children is mathematics.
Yes.
Understand? To cook, because you need to know how many cups of rice or how many cups of beans will be enough. Otherwise, you can undercook or overcook. So there's nothing you can do on earth without basic knowledge of mathematics. So when we saw Buhari say results, F9 in maths, I said, no, Nigeria is gone. And today, what's his name? Akpabio said that Nigeria, Tinubu, inherited an economy that was in shambles. Understand? So how do you expect somebody who doesn't understand mathematics to build an economy for you? So the issue is this: assuming we have very honest and sincere people in Nigeria, understand? Nobody should be debating, even if Tinubu has turned Nigeria to Dubai. The basics, the process, foundation is key. Understand me? Foundation is key. The process is key. And when the foundation is wrong, whatever you put on it will fall. So anybody telling you that he has contested the election 4 times and won, therefore we shouldn't be talking about certificates. Nazi war criminals are still being hunted today.
Okay.
Understand me? So crime does not grow old.
Wow, crime does not grow old.
Saying that 33 years is no. Nazi criminals, 1945, they are still being hunted till date.
Okay, crime does not grow old. That's by Dr. Nosike. But let me come to you, Sam Kinane. We're almost out of time. But let me hear your take. This issue of certificate has been back and forth on it. What do you think? Do you think that this is very important, or do you, subscribe to Ndume's position that this should not really be something that we should talk about?
Okay, I want to be very brief on this because it's been on since 2022 down to this time now, and it has not taken us anywhere. Debating about his certificate or his qualification has taken us nowhere. And then we could have also seen, if it doesn't matter in his leadership, the rulership of the APC and the effect on Nigeria. Though it matters, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not going to take us anywhere. When he was not a president, we were not able to stop him from contesting with all the allegations about his certificate. Now that he is the president, is it now that we can stop him? So what I'm trying to say is that we better dwell our time on something more important that we can talk to Nigerians, that Nigerians will listen to, than on an educational thing that neither me nor you can decide. That matter has been taken to court. And if we have an effective judiciary, it should have been a thing of the past. If we had an effective legislature, it would have been a thing of the past. So you can see the way Nigeria and Africa allows things to go unfettered. That's why you are seeing this thing happening. If it is in the Western world, of course, we've gotten enough information that would have been able to let us understand that, yes, he has a certificate or he does not have a certificate, he can continue or he cannot continue. But the present day of Nigeria, well, I think we cannot stop him as the way it is now. He has the court, he has everything that he needs. We are only making noise, that is to me, on the pages of newspaper and in the social media, but it's not going to have any direct effect on the forthcoming election, except we plan well, strategize well on what to do better than what we've done before. So let's not dwell on that, because there's nothing you nor I can do about it. It was already in court. The court should have decided that. It is not by discussions here that will make them take any other action beyond what they have proposed to do. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We could speak on and on about this particular issue, but we have to go at this point. Thank you very much, Sam Kinane, for being a part of the issues. And thank you as well, Dr. Nosike, for being a part of the issues. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues Explored, the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so make you. Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi. From the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Just Equal to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
On VOP TV. I am Vivian Oguchi, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. If this is the first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. Because I'm not flying solo, I got someone this is actually his first rodeo on the show. In a short while, I'm going to be introducing him. So, hey, if you are a viewer for the first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. That said, today I'm being joined by David Taylor. David is a journalist and a media consultant. David is a first rodeo on the show. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. It's so great to be here.
It's good to have you.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, we are going to begin on a rather sad note. Dolly Parton, country star, she's dead. I'm almost speechless. You know, the thing about Dolly's death is that she made her nephew record a video years ago to tell people that she had died. So when I saw Dolly Parton on X tweeting that Dolly Parton had died, I'm like, okay, what's this? Is this some mind game or something? So her family actually is still using her Twitter handle. So we're going to be taking a look at the very first post now. It is creepy, but it is a Dolly Parton announcing the death of a Dolly Parton. Let's take a look at the very first post now. Hashtag Dolly Parton. NBC says, or before that, the NBC says, breaking Dolly Parton, a music icon considered the queen of country, dies at 80. Now let's take a look at that one I'm telling you about by Dolly. Dolly Parton. And it says a message from the family of Dolly Parton. Now, the man you see there in that picture is Dolly Parton's head of security. He's also Dolly Parton's nephew, and he is breaking the news to us now. Take a listen.
Brian Seaver, son of Cassie Parton, and I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my Aunt Dolly, Rebecca Parton Dean, sister, sis, Aunt Granny to one generation, and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked of me years ago, before I fully absorbed it as a future reality. As her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment, but haven't truly felt it until now. It is an honor that is mixed with absolute pride and great sadness. But sadness lies with us, not with Dolly. Dolly has lived in the light and is in the arms of Jesus, surely met by Carl, her parents, and countless others who have watched her and longed for her to meet them in the heavens. I first went on the road with Dolly as a kid, getting a taste of the road life in the early 1980s. Dolly opened doors not just for me, but for her entire family to reach the potential we didn't even know was possible. Dolly also opened doors for generations of singers, songwriters, musicians, and dreamers from every walk of life and across every continent. By her example, we believed that anything was possible. She never saw a door she couldn't open, and the doors she opened made and changed history. My family and I have shared a lifetime of beautiful memories with Dolly, but so have you. She has always been on your television, your record player, your CD, and on your phone playlist, becoming an extended part of your family whether you liked it or not. Our family and the team she has entrusted with her legacy will work diligently to ensure her spirit will live with us forever. Dolly was a farmer, just like her daddy. He farmed the soil, she farmed songs and happiness. Dolly called me and said she wants to rest in a beautiful bed of plush cotton because after a life wearing heavy rhinestones, she finally deserves to be comfortable and have some rest. Rest in peace, Aunt Dolly, Aunt Granny, Gigi. May God bless Dolly Parton, and may God bless you all. She will always love you.
She will always love you. She did a song like that, and I will always love you. I mean, it's just, it's huge. There are responses from netizens now. Let's take a look at them. It's millions of views in a space of less than 30 minutes. It's hitting like 5 million views now in less than 30 minutes that this news broke. So I just took like a couple of or 3 responses from netizens. It's a microcosm of how it's panning out. Let's quickly take a look at the responses now. Dolly definitely is going to be missed. This is Brian Durham, and he says, "Good night, Angel Butterfly." And Jonathan Nahum says, "R.I.P. Dolly Parton. She was the queen of country music. From her legendary acting career to her 70s and 80s country hits, especially Jolene." That was one of the hits. And then Johnson goes on to say she will be missed, R.I.P. One more. This one is coming from a netizen who calls Dolly Parton a good and faithful servant. Let's take a look at that one. Well, Star Rhymer says, "See you at home. Well done, good and faithful servant." That's something Jesus is supposed to say to his followers when they see him. Hey, David, what do you make of this? Are you as shocked as I am, even though she's 80? But hey, you see Dolly, you think she's someone that could live forever.
Yeah, well, I think around April this year, there was a news that she passed on, and she came back and did a live, is it called live test? A live video saying that she was going to stay for a while. But unfortunately, things like that happen. And it's very, very shocking, though she stayed long. So some other persons want to stay longer than this.
Yeah, 80.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's rare to see people stay that long, especially in our terrain here. But she's done a bit, and according to statistics, she's her records sold about, I think, 100 million plus. And Coat of Many Color is one song that everyone will always. I doubt if there's no one who doesn't know that song.
I don't know if
even the Gen Zs, they
some
will
of them
do.
might not.
They will do.
Okay.
And even when that news broke, I was just chatting with somebody, and these guys just said, "Oh my God, I just downloaded some of our songs yesterday." You understand me? So
there's going to be traffic now.
Of
Dolly songs
yes,
right now.
And the family, we actually make some money from this.
Big deal. Just like Michael Jackson after his death. I mean.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate. What I would just say is they are so rest in peace. Yeah. And the country music has lost one of their own. And
she was a pace setter in that genre.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's over 50 or 40 something years, between 70 and now. I think that's about 50 something years. That's quite interesting.
Over 5 decades.
Yes.
That's quite a record. It's a huge one to break. Dolly, wherever you are, rest in peace. And like one of the netizens says, hey, you were good, you were faithful. I mean, she doubled. No, I can't say she doubled. She really was a very good actress as well. Most of the time she would do Christian movies and they were always very moving. I'm a huge fan and I'll definitely miss you, Dolly. That said, let's bring it back home now. It is hashtag vote Tinubu or leave. This is a chairman of an area council in Abuja, talking about Kuje. He told residents of Kuje in Abuja that, look, if you do not vote the APC, if you do not support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you will leave. You're not welcome. Amnesty International has taken that up, and it's huge. It's a big deal right now. It's spreading like wildfire on X. So we'll take a look at the first post now. It is hashtag vote Tinubu or leave.
No.
Well, it looks like we're going to take a short break. Apologies for this mix-up. Well, let's take a short break. When we come back, the show continues. We'll take that break. Let's take the break. Welcome back, everyone. It is hashtag on VOP TV. Of course, I am Vivian, if you just joined. And of course, hey, I said it earlier on, I'm not flying solo. I got David Taylor here. David is a journalist as well as a media consultant. So we're taking a look at hashtag vote Tinubu or leave. Remember how I told you that this year is where we got to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X? Well, this is one of the biggest stories today, apart from the passing of Donald Parson. This is one of the most talked about stories. It is hashtag vote Tinubu or leave. Let's take a look at the first post now. So Kuje chairman tells residents, support APC or leave. Shekwolo tied his demand to projects he credits to President Bola Tinubu and FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, insisting locals can't enjoy benefits while opposing party. Amnesty International Nigeria condemned the remarks as threats of violence that attack freedom of association, calling for police intervention and accountability. Critics see it as a violation of democratic rights in Nigeria's capital ahead of 2027 elections, with no response yet from Shekwolo or the APC. Let's take a look at the one from Amnesty International now. Amnesty International Nigeria says Amnesty International strongly condemns the chairman of Kuje Area Council FCT, Samuel Danjuma Shekwolo, for threatening to chase out from the area anybody who will not join or vote for APC, authoritatively saying that those who will not vote APC must leave Kuje Area Council is a call to violence and direct attack on freedom of association and liberty of persons. No one has the right to make living in a place in Nigeria tied to joining or voting for one political party. The police and other security agencies must immediately halt this plan to use violence on people for their political choices. There's another page, the concluding part of this post. Let's take a look at it. It goes on to say, the chairman Kuje Area Council FCT is a danger to society and must be held to account for threatening violence on those who may not vote for APC. This plan to unleash violence on those who are not supporting APC in Kuje Area Council will have wider impact and will put lives at risk. People's rights, political choices must be respected and upheld. And there are lots of hashtags here. Amnesty International is tagging the president. Let's go back to the post. Amnesty International is tagging the president, tagging INEC, tagging Tunji Disu, of course, the DSS and Police Nigeria. They attached this video. Take a listen.
I have said in my area council, it's either you're doing APC or leave the area council. I'm not fighting with you. With confidence, I'm telling you. You know why? I cannot have minister and president doing for us what they are doing. Then on the day of election, you now come and say you want to match me. I will not. I will not do it. It's either you are with us or you are.
All right. David, what do you make of this?
It's interesting to see stuff like this, and it's been a precedent. He's trying to say, okay, we've had this so good, in quotes, and we don't want to change. And that's what they've been selling to us since 1999. They'll tell you, oh, align with the center. That's what they say.
Well,
align with the center.
Like, can you hold on a little bit? Can we please, put off the video? I'm still hearing it. If we can just hear David talk. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
So that's what they sell, even around the states. Even they tell you, okay, when the PDP was there, you have to align with the PDP. Now APC, align with the APC. But this has a precedent. The master, in quotes, what's his name? The FCT minister, has been saying all of this.
You're talking about Nyesom Wike?
Wike, yeah.
Why do you call him the master?
I mean, he's his master now. He's the head of Abuja now. Mm-hmm. So he's a council chairman there. So he has been saying this. He's trying to do. Maybe he's being pressured. Maybe the man is being pressured to say the boss. I think it's a big deal that you will be tying all these local. Small development, in quotes, to election. Because if things were working so well, you won't be saying, Abuja is supposed to be like 50 years ahead of where it is. Mm-hmm. If though that, okay, it's just that we've had bad leadership, and because Wike has come and Wike is looking like a god, and you're thinking he's doing something that you want to say, okay, if you don't want to, who told you that the person in the other political party won't do well? So I think the precedent has been set by Wike, and in the build-up to the Osun election, we saw what Father Wonsi did. Mm-hmm. He strode out of the police station, and we've not heard anything about that.
And Amnesty International actually took that case.
They put up a petition online at that period. But this is what you get when there are no consequences for action. And the Nigerian electoral law, I think they are not enforcing them to the latter. And I think the former INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, if I'm right.
The professor.
Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, I think was the immediate
Who's an ambassador now.
Yes. So he said that until Nigeria start prosecuting electoral offenders and all of that, all of these things will still continue. If Father Osi had been jailed, this man won't come out and say such things. You don't just... The Constitution states it clear.
So you're putting this under electoral offenses?
Electoral offenses and the security personnel, the DSS, that's why they've been tagged, the DSS, the police and all of that. Mm-hmm. But sometimes when you have someone at the top that is dictating, you want to dance to their tune. But I feel what should be done is we need stronger laws. If the electoral laws are being enforced to the latter, all of this is what. If I know that I'll be jailed for saying certain things, I won't do that. And I think the man also does not have a point, because Wike is constructing roads and doing pipe-borne waters and all. Because I have somebody in the was, oh, the minister is doing so well. It's because we are used to what's it called? Second-class treatments. Mm-hmm. That is why when we see somebody doing things and we feel, oh, this man is all, and this man is the best. That's why he keep praising governors and presidents for doing things with your own money.
Which is even their duty.
Yes, with your own money.
But a number of things you said I want for us to push, right? You talked about Father Hunsi. Just to give the viewer context, Senator Francis Father Hunsi is whom David is referring to. He is a senator representing Osun East at the center, and in the just concluded gubernatorial election, in fact, run up to the election, he was seen on a viral video saying, look, kill Accord members. Well, he has come out to say that he was telling his constituents to kill members of the Accord party with their votes. I just wanted, So you're saying if the authorities really had investigated that, we won't have what's happening.
There are a lot of precedent to that. You look at the 2023 general election where I think MC Oluomo and some other persons came to say, if you know you are not in Yoruba, if you know you're not voting APC, don't come here. I had a colleague whose mom was told by all these small boys in Lagos that he said, people where I see with way beside I see where they agree, they tell my mama, because his mother, they know them as Obi supporters, so they know she would vote for Obi. So they told her, mama, if they born you, will come outside. Aside that, in my former place,
This
there was
is
this
an
guy.
eyewitness account you're giving.
I'm telling you, it's a fact. I can call him to, he tell you that they told the mom. There was this guy that used to call my former station on election day. They beat him black and blue. He has gone back to, I think he's injured and he's not that strong. He has gone back.
They being who?
No, people, the childs. I don't know the party they belong to. You won't expect me to say it.
Yeah, I just wanted to, yeah.
So he was beaten. I don't know which party.
Because he was anti-APC.
Yes, because he had a particular candidate. I won't mention the name of the party, so it shouldn't be as I'm pointing at a particular party. So he was beaten, and I think he sustained injury. When I was on one of the sessions, call one of these days, he was asked, will you still vote again? He said yes. He doesn't want to be perturbed by what happened. So I think people just want to, because they want to protect what they eat. Because this man, I think they did cancel election this month, and maybe he wants to show Wike that he's working and he wants to form loyalty. But there are ways to form loyalty and to win votes by telling people, show people what you can do or what you've done.
Yeah, that's the other thing I want for us to push, because you said it in passing earlier on, that look, if you're doing well, there'll be no need for threats. You don't even need to go cajole the people to vote for you. Your performance will speak for itself.
If I may say, I think going by the look of things in Abuja, if Wike comes out to vote, to campaign, people will vote for him there because he has actually done well.
You think so?
According to them.
No, but according
the thing is,
let's flip that coin. Recently, there was some massive flooding that took place in Abuja.
Okay.
We are flipping this coin now, and that was a rarity.
Yeah, it has never happened before. I don't think it has.
Never. Yes. Ireti Kingibe, who is representing the FCT in the Red Chamber, came out to say that, look, it is because of what the FCT minister is doing that he's destroying all the green lands, building roads where roads are not supposed to be, building proper stuff, and so if you flip the coin, there are some people that would think that the FCT minister really has not done that well.
But I think majority of them will support him because if you go to the satellite towns and all of that, I think he's really doing well. In Nigeria, what they used to, deceive us is road constructions and all of that. And when you look at one of the projects he did, I think during one of them collapsed. I think one of the bus terminals and all of that. So sometimes they just do shoddy job.
You know what happened? That bus terminal had never been used, but there was just rainfall. Immediately after construction, there was rainfall and it collapsed.
So most of the things that they used to deceive us is they just do shoddy jobs and sometimes incomplete projects, and they just, we are working, they take cameras and all of that, and people will say, the working governor, the working senator, the working council and all of that.
But in conclusion, right, before we take a look at what netizens are saying regarding this particular matter, in conclusion, seeing as Amnesty International has done what they can, we don't know how much traction this will, push or gain.
Nothing will come out of it.
Nothing, you think so?
I think so. This is Nigeria.
But what do you think?
What happened to those people that were... So, the annoying thing is, I wouldn't know the year. Was it 2021 or so? Those people that were arrested for electoral violence, it's just the common man that gets arrested for all of this. The big fish, they go, because they know they go without being punished, they do anything they like. So the Nigerian law has to be very, very, enforced to the latter.
Enforcement,
for all of this.
It is said that there are no shortages of laws
but sometimes
and
it's good for us to speak, so we make them know that, we are aware of all of these things, but it still boils down to the what's it called? To the electorate who will vote on election day.
So you think INEC should jump on this ASAP?
INEC?
Or the authorities, the police, the DSS?
I wouldn't think it's the job of the INEC.
So who now?
Security, DSS, and because it's threat, because this is more like a threat to people. Some persons, we've been talking about voter apathy, and with stuff like this, some Some people say, no need to come election again before they go beat me. You understand
True,
me?
you're very right. You're very right. On that note, we'll take a look at what netizens are saying regarding this. There are massive responses to this. It says hashtag vote Tinubu or leave. Let me take you back to X now. So this is GT. And GT says, Amnesty International, please don't stop. Proceed to arrest this man and dissolve the APC party, disqualify the presidential candidate, and ensure APC remains silent without participating in the 2027 election. Emmanuel Akazua says, I'm not surprised when unqualified hoodlums are imposed on the masses as leaders. Wike has been spilling some violence since, but nobody seems to care. The chairman of Kuje, who was imposed on the people, is just doing exactly what Wike has taught them to do. And this is Onyedo N, who says, expect more of this kind of evil intimidation from APC. They did it in Lagos during Sanwo-Olu's second tenure campaign after they were thoroughly beaten by PO's LP. PO will be Peter Obi's LP, LP being Labour Party. This is Onyedo, and he goes on to say, that is a tactic Emperor of Rivers wants to deploy to win Abuja, but they will face stiff opposition from the masses. That's not all. Let's take a look at the next one. And then DL Azul says, Samuel Danjuma Shakwolo is actively calling for violence. At least one down among the list of people who can travel to developed countries. Oh, okay. Visa will be denied or revoked. International communities are watching at UK in Nigeria, at US in Nigeria. This is King. King says, these people know that they have failed, and as a result, they are resorting to threats of violence to instill fear in the hearts of the people and discourage them from going to the polling unit, which creates space for them to carry out electoral fraud without interference. And then Chukwu Nonye says, is Kuje prison far from the Kuje Area Council? Take him there now, because if Nami talk this thing, where he talk, I for don't dey Kuje prison by now. But that is what you said, David, that the masses who are being, tried for electoral violence cannot get away with what the elite getting away with. But it's also important for the viewer to note that the views of netizens are solely theirs and not a reflection of VOP TV. That said, we move to hashtag fuel subsidy. So the debate has been raging for a while. Now, you remember how one of the first things President Tinubu said during his inauguration, it was really smack dab in the middle of his inaugural speech, was that subsidy is gone. Ever since, there's been a huge debate raging as to the merit and demerits of the removal of fuel subsidy. Why was it removed? Well, we heard that a certain cabal was benefiting at the expense of the masses. But former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who wants to become Nigeria's president, he is the presidential candidate of the ADC. He came out recently to say that, look, in 2022, I thought if I became president, I would want to remove the fuel subsidy. But not anymore. I've seen the hardship it has brought on Nigerians. I think what I'll do is to really police those who are in charge and ensure that nobody goes away. But subsidy definitely will stay. And so President Tinubu, as well as the presidency, as well as the FCT minister, have really come out to knock the former vice president. But this is some other person that is lending his voice to the matter. He's big. I mean, he was once upon a time a much-loved governor of Cross River State. I'm talking about none other than Donald Duke. He's also the PRP presidential candidate. So you know how the NBA, Nigeria Bar Association, is currently having its 66th annual general conference in Port Harcourt, the capital of Rivers State? Well, Donald Duke was among the presidential candidates that attended the event. Presidential candidates were invited, and a number of them were there. We have lots of talking points from that. So Donald Duke talked about this particular thing, and it has brought the matter again to the front burner. The Guardian is jumping on this one. Let's take a look at what the Guardian has to say. It is hashtag fuel subsidy. So the Guardian says, former Cross River State Governor and presidential candidate of the People's Redemption Party, PRP, Donald Duke, has criticized the economic policies of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, arguing that the removal of fuel subsidy has increased government revenues while worsening the economic hardship faced by Nigerians. Duke said the ongoing exchanges between the Tinubu administration and the opposition parties showed that the president was unwilling to review or reverse what he described as key, quote, anti-people policies, end of quote, of his administration. His comments come as political parties and candidates intensify preparations for the 2027 presidential election, with economic policies and the impact of the federal government's reforms emerging as major campaign issues. Duke said the fuel subsidy regime that preceded the Tinubu administration had been replaced by what he described as a poorly managed alternative that generates more revenue for government while impoverishing citizens and weakening the economy. According to the former Cross River State governor, the governors are smiling to the bank while the masses suffer. Take a listen to Donald Duke.
Savings come from if you say there's actually no subsidy? Where did the savings come from then?
That's if you believe what they say.
Are you saying the federal government is lying to us?
That's if you believe what they say. I'll repeat that. I don't believe what they say. And I've been privileged to be involved. This whole subsidy thing started during the reign of General Abacha, right? And I was a member of the National Economic Intelligence Committee at the time. And we went through the books one after the other in great detail. You can sell petrol in this country at 200 naira a liter if you wanted to, because there are other products to be sold. And besides, it's the engine of your economy. The inflation you fight today is, you see, look, the central bank puts interest at 30-something%. That is negative for productivity. And they'll tell you it's based on inflation. It's not the interest rates on the banks that cause inflation. It's the ballooning of government.
Okay.
Spending recklessly and not investigating the things that really cause. Our monetary policy and fiscal policy are
All right, you just listened to Donald Duke, who says there's actually no fuel subsidy. I mean, there are a number of people that have been saying that there's actually subsidy through the back door. But before we take a look at reactions to that one, David, what do you make of this? This is a huge debate. This is one of the stories you're really interested in, yeah.
Excuse me. The election is here, and you expect people to find a way to penetrate the voters' hearts. Atiku, all of them, Atiku, Kwankwaso, Obi, and all of them, in the build-up to the 2023 general elections, told us they will remove subsidy.
Yeah.
And now that he wants to play on Nigerians, claiming that, okay, he has seen, it's just like maybe Tinubu has tested the subsidy thing, and he has seen the effect on all of that. So he is saying, but he's come up with what he wants to do. He said, okay, they want to reduce, find a way to give the refiners fuel. And it's another form of subsidy, you understand me? But I think... Are
you talking about Atiku Abubakar?
Yes, Atiku Abubakar,
okay.
Yes, he says so. So I think what Duke is trying to say is it's obvious and it's out. Last week, I think on Thursday, the federal government tried to explain to us the savings they got from subsidy, that they got about 15 trillion naira, and that the local government and state governments got about 10. And that has made people start asking questions. What have you guys done with this? And when you look at that critically, that's one of the campaign slogan which Tinubu and his teams are using. Even the governors. So before now I couldn't pay salary, but now I'm getting enough and all of that. But how does that, according to him, what's his name, Duke? How does that transform to the betterment of the lives of the citizens? Subsidy has led to increments in foodstuff, transports. Anybody that earns 100,000 is not even a salary. Even your 200 is nothing.
Because of inflation,
aside that, they also even the subsidy that people even forget that subsidy is not only on fuel. The subsidy, like what Buhari told us that time, like Mohammed used to say it, that it should pay off, that is, you should suffer now, then enjoy later. But this is like 3 years after Tinubu came in, but everything is still the same thing.
Yeah, but President Tinubu himself said that, look, some of these policies are really tough. But
Yes.
that it's like a pregnancy, that a woman carries a baby for 9
So
months.
when are
that
we going to start
Nigerians should
saying
be,
when are we start to start? Is it? So don't be so surprised if he wins. I don't want to say if he will win or not because the electorate will determine who wins. If he even gets to the 7th year, it's still the same thing.
That's huge. That's a huge statement.
It's still the same thing.
Yeah.
They will keep telling us, they don't know, it's a fact.
So you're saying 4 years is enough for you to do what you want to do, right?
At least we should be able to see some impact. They've been telling us during Buhari time, they say, tighten your belt. But they are tightening their belt and they are growing fat, they're enjoying life. All of these people, they ride on free fuel, free food, everything. But with the citizens, before maybe the place you pay, let's say 100 naira for transport, you pay like 200 or 300 now. Things you buy like, let's say, 300. The cost of living has increased. They will tell you the cost of living has increased all over the world, but you can't compare to Nigeria. We know there is energy crisis everywhere, but the cost of living, you won't tell me something that was sold for 10 cents in maybe US, maybe 3 years ago, is not still within that range. It will still be within that range. But whatever they want to say, all these people are just playing politics with us.
Okay.
That's just it.
So you're putting all of them in the same...
At the same thing they be.
Okay, end of discussion.
Atiku he's just saying this just to win election. He thinks you get sympathy votes. That's what he's doing.
Okay, well, let's see how it pans out. 2027 is actually gearing up to be really interesting. In fact, analysts, professionals, when it comes to political matters, are making permutations now and saying it's going to be actually a 3-horse race between the APC, the NDC, and the ADC. Fingers crossed to see how that one pans out. Well, let's quickly take a look at a couple of reactions from netizens regarding this hashtag fuel subsidy, and then we move on to something else which is also generating some huge chatter on X. So this is Folake Vaughn, and Folake says, wrong, it enriched himself, APC, and cronies, and impoverished the masses. Folake is not even agreeing with Donald Duke. He's saying, look, it has just enriched the president, his party, and the president's cronies, while the masses have been impoverished. But there's one more. Note that it's just a microcosm of how this one is panning out. On X, Chris Charles says, the claimed fuel subsidy era was profiteering the cabals, but its subsidy removal is doing the same to the politicians. Poor masses are bearing the brunt. You see, these are nuanced responses. So Chris Charles is saying that, so the cabals benefited from subsidy, but now the politicians are benefiting from the removal of subsidy. But before we go though, David, do you agree with Donald Duke that the subsidy has not been removed? Because there are talks that really...
I think they came back with another name. I can't remember. Was it was it the government that did under recovery, or was it Buhari? But they will find a way around it.
So it's through the back door, is what you're saying.
They will always find a way around
All
these
right.
things.
So we quickly go on to hashtag Sowore versus Amechi. I'm talking about the presidential candidate of the AAC, Omoyele Sowore, versus the vice presidential candidate of the ADC, also former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi. Both men attended the NBA conference holding in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, which happens to be Amechi's, area, I should say. And there was a heated discussion. We just scratched the surface yesterday, and I promised to bring back this hashtag because there are lots of talking points from this one. So let's quickly take a listen to Sowore really in a shouting match with Amechi. Let's do it.
Please, don't let this politics lie to you. I love one thing that Amechi said. He said, apart from Sowore and Adebayo, the rest of us have been in government and we have failed. There are no people coming back. Yes. You guys be apologizing to the Nigerian people. Let me say one more thing. Stop lying, Sowore. I say, don't judge us by our achievements. No, I'm asking failure. Say so. One other thing I want to say is that when it comes to subsidy, right? Social policy is important. We have a former governor of Rivers State, Amechi, who built a rail line that went nowhere. If that rail line was yet working, subsidy would have been working for the people of River State. I'm not attacking you, but your records are here in River State. And we cannot ignore that those of you who have governed before, who refuse to subsidize your people. Peter Obi did not subsidize education in his state. Lecturers and doctors went on strike for 13 months. You may like him as a person, but he did not perform as a governor. That is the truth.
Where are those from Lagos? There is Lagos.
Well, I can still listen to Amechi talking in my ears, which, thank you. Well, so you just listened to Showore really coming at it, or coming at Amechi, but he also, somewhere, he also came at Peter Obi at some point. But he was saying that, look, during his time as governor, Peter Obi didn't really do well, according to Showore. But you might like him as a person, but he didn't perform. But he just said that in passing. He now, right there, while Amechi was seated there, he told him, look, you didn't perform. River State speaks for you. There's another video you're going to listen to Amechi talking to Showore to shut up while the senior men are talking. But hey, there are lots of people who are really, really wading into this particular matter. It is hashtag Showore versus Amechi. Showore says when he becomes president, or if, maybe, he says that there's a difference between when and if. So he says if he becomes president, there will be fuel subsidy. He's not going to remove it, is what he's saying, because hey, he says there's no impact. Taking a look at what's happening in Nigeria at the moment. So there are netizens who think that Showore is wrong on this one. There is one person really. I have that post. Let's take a look at it now. And this person on X is actually listing some of the things that Amechi did in River State. Can we take a look at that post? It is hashtag Showore versus Amechi. Apologies for this mix-up. I really don't understand what's happening. So there is actually a netizen on X. I have that post. I don't know why we can't pull it up. This person is listing out stuff that Amechi has done in River State. Really, she enumerated it. So that particular netizen was saying that Showore is wrong on this count. But what do you make of this whole saga?
This is expected when you listen to someone like Showore. He's an activist, and that's how they behave. They always talk, and all over the world, when you go to, I'm sorry to say, when you go to, I think, is it Zimbabwe? I think one of their leaders there used to be an activist. Even the President Ramaphosa used to be an activist. Look at what's happening there. And according to, what's this guy's name? What's his name again? Showore, Amechi. Amechi said he should shut up because he has not been in government. Sometimes he has a point. Amechi Showore has always been an activist. He has never, I don't think he has ever run, apart from the business, the online business he does. I don't know if he has any other one he runs. But Amechi, during his time in River State, I know the only thing that I will be remembered for that I did not do, I think, is the monorail. I actually built schools during his time, and I think he can point to records, and he even mentioned them. He asked lawyers to take Showore around, and he tried to, back his scorecard. But when you look at all of these, I think Showore, when you look at leadership, he's more like an activist. He's not been a leader before. But again, if you flip the coin, let me use your word, those who have led us, that have proven that they are leaders or they have leaders.
Let me lend voice. I mean, because this is something. It's right there. I don't know why the technical department is finding
You want to read them
difficult to pull it up. Yeah. Let me just read it from here. This is a Nefertiti, and Nefertiti says, "Chubike Amechi." That's it.
Yeah,
Miraculously, it has appeared. Well, so this is it. Nefertiti says, "Chubike Rotimi Amechi is 100% correct on this one. I hail from River State, Bonny Island." Omoyele Sowore, you see, this person now is actually from River State.
Beast.
Yeah, and Nefertiti goes on to say that Omoyele Sowore should not be in rooms where governance and development are discussed. It is provocative to see him strut around in his trademark condescending mannerism. Sowore should run for governor in his native Ondo state. Governance is not a tea party. It's good to see Amechi take things personal. He built more access roads than all the past and present Rivers State governors combined. He built the road where the NBA conference is being held. It's a dual carriageway and one of the best in Port Harcourt City. The road leads all the way from the Liberation Stadium Road, Elekahia, through Iliozu and Rokoku towns down to the international airport at Omagwa. He built the gas turbine at Trans Amadi, Peter Odili Road, parts of Woji, New GRA, OGRA, Garrison and environs enjoy the light to this day. It's a long epistle by Nefertiti on X.
She did not ask
but actually, I just took a little from it, but you're going to say something.
She did not. I don't know if she added that he built schools. So I think Millennium Schools, or what's the name of those schools that year? He built schools.
See, no?
Yes, because I think I was in Port Harcourt that period, and but if you have your record, what is they will say the record is there. Yeah. So he has told them to take. Sowore should show us. Sowore can only boast of what's it called? Boast of his activism, and maybe some businesses he has done, but you can't compare. Both in terms of leadership and all of that.
So there's something Amechi said, because you are leading me to the next post that TVC put up, because at some point Amechi was telling Sowore to shut up. We have that one. It was flashed earlier on. Let's quickly take it. It's still Sowore versus Amechi. TVC is putting up this post now, and of course there's a video attached to it where Amechi told Sowore to shut up. Let's take a look at that one. So TVC says, when politicians are talking, close your mouth. Amechi slams Sowore at NBA conference. Credit goes to TVC for this video. Take a listen, guys.
From Lagos, there is Lagos Ibadan Railway is working or not. In my time, it was working. I don't know what's happening on that Tinubu. There is Abuja Kaduna Rail working or not.
What happened?
Now, where are Rivers lawyers? Please take Sowore around. Where are the Rivers lawyers who are present? Take Sowore around.
Okay.
Sowore, I said I built that road. I built this road. I built this primary school. I built that primary school. Sowore, what is your experience?
All right, Governor.
When politicians are talking, close your mouth.
Yes, you have a right of reply. Yes, you have the floor.
Is huge, I can tell you, and they had the masses riled up, I can tell you. But in the aftermath of this one, Sowore has come out to say that the DSS has been tracking him. So we have that post as well. It's still under hashtag Sowore versus Amechi. Let's quickly take a look at it. Sowore says he's been tracked by the DSS. We'll take a look at that post, and of course he attached a video showing the device that he thinks has been placed on him. Looks like we're unable to pull up that particular one. Well, this is it. Omoyele Sowore says the lawless at official DSS NG has apparently been tracking my movements since I arrived in Port Harcourt, Rivers State for the Nigerian Bar Association Annual General Conference. After my speech at the K Hikers gathering, we noticed some strange movements and decided to switch vehicles. That was when we discovered an electronic tracking device attached underneath the security vehicle we had used that night. They are really scared. Let's quickly, we have 2 minutes to wrap this up. Let's quickly take a look at that video Sowore put up. Yeah. Well, David, what do you think about this? Some netizens really think it's a figment of Shawore's imagination. But do you think this is real? He can't really wake up and say stuff like this if it doesn't really exist. Or do you
He
think?
said that was a security vehicle, right?
Yes.
So what about the person that was driving it? At least they won't leave. He should know that he's a person of interest. And
But do you believe really he was bugged?
I don't want to
Yeah,
go
I
that
understand.
line, but sometimes
we'll investigate this thing, and of course we'll let the people know. We don't have enough time to do this hashtag, but senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, is asking the NBA never ever to invite dictators to the conference again. He's talking about George Weah, who was invited. This is something this is something we'll do some other time. I'll have to bring back this particular hashtag because there's a video attached to it. But this is the much we can take. David, fantastic. Thank you so much for being a part of the show.
It's my pleasure.
All right. I have been speaking with David Taylor. David is a journalist as well as a consultant, media consultant. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success, but the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. Keep a date again with us for another edition of Hashtag, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self will get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so make you. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV.
Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV, stay subscribed, do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the best of the baddest VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching VOP TV. Ching!
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toe Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toe Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Tinubu orders rescue of kidnapped residents.
And Muslims mark Prophet Muhammad's birth.
Khan urges Nigerians to reject the vision ahead of 2027 polls.
Mixed reactions trail composition of APC 2027 campaign cancelled.
Oshibajo advocates people-centered approach to justice system.
And the LEA boss, Mawa, says seizing criminal assets key to fighting drug trafficking.
On the foreign scene, Israeli protesters block Gaza-bound trucks to demand Hamas disarmament.
Well, in business news, Sanwo-Olu urges managers to drive innovation and build stronger institutions.
And sport, Lawrence signed Nigerian-born defender Obaratin.
Well, in the world of entertainment, country music legend Dolly Parton dies at 80.
Now the news and details. President Bola Tinubu has directed Nigeria's security and intelligence agencies to launch a coordinated operation to rescue victims of the recent mass abduction in Niger State. A directive issued followed the abduction and killing of residents in the state, which Tinubu said was a barbaric attack on innocent Nigerians. In a statement issued by presidential spokesman Bayo Nonugar, Tinubu directed the armed forces, the Nigeria Police Force, the Department of State Services, and other relevant security and intelligence agencies to mobilize for the rescue operation. The president also urged the service chiefs to provide him with regular updates on the operation until all the abducted victims are accounted for.
Well, Muslims across the world are marking Maulud, the annual observance of the birth of Prophet Muhammad. The celebration observed on the 12th day of Rabi al-Awwal features Quran recitation, prayers, sermons, and communal gatherings, offering lessons on peace, compassion, and service to humanity. VOP TV's Oyindamola Olukoto has more for us in this report.
also known as Maulid al-Nabi, commemorates the birth of Prophet Muhammad, with Muslims using the occasion to reflect on his life, teachings, and example. For many faithful, the celebration provides an opportunity to strengthen their faith, promote love, peace, compassion, and good character, while reflecting on the Prophet's teaching on peaceful coexistence across communities. The occasion is observed through religious lectures, Quran recitations, poetry, prayers, and gatherings.
Downer is just to show love for remembrance of the day. Every year, all the time that has come, people go around celebrate all over the world. That was the date of the birth of the Prophet of Allah. So it's a kind of way to show appreciation that God send him to us with the teaching of Islam.
People did not know what is cause and what is meaning of the birthday of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If I don't know that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself, he celebrated his own. Not that everybody can dance or you can do up and down. No, we are not do that. Before when it is not everybody don't understand Muslim. We see somebody invite somebody. Maybe according to the mosque like this today, even before we are celebrating on the mosque, but this time around, everybody does go on his own. When you pray for yourself, pray for that Muhammad. We pray for him in the morning. We pray for him in the afternoon. That makes your Lord granting him the best at Janat. That's why we see this today.
Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he teaches us the right way, and today is very significant day in Islam, which is we recognize as today is his birthday, but most of us don't celebrate it because when he was alive, I don't think he celebrated it, and when he left, his disciples, nobody celebrated it. Even those one after those ones, they didn't celebrate it. But actually, Nabi Muhammad teaches us to live a good life and to love your neighbor as yourself. Time to time, you remember your God, your creator. That's what all salat means. And it's the one that shows the way. How to pray to a God, how to know your God. Because you have to know him before you worship him. So I think he's ambassador of peace.
As Muslims celebrate, religious leaders are urging the faithful to look beyond the ceremony and translate the values of peace, kindness, honesty, and compassion into everyday life. Oyindamola Olokoto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
As Muslims across Nigeria mark Eid al-Maulud, the Christian Association of Nigeria (CAN) has asked Nigerians to reject attempts to divide them for political gain ahead of the 2027 general elections. In a message on Tuesday in Abuja, CAN President Archbishop Daniel Oko appealed to politicians not to exploit religion or ethnicity for political advantage. Oko said Christians and Muslims have a shared responsibility to protect communities, care for the vulnerable, and work together for peace. He noted that while elections will come and go, the bonds that hold Nigeria together must remain. The CAN president also lamented that this year's celebration comes amid rising living costs and insecurity affecting homes and communities across the country.
Well, in the meantime, Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has urged Muslims to emulate the life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, by promoting peace, justice, compassion, honesty, and tolerance. In his Eid al-Maulud message to Muslims in Kano State and across Nigeria, the governor said the occasion should be used to reflect the Prophet's commitment to peaceful coexistence and care for others. The message was contained in a statement issued on Tuesday by the governor's spokesman, Sanusi Dapwaking Tofa.
We now move on to Edo State, where Muslims in the state joined faithful worldwide to commemorate Maulud Nabi, marking the birth of Prophet Muhammad. At the Ring Road Mosque in Benin City, Islamic leaders urged Muslims to uphold the Prophet's virtues of peace, patience, and care for the less privileged.
Muslims in Edo State have joined others around the world to commemorate Maulud Nabi, the birth of Prophet Muhammad. The celebration, which was held at the Ring Road Mosque in Benin City, brought together Muslim faithful and other stakeholders who listened to lectures on the life and times of the Holy Prophet.
So the syllabus of Muhammad, as contained in the Quran and the Hadith, is honesty, trustworthiness, integrity. There is no room for corruption in Islam, and that explains why you can see that the punishment for stealing is what? Cutting of the hand or amputation of the hand.
You can't possibly think of any other personality in human history that is being talked about as much as Muhammad is talked about in the details that is being talked about.
Chief Imam of Benin, Abdul Fattah Enabulele, urged Muslims to continue learning from the teachings and exemplary life of Prophet Muhammad.
You know, today is the birthday of Holy Prophet Muhammad. Today, the day he was born. Yes. And as a conscientious Muslim, we are supposed to remember him through lectures, symposiums, seminars, and use this opportunity to tell us about the life and history of this man, what he did, the message God sent him to deliver to humanity.
The chairman, Edo State Council for Islamic Affairs, Nusa Egbenidu, called on Muslims to embrace forgiveness and patience, while Salamat Mumudu emphasized the importance of understanding the history and teachings of Prophet Muhammad.
Today is a very good day that we all Muslims should try to do things the way Prophet Muhammad was doing, especially in the area of his behavior. The commitment to the worshiping of Allah is forgiveness, how he forgive people when anybody do anything wrong, and the patience was having for those who may be offended him and every other thing.
And why this day is important to we Muslims? It's a day for us to learn things that the Prophet taught us, the way of life, and what he passed through when he was alive, that today Islam is existing.
The speakers urge Muslims to continue reflecting on the teachings and exemplary life of Prophet Muhammad while promoting peace, forgiveness, patience, and care for the less privileged in society. Brother Johnny, VOP TV News.
Rhoda, thank you. And then the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has called on Nigerians to draw lessons from the life and teachings of Prophet Muhammad by promoting peace, justice, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence. In a Maulud message on Tuesday by its National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, the party said the celebration of the birth of the Holy Prophet offers an opportunity for Muslims and all Nigerians to reflect on values such as compassion, honesty, justice, and love for humanity. The PDP added that those values remain relevant to Nigerians' current challenges and should guide both citizens and leaders in building a more united and prosperous country.
As the 2027 elections draw closer, the All Progressive Congress APC has constituted its Presidential Campaign Council with mixed reactions trailing the development. Among those appointed are former Zamfara State Governor Senator Abdulaziz Yari, who will serve as Director General, and Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma as Secretary. Also on the list is former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs Betta Edu, who was removed from office by President Bola Tinubu amid allegations of financial misconduct. VOP TV's Matthew Guswada has more in this report.
APC has constituted its Presidential Campaign Council ahead of the 2027 general elections, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima named as chairman and vice chairman respectively. According to the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, former Zamfara State Governor Senator Abdulaziz Yari will serve as Director General, while Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma is Secretary. APC National Chairman Professor Nintawi Yitwada will serve as Vice Chairman, while Senator Ajibola Bashiru and Hadiza Bala Usman will serve as Deputy Secretary and Assistant Secretary respectively. This development has, however, generated mixed reactions, particularly following the inclusion of former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, who was suspended and later removed from office by President Bola Tinubu amid allegations surrounding the management of public funds. As the APC begins its campaign preparations, what do Nigerians make of the composition of this council? VOP TV went to the street to get their views.
Everybody has his own strategy to win election, and if his own way to be part of the campaign strategy, fine. But I believe in this world that if you merit to come to run for the second election, there is no need for you to campaign that much. I believe what you do will campaign for you.
For me, whatever they are doing is just to be elected by in 2027. So whatever they feel is good for them, they will do it as a party. So that's what I can say.
I don't see anything wrong in that. Basically, in principle, I don't see anything wrong, because when you appoint a campaign council, I think Buhari's own, it was the former transport minister that was the DG, the man from River State, Amechi. But at the end of the day, they give him reports, probably every day, probably every week. The president will get reports. What's happening? What are you people doing? I'm sure they give him back feedback. So since he gets feedback and he also advises and gives his inputs, I don't think there's a difference between that and then you now saying, I am a member of the committee, my campaign committee. No, for me, I don't think he has broken any laws, and I don't think there's anything wrong in that in principle.
Yes, it is right now. In America, Biden and wherever, they are in their campaign committee also, so there's nothing wrong there. So long whatever works for them to make them win. So there's nothing wrong in being in a campaign, in your campaign this thing. Because he will still be the one bringing the funding and all that. So he has to be there, be involved in the process from scratch to top.
Due to my own point of view here is they may not trusted the committee they inaugurate for the campaign. So they want to be giving them close marking to enable them monitor them. That's all.
With the 2027 elections drawing closer, the APC's early mobilization is already generating public debate as Nigerians await the party's next moves. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for VOP TV.
Still on the elections, and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar says he would reverse the removal of fuel subsidy if elected president. Atiku, who served as Vice President under former President Olusegun Obasanjo, has continued to speak on economic policies and the impact of subsidy removal on Nigerians. His latest position is coming amid the ongoing debate over the sustainability of fuel subsidy and its effect on the cost of living. VOP TV's Onyidamola Olukuto has more in this report.
Fuel of fuel subsidy has remained one of the most continuous economic policy in Nigeria, with arguments over its cost to government and the burden of its removal on citizens. Atiku Abubakar said that if elected president in 2027, his administration would review the current policy and restore subsidy, arguing that government must take decisions that reduce hardship for Nigerians. The former vice president has also referenced past political positions on subsidy, including President Bola Tinubu's opposition to former President Goodluck Jonathan's subsidy policy and his decision to remove subsidy after assuming office in 2023. Atiku's position is now putting the subsidy debate back at the center of the 2027 political conversation.
Every politician always have their own opinion and how they want to, to rule or to govern. But for me, when Tinubu said he removed subsidy, we still learn that he's still paying the same subsidy, and we are buying at the high price. Atiku saying he's going to return the subsidy and be paying it, that will, make Nigeria to be buying fuel cheaper. He's also a politician. We don't know if he's going to do the same thing. We don't know if he comes in, if he's been elected and he started paying subsidy, maybe he's going to help us to reduce the fuel price. We don't know. He's just campaigning.
We need to question more our politicians. When they come up with all these grandiose, I would say, ideas, we need to ask them, just like you're asking, where is the money going to come from? Because every one of us, and I think Atiku was supporting also the removal of subsidy before. So he must have seen something for him to, I want to keep an open mind now, for him to now say, I'm bringing it back. He must have seen something. One of the rumors is that the government is still paying subsidy one way or the other without letting us know. So maybe that's one of his reasons why he believes he needs to bring back the subsidy.
There are two different markets. There's what they call the upstream sector and the downstream sector regards fuel. Currently now, the war in Iraq determines the price. So how is he going to achieve it when the market price, what this subsidy is doing now is working against the market price currently. If Atiku say he wants to bring back subsidy, and let me just give you an analysis that okay, maybe fuel is at crude oil is at $1,100. How is he going to make up that gap? Putting that subsidy.
Bringing back subsidy is not a problem of Nigeria. We need a better governance. That is what Nigeria needs now. A politician can never be trusted, right? Atiku may be saying this to enable him get the vote of the masses. When he get there, a different thing will happen. Tinubu in question we are talking about is one among the people that criticize Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, right? When Jonathan increased the fuel price to how much it is, it was 100 and something. He go against Jonathan. Today, what are we talking about? When he took over that day, say subsidy is gone. From 200 and something naira, fuel go to 900 and something. So politicians in Nigeria can never be trusted.
As political activities ahead of 2027 intensify, economic policies, fuel prices, and the welfare of Nigerians are expected to remain major issues in the campaigns. Oyindamala Olokuto, for Voice of the People TV.
Oyindamala, thank you. Meanwhile, ahead the 2027 general elections, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) governorship candidate in Cross River State, Arthur Jarvis Archibang, has accepted Governor Bassi Otu's challenge to a public debate. Speaking to journalists in Calabar on Tuesday, Archibang said he was responding to a challenge issued by the State Commissioner for Information, Ekpeyong Kobam. He said he's ready to engage the governor in an open debate at any time and venue, provided Governor Otu attends in person. Archibang also added that he will not join issues with the commissioner, describing him as his brother, but noting that he is not a candidate in the election. The PDP candidate also criticized the Otu administration over its handling of recent crises in the state, including landslides and the fire incident at the Spa shopping mall in Calabar.
Former Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, has advocated a people-centered approach to justice reform in Nigeria. Speaking through a former Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice of Lagos State, Ade Ikpayi, at the 66th Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association in Port Harcourt, Osinbajo urged stakeholders to reposition the justice system around the needs of citizens. The senior advocate of Nigeria said justice reform must be driven by data, prioritization, and local ownership, and called for data gathering on justice needs, case resolution, and outcomes. Osinbajo stressed the need to prioritize areas like pre-trial detention, small claims, and legal aid, and said early successes would build support for wider reforms. He also charged the NBA to drive policy, professional development, and pro bono services to expand access to justice, and said justice should be viewed as a living public good, not just an institutional function.
Well, in another development, former Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo and the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, UNILAG, Professor Folashade Ogunsola, have called for the expansion of open and distance learning in Nigeria. Speaking Tuesday at the 5th colloquium of UNILAG's Distance Learning Institute in Lagos, Professor Osinbajo said Nigeria cannot close its university access gap with campus-based education alone. He noted that more than 2.2 million Nigerians apply through the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, yearly, but only about a quarter gain admission. Oshibajo added that with Nigeria's growing population, it is impractical to depend only on more lecture theatres and hostels. He said distance learning must now be seen as a national necessity, not a peripheral option.
Moving on, the chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, says arrest alone cannot defeat drug trafficking without seizing criminal proceeds. Speaking on Tuesday at the Cambridge International Symposium on Economic Crime in the UK, Marwa said justice must be measured by how effectively crime is made unprofitable. He cited the $4.2 million forfeiture of a hotel linked to a fugitive and the freezing of over $7 million in bank accounts last month as examples of the agency's asset recovery drive. Mara called for faster international cooperation to dismantle the financial networks behind drug trafficking.
Well, you're still watching News Hour on VOP TV. We'll be right back after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. Joining us virtually now to analyze the news hour is Ihinose Omoaka. Ihinose is a public affairs analyst and development communication expert. Ihinose, it's a pleasure to have you join us. Welcome. If you can hear me, please unmute your device so I can hear you clearly. Unfortunately, we can't hear Ihinose. We'll take a break and come back. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. Unfortunately, we were unable to reconnect with Ihinose. But hey, here are the rest of the bulletin. The Fusembuwa ruling house in Ijebode has dragged the Osun State Governor, Dakwa Abiodun, and the Awujale Kingmakers, among others, before the Ogun State High Court in Ijebode. The suit filed by the chairman, deputy chairman, and vice chairman of the ruling house seeks orders compelling the completion of the process for selecting the next Awujale and paramount ruler of Ijebuland. The suit also joined the State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, a senior advocate of Nigeria, the Ogun State Executive Council, the Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, and the chairman of Ijebu local government area. The claimants want the court to determine whether government had legal powers to allegedly lock the Awujale Palace on January the 20th, 2026 to prevent kingmakers from concluding the selection process, among others.
The Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) has called for increased investment in agriculture and other sustainable sectors to secure the future of the Niger Delta region. Speaking on resource control on Tuesday, the Nigerian Bar Association's 66th Annual General Conference in Port Harcourt, NDDC Managing Director Samuel Obuko said, while oil has contributed significantly to national development, the region cannot remain dependent on it indefinitely. Obuko identified agriculture as a key area within the region's control, noting that more investment would strengthen food security, create jobs, and provide sustainable livelihoods for women and youth. He also stressed the need to address questions around environmental remediation, including who gets remediated and how to verify the effectiveness of the process.
While on the foreign scene, Israeli protesters blocked humanitarian aid trucks heading into Gaza at the Kerem Shalom crossing, demanding Hamas be disarmed. Protesters waving Israeli flags and chanting stopped a truck at Kerem Shalom, Gaza's only operational cargo crossing since Zikim closed on the 24th of May. A former Likud minister, Gilad Eden, said the aid must be stopped until the residents of Gaza destroy Hamas together with them. Another protester, Hannah Giet, criticized international forces for failing to disarm Hamas. Kerem Shalom is the last operational cargo crossing into Gaza and has previously been blocked by Israeli protesters seeking to stop aid deliveries. The closure of Zikim has funneled approved cargo through Kerem Shalom, reducing direct access to northern Gaza and putting further pressure on aid operations. Humanitarian aid continues to enter Gaza, but UN agencies say deliveries remain constrained by access restrictions and funding shortfalls, while needs across the enclave remain severe.
Still on the foreign scene, reports say U.S. Central Intelligence Agency CIA Director John Ratcliffe has traveled to Moscow for meetings with Russian officials. It will be the first known visit to the Russian capital by a U.S. spy chief since November 2021. CBS News and Axios reported a visit, but did not say who Ratcliffe is meeting or what the talks will cover.
While in business news, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has urged Nigerian managers and professionals to embrace innovation and ethical leadership to build stronger institutions. Speaking at the 65th anniversary dinner and awards night of the Nigerian Institute of Management Chartered, NIM, in Lagos, the governor said organizations face rapid technological disruption and rising demands for accountability. Represented by Deputy Governor, Obafemi Hamzat, Sanwo-Olu warned that managers who fail to adapt risk being left behind in a competitive environment. The event, themed Leading Through Transformation, the human element in modern leadership, was held at Harbour Point, Victoria Island.
And now to sport, French League One club FC Lorient have signed Italian-born centre-back of Nigerian descent, Nosa Obaritan. 23-year-old joins on a season-long loan from Italian club Napoli with an option to make the move permanent. Obaritan spent the last 2 seasons on loan at Serie B sides Bari and Empoli, making 56 appearances. He becomes the 4th Nigerian to play for Lorient in recent years. Lorient sporting director, former Arsenal captain Laurent Koscielny, says the club offers the ideal environment for his development.
Well, still sports news, Manchester United have signed Cameroon midfielder Carlos Baleba from Brighton in a £70 million deal. Baleba has signed a 5-year contract at Old Trafford with an option for a further year. United paid an initial £65 million plus £5 million in add-ons, and Brighton negotiated a sell-on clause. The 22-year-old called the move a real honor, joining the club of his dreams. Baleba made 112 appearances for Brighton since joining from Lille in 2023 and is currently sidelined with an ankle injury.
And now to entertainment news. The death of veteran Yoruba actor Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, has drawn reactions across Nigeria. Known for decades in Yoruba cinema, tributes continue to pour in on his legacy. VOP TV's Oyindamola Olukutan reports.
Ogogo has entertained audience with his distinctive acting style and memorable roles in Yoruba language films. His career has also seen him influence younger actors and contribute to the growth and visibility of Yoruba culture through film. Following news of his death, Nigerians have taken to conversations and social media to remember the veteran actor, with many describing his contribution to the industry as significant.
For me, there's nothing much to say. When death come knocking, nobody can say no. So for the sickness, cancer is a sickness that everybody, if you're unlucky, you might have it. And it takes God's grace for you to survive it, especially at that stage 4. So it takes God's grace for you to survive. So it's just unfortunate that it happens that way. So rest in peace.
From the information we've been social media, we've been reading and listening to, it's like we need to, every one of us need to go for a checkup. At least let's know exactly what is wrong with our body. We need to care about our health. And you know, most of these days, because of the economy, it's not easy for people to go for checkup. So because for us to hear that is at the stage 4 of cancer, definitely it has been long. There has been battling with that. Probably I don't know if he knew in the early stage that he had cancer. I don't know, but I would have seen what I would advise that at least let the government help, so that people will always go for checkup. If checkup is a little cheaper or free, at least it will help most of us, most of Nigerians, to know their health status. So for that, I know Gogo is an actor and he has been long in the industry. Everybody knows him to be a good actor, and he has been doing good. I don't think he has any issue with anybody in the industry. So what I would just advise that let government help the masses and let them help Nigerians in regards to the health issue. Let people go for a checkup and know what exactly is wrong to know how to deal with it at the early stage.
He was a well-loved actor, and I actually loved him. I used to love watching him, play his part, even though most times he was always like, apart from Blue, where he was like a criminal, which I also saw many years back. I don't know if you were born. But the ones that came after, he was always playing more of the honest guy. So for me, yeah, it's a big loss for the nation, because he was still quite young, in the prime of his life. So definitely it was a big loss.
For these Nigerians, the passing of the veteran actor marks the end of another chapter in the history of Yoruba cinema, while his works remain part of the memories of audiences who watched him over the years. Oyindamola Olukutan, Voice of the People TV.
Again, may Ogogo's soul rest in peace. And Oyindamola, thank you for that. Well, elsewhere, U.S. country music legend Dolly Parton has died at the age of 80. The announcement was made in a video posted to her Instagram page by her nephew, Brian Seaver. Parton, known worldwide for hits like Jolene, 9 to 5, and I Will Always Love You, sold more than 100 million records in her career. She cancelled a series of shows in Las Vegas earlier this year, citing ongoing health treatment. Parton leaves behind an indelible mark on the music industry. Dolly, you're much loved, and may your soul Rest in peace. Well, it's a wrap for us, but before we go, though, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that Tinubu has ordered a rescue of kidnapped residents.
Also, Muslims mark Prophet Muhammad's birth.
Khan urges Nigerians to reject division ahead of 2027 polls.
Mixed reactions trailed composition of APC 2027 campaign council.
Oshibajo advocates the people-centered approach to justice system.
NDLEA boss Marwa says seizing criminal assets key to fighting drug trafficking.
On the foreign scene, we told you that Israeli protesters blocked Gaza-bound trucks to demand Hamas disarmament.
And business, Sanwo-Olu urges managers to drive innovation and build stronger institutions.
Well, in sports news, Lawrence signed Nigerian-born defender Obaratin.
And in the world of entertainment, country music legend Dolly Parton dies at 80. Kindly follow us on social media, and on YouTube we are Voice of the People Television. On Facebook we are at VOP TV, and on other social media platforms we are at VOP TV Live. We witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0813-871-4129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomjeto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry